What's going on, people? Welcome in, everyone. Welcome back, Grand Designs Enjoyer. We ever start caring for other crustaceans besides shrimp? I do care about other crustaceans besides shrimp. It's just that shrimp are creepy music's too much. Just the like Severance theme. It's like it's taken from a specific scene in Severance. It's not like the main theme because the main theme's copy striked, or will get me copy striked because it is copyrighted. But I found out that the shrimp time, yeah, in a little bit. We have a little bit of time yet. I obviously, I go live early every time. You know how I roll. PPG is obsessed with Severance. Severance is a good show. It makes sense. PPG is obsessed with Severance. Severance, especially Severance season 1, is like literally, it's like straight fucking Karl Marx, bro. Severance season 1 is literally Karl Marx's theory of alienation. So it makes sense. I can see it. Let me pin everywhere. So on Twitch's end, you can directly like donate because Shrimp Welfare Project is integrated with Twitch. Now, annoyingly, you have to have like 10,000 subs to integrate it directly onto YouTube. I already pinned it on YouTube. And Shrimp Welfare Project is not yet integrated with Tiltify or Streamlabs Charity, which both let you, like have a, which both, let you do charity streams, and they can still have like donation alerts and stuff, right? So for the time being, okay, eventually we will have the Shrimp Welfare Subathon, and we will have, alerts that go off whenever you donate still in the money to the Shrimp Welfare Project. For the time being, though, best I got, little fucking thing in the corner. Refreshes every 60 seconds because it's not like a live feed. And if you donate, it'll, I'll pull up the website and thank you. Okay, you can leave a message when you donate to it, and I'll have to read it. Okay, but I emailed the Shrimp Welfare Project. They said that they are working on getting integrated with Tiltify and other stuff. Speaking of contacting the Shrimp Welfare Project, hold on. Do you support themselves by owning the devices made to stun them? I don't know exactly what you mean. So the reason that like Shrimp Welfare Project exists, right, or the reason it seems like I care about shrimp and not the other crustaceans is because shrimp are the main ones that we eat, right? So like obviously like the stunning machines for shrimp are useful because we eat billions of shrimp every year. We just don't really do that as much with like crayfish, right? And I don't know for sure. I would imagine much more of the crayfish people eat are wild caught and not farmed. I don't know if there's even data on that, but I would imagine. Does the NGO sell devices used to stun them? It doesn't sell them. It gives them to farmers essentially for free. I think sometimes they're not like always 100% free. But they give like companies and farmers the machines for free at very low cost, in exchange for like commitments that they like use them, right? Wild caught versus farmed crayfish. Thanks, Theo Shallis for the sub. Would you volunteer to distribute machines to farmers? Sure. I like the Shrimp Welfare Project is like based in the UK though, and like they don't really need that many volunteers. Like their team is made up of like 5 people. I don't really know. Like I said, I don't really know the percentage. I don't know how I would even... Percentage of... What's it, like, food, percentage of food production? I don't know. This is just fish. Are there more wild caught or farmed crayfish? You have a label that farming businesses use after they adopted the machines. I have no, granted, none of your questions make any sense or are ever even that relevant. I don't know what you're trying to ask. Farm crayfish make up the majority of crawfish sold. Damn. Anyway. Speaking, like I said. What's up, Diablo Mix? You're the only cool liberal streamer I can stand watching. I appreciate it. Diablo Mix, welcome back. I made this one short in my new shrimp costume. It did really well on both Instagram and Twitter. I knew it was gonna do like well on Twitter just because I knew like people I know are gonna like repost it and shit, which is cool. I appreciate it. Obviously. But it's shockingly, it also did like pretty well on Instagram. It's still getting likes as we speak. But right as of now, it has 93 likes on Instagram, including the Shrimp Welfare Project themselves, who liked my story that I posted this on and commented on the Instagram reel. So, Shrimp Welfare Project endorsed. What can I say? Holy based. Thanks, Saucerama. WW, this is true. Anyway, I mean, half of you guys have
in 2022,
anyway,
some 440 billion farmed shrimp were killed. Many of them died painful deaths, buried alive in ice and left to freeze and suffocate over the course of 20 minutes. But some of them were treated to a much less painful and immediate death via electrical stunning machine.
By the way, you can see this like strap. That's a DIY strap. I took some random ass string I had, and I tied it around where the eyes connect to the costume to keep this fucking goddamn thing on my head, and it barely worked.
That's due to the efforts of the Shrimp Welfare Project.
Did you make that? It was so nice to work. Not the whole costume. Literally, just, I bought the costume, right? And I simply got the, like I said, simply tied to string.
The charity which works with farmers to implement humane slaughter initiatives, saving about 3.9 billion shrimp a year from suffering a painful death. They also limit inhumane practices while shrimp are still alive. Things such as eye socket ablation, in which female shrimp have their eyes removed to artificially increase their...
For example, organic products have a label that certified that they are organic. Does the celery shrimp who uses stunning machines have a label to certify that they've been stunned? No, I don't believe so now. Shrimp Welfare Project obviously makes public the companies that they work with, but I don't believe they have labels.
Fertility. Not only is that painful and stressful for the shrimp, but it also leads to deformities in their offspring. And yes, the evidence suggests that shrimp are sentient and can feel pain. They rub their wounds and respond to painkillers. They make trade-offs between pain and receiving a reward. They even showcase individual differences in behavior and risk aversion. And the Shrimp Welfare Project is incredibly effective. Just $1 can save about 1,500.
That shrimp outlet better be made with child labor. Probably was. We're gonna
100 shrimp from painful.
Actually, I wonder, is there a tag on it? I should go look at the tag and see if it has a like made in China thing.
Deaths per year for 10 years. That's 15,000 shrimp in total. It's obviously hard to know exactly how much shrimp suffer compared to us, but the best evidence we have suggests that a rather conservative estimate is...
Would you ever approve of shrimp as pets? Probably, yeah. I mean, I think pets are like treated pretty well, right? Like the conditions of shrimp on farms is like horrible. Shrimps as pets probably live pretty good lives usually.
That they suffer about 3.1% as intensely humans do. Under that estimate, a single dollar given to the Shrimp Welfare Project prevents as much suffering as stunning 46.5 humans before they are left to die being buried alive in ice. Now I can understand having some objection to quantifying that, and maybe you think even an equal amount of
What
suffering.
about shrimp warts? Wick did say in the like promo tweet he's gonna ask. Apparently, I don't know if he will ask if this was just for the promo tweet, but I think it might come up. How many shrimp you would kill for or to be equivalent to one human?
Suffering experienced by shrimp isn't as bad as it would be if it were experienced by a human, but we should at least have some minimum consideration for the suffering of any animal, and donating to the Shrimp Welfare Project is a crazy effective way to reduce suffering.
Truth nuke. Anyway, Shrimp Welfare Project endorsed Reel / TikTok. It did not do well on TikTok at all. It got like 3 likes on TikTok. Did well on Twitter and Instagram though, so that's cool. I'm trying to find, dude. I'm fairly certain on their website they have somewhere the companies that they work with. Actually, some of it is just on their Instagram, I believe. So, like you can see, they work with companies and say, yeah, like some of the companies they work with. I don't think they have labels. I think they just announce who they're working with. So I guess if you want to, like Tesco is one of the biggest sellers for shrimp, and they work with Tesco, right? So if you want ethically stunned shrimp, go to Tesco. Anyway, also Twitter drama, and I tweeted about this too. I feel like I don't keep up with everything. I feel like people are being so insane to Econoplay though, and I don't even agree with Econoplay. What about those poor lobsters? We need to get a costume or paint that one red. I don't actually know. I mean, I think most lobsters are probably killed more humanely than shrimp nowadays. I think. Maybe not though. I don't know what the percentage of like live lobsters, or like what percent of lobsters are like boiled live versus like killed with the, just knife to the head, right? Sounds like cage-free eggs, still cringe and terrible. Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, in the non-fun's ideal world, we would have lab-grown shrimp and just not have real shrimp. But like I think strictly speaking, like we should prefer a painless death, or at least a much or at the very least an immediate and not very painful death, likely to a drawn out painful death, right? Do you want to consider advocating for windmills to get a mesh around them to stop farm? I don't care, Grandis Eyes Enjoy. You have the weirdest issues. I don't know. I don't. I don't know what the trade-offs of that are. Like I don't maybe, but I don't care enough to I don't have an opinion on that without having read a little bit on it. From what I know, windmills don't kill like that many birds. Like it's a decent number of birds, but it says the shrimp protector, true. But it's like pretty in comparison to like domestic cats or whatever. Like it's lower than that, right? Like it's like domestic cats kill a fuck ton of birds. But like I don't know. Like does Bonnie got ass cancer from windmills? That's true. That's true. Actually, yeah. Obviously, Grandis Eyes Enjoy. Like the reason I support the Shrimp Welfare Project is because like I think it's good to prevent suffering at like minimal cost, right? So when it comes to like windmills and birds, right? Like I agree, like all else equal, like birds dying from windmills is probably bad. But like I don't know, like how expensive is the mesh, right? Like if it, if the like conceivably, if the mesh makes windmills more expensive and then we build less of them, like that could be an overall bad thing. Or if the mesh like makes it overall like less efficient or whatever. Like if it blocks, it would win. I don't know like what type of mesh would really be enough to stop birds, but wouldn't have any effect on like airflow. This isn't even a real thing. Did you just come up with this? Bats fly into turbines all the time. I think their sonar gets fucked up or something. Yeah. Or they're just stupid. Makes it more expensive, not less efficient. Okay. This isn't even like... It's even a real thing? Are you just like making this up? Also, what's to stop this shit from happening with a mesh? Presumably, like, I imagine it could be less, but even if some birds do get stuck in it, like, it'd still be less overall deaths, but I don't know. I think it would be more important to compare animals killed by an energy production type rather than just say X died from a window. Oh, yeah, obviously. Yeah, obviously. Like, you should, yeah. Oh, what's up?
Hello. I was going to ask you, would you ever do, like, TikTok, like, debates, or?
Yeah, I mean, it'd have to be something I'm more interested in, but, like, yeah, obviously... I would, and like I've done, like I've joined a few of them before. I did one stream where I like, you know, had people up and stuff, and like I've
we had Mark Sabi up.
Oh, actually, bro, Sample, every time you join a live, like I feel like the tension just like gets way higher. Everyone starts hating.
No, yeah, because I talk about economics a lot, and people, you know, especially like, you know, progressives and Republicans have like a hard time. Like they hate, you know, the economics, they know it, and they
I
very
am
much hate it.
glad you've heard.
And so the fact that I know more than them and have been arguments, and but I'm polite about it, makes them, you know. Like, I mean, you saw the last live. She was just trying to like besmirch it. It was like, you're a neoliberal. She didn't say neoliberal. What did she say? You're like a shill for American economics. It's like,
I mean, she literally repeated your point. She was talking about like the demand elasticity for like hospitals and stuff.
I was literally saying that. Yeah.
Her conclusion was just like very far off. But
no, yeah, and she kicked me. So I was saying, you know, if you want to reduce costs, then have free trade in medicine. And she was like, the problem is that's what we do right now, and people are suffering. And I was like, wow. I tried to like correct her, and I had to let her finish. And I was like, to be clear, you're factually wrong. We don't have free trade in medicine. And she was like, yes, we do. And I was like, no, that's a factual mistake. I was saying that's a factual mistake. You can look at it. And she kicked me. So like, I don't know how to talk to these people. Maybe like I don't know how to talk to them. Like, yeah. Just, yeah,
I think
they're pretty bad. No, like the data person kept interrupting me and talking about how, you know, we're always going to be, you know, not running losses with like a public firm or whatnot, just because, you know, we're not really like, I don't know, I guess we're just not experiencing that on the balance sheet. Like you don't really incur the cost because it's like dissipated over the taxpayers or whatnot. I'm not sure how that works exactly, but
yeah, I mean, shit. People are just very, very scared of like anything neoliberal, and so I want to fix that. And so, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. TikTok debates are annoying partly because of everything you just said. Like some of it is good content. It's just it's also annoying to like set up correctly, and like, you know, I'd want to have like the TikTok. I've done it before. It's annoying. I have to have my second phone like propped up like on my desk, and then I have to connect it with a USB cord to my PC, and then I have to use a certain program that makes sure that my microphone goes through my phone as well as through OBS, and it's annoying to set up and whatever. And it's just like,
and all, I mean, you can set it up locally, and then just like it would kind of suck. But the problem is, you know, I think most of the problem is, look, when the host is also like the opinionated person, because then, you know, they can mute you. Yeah. And so that's what happened with the last person. Or I mean, also, I think a lot of problems is just like you talk to illiterate people, like the most illiterate people. Like at least on Discord, if someone is like confident debating something, they probably know it. On TikTok, people just open lives about like whatever the fuck. Like for example, I was saying, so someone there was saying, I think, you know, corporations should exist. They were like pretty libertarian, or not libertarian, I don't know, but right wing, I guess. But so they're saying, I think a corporation should exist insofar as it benefits the state. They said that. I was like, okay, I think that's false. For example, you know, we have FedEx and UPS, which compete with the USPS, and, you know, the government, you know, runs USPS. They lose $10 billion a month. And And I was arguing against the point that we should like,
Of course I'm
you know,
gonna be there.
these corporations, even though the government competes with them, so they like the government would like be even in a more dire situation if these competitors thrived. You know, we should nonetheless not like get rid of FedEx and UPS. But just when I said lose 10 billion, the other progressive there, not the other, another like a progressive there, not related to the right wing guy, they jumped in and said like, no, they're not losing money and they're a public entity, and so they're an essential entity. Like, I just like thought I was saying we should privatize them. And so, yeah, I actually do think we should privatize USPS, but that's not the argument I was even making.
Right.
No, that would have killed them. But so you were basically saying that, you know, if we wanted to like maximize state revenue to like, because this guy was saying that, you know, we just want to benefit the state.
No one knows what the fuck you're talking about, so I don't want to spend too much time on just
right. That's a good point. So yeah, no point. I'm just saying, like, from 1 to 10, how much do you think you can like? Are you prepared for the live, and how much do you think you can impress? You know, the Bentham's puppy, I guess.
I don't know how much I'm concerned with impressing him, but like I don't know. I think I'm first of all. I
think
don't
you should.
expect it to be like. I don't.
He's a great guy. He's a great guy.
He is a great guy. That's true. Like I don't. Know. I mean, I think it's gonna be. I think I'm mostly prepared. Like I think I'm.
Okay.
Like I don't know. Like I don't think it's gonna be like a super heated conversation or anything. Obviously, and I think Wick is.
Well, are the other people non-utilitarians or like unutilitarian and like anti?
Ryan is. I don't know. I don't know what exactly Eucharist is. The other dude.
Ask the people that like dogs. I think in maybe not in your openings. I mean, I don't know if you have one ready, but I think a good point to highlight to people is that first, I think they would disagree that shrimp welfare matters somewhat, because it seems like the Ryan guy there, or one of them, like actually denies that, you know, shrimp welfare matters at all. And so, you know, just like say or even if you're not vegan or whatever, animal welfare at least matters somewhat.
Right.
And then, like,
I said, no, I have that in my opening. Like, we should, like, any moral system should grant at least, like, some minimum consideration to animal suffering, right? Like, you know.
Yeah, but like, highlight the fact that, like, dogs, everyone agrees that, like, you know, when you kill a dog for fun, that's wrong. And so we extend some moral value to dogs. Why not shrimp? What's the trait? I don't think Matthew makes the point of name the trait too often.
Right, name the trait. But, yeah, separate.
Yeah, but it doesn't need to be, like, as explicit as NTT. But, like, yeah, what's true of a dog that, like, you know, it extends its moral value, but like is false of a shrimp? Like, is it that it's cute? Is it that it's like that much more intelligent? And like, when is the threshold? There's like, just like give everything some consideration, probably. Like, you know, and then we can debate the merits of that. Yeah, but I just think, you know, yeah. And also, are you actually donating all the things to the Shrimp Welfare Project?
If I get any donations, yeah. I mean, I
pocket it.
I don't know. True.
Yeah, I have a website when they talk about the impacts, they call it the Shrimp Act.
Yeah, I know, it's funny. I have a, like, you can look at my shirt. Like, I have the like link pin where you can donate like directly to them, like via my fundraiser. So like the money never like enters my account even. And people can see that. But yeah, it's just it's a little annoying because they're not integrated.
Wait, is my mic bad on Discord right now? Because I know it's like terrible.
No,
it's good.
Not really. It's terrible on TikTok. It's just quiet. You just sound like this. When you talk, you just sound like this on TikTok. You just sound like very, very quiet, you know?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, but what do you think? I don't follow everything. I feel like 5 different people have like called out Econo Boy like hardcore when Econo Boy has like barely like said anything.
I think the problem is that Econo Boy doesn't do himself any favors. Like, I think it's wrong to call him a tanky. I'm not sure if Anna actually did. It seems like she was just saying he's a useful, like, tanky cock, I guess, or something like useful for tankies, maybe. I disagree with, like, so Destiny was trying to characterize him as, like, believing in the Marxist theory of value or whatever the fuck. Or, like, yeah, being a pro-revolution. Econo Boy is none of those. But I do think Econo Boy takes, like, ideally a very radical stance in terms of, like, ideally we would have no private ownership or whatever. Like, we would not even allow it. And just, like, everything. Like, yeah, that, you cannot say that and be, like, not radical. So I think Econo Boy does have radical positions, just, like, not in the authoritarian sense, in the, you know, which is just out there, like so. I mean, you're not doing yourself any favors by just like marketing yourself with like, yeah, ideally I would abolish all private ownership. It's just not. You do sound like a Marxist Leninist. You're not doing yourself any favors. Yeah.
agree he might not be doing himself any favors, but like obviously both of us know like the reason. Oh, there he goes. Like Econo was
Okay,
just
yeah,
saying,
I get
like
it.
strictly
It's false,
speaking,
but
state-owned ownership is better for egalitarian reasons, right? Like it's a
right, but you know, you should like it's on him to make it clear. Again,
sure.
when you're saying you're not doing yourself any favors, no one's saying like they're correct. They're just saying it's reasonable for them to think that when you market yourself like that. I do think it's very responsible from Destiny to talk about him for probably cumulatively over 3 hours in the past week, but not read a single word from his blog. And so I just yeah, because it is wrong. He is wrong, right? And he's also like he does have a radical position, but it's just not a Marxist Leninist or whatever authoritarian type position. Yeah. And also, Econoboy does confuse like wealth ownership, like government owning wealth, with like
actual
socialism
of production. Right?
No, I mean it's not even just like the Matt Bruning type when he phrases it as like ownership of like capital goods and non-produced assets. He literally just like says like wealth, and at the end of this blog he says like, yeah, I think government should own like 85 to 90% of wealth, and I think if someone gets an 85 to 98% on an exam, it's literally implying that government ownership of wealth is the metric for socialism, which is just silly, just very, very silly. Yeah. Give me a second.
What are your thoughts on TYT? They moving to the middle, or are they becoming irrelevant? I have no thoughts on TYT. I don't think anyone should watch. Like, I don't know.
Right.
I think most of the TYT stuff is like slop. I don't know what to tell you. I think Cenk, it's like weirdly. I don't know what the right word.
Here's
like,
a Bruning call out though. Here's a Bruning call out. Why does this guy delete so many of his tweets? What the fuck?
Damn.
Just pointing this out.
Yeah, I think Cenk is like weirdly conciliatory towards Trump or whatever. Maybe not overly optimistic about Trump, right? Maybe he's retracted some of that stuff. I think I don't know. I don't keep up with them. All I know is that PPG watches them. PPG is pretty insane. So there's got to be some kooky stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
Also, their audio is like usually pretty like I don't know what to call it. Like
also, I don't know why socialists think like Norway is that desirable. They practically didn't have any GDP growth over the last like 20 years or 10 years or something.
It has more GDP per hour worked than the US though.
I just don't give a fuck, right? Like that's not the measure of quality of life. Imagine someone that only like has $1,000, but because he worked 1 hour. There's a lot of leisure time, and he has $1,000 productivity per hour. But like that's very, just very bad.
Right.
Yeah. Let me see. Norway GDP per capita. And I think is that PPP? I need to know. Wait, give me a second. Let me. Current? No, I want constant US dollars. Is there? Let's look at the World Bank. That's the first Google result is always.
I should do this before. I don't know if they will end up having it. Wick said that Econoboy wants to set up just like a general capitalism v socialism discussion between Econoboy and Destiny, which is the thing I want, right? Like I care a lot less about like the.
I want that. Yeah. I think this thing will
Democrats
get crushed.
court to the leftists or whatever. Like I care a lot less about that than I care about just like capitalism, right? I want to go through and calculate the numbers I did, but excluding like offshore drilling from Norway's state-owned enterprise shit because it seems a little weird. Peter Bond? Isn't that a Fortnite player? Why are we talking about Fortnite? Are you saying I look like him? Peter Vod v Destiny? Actually, maybe I do kind of look like him.
Yeah, I mean, I think Destiny would just like lose. I mean, I think Econoboy made on reflection. It seems I watched it with Rose the debate. On reflection, it does seem like Econoboy was not saying like. Again, Econoboy doesn't do himself any favors with his phrasing. I don't know why it's always the case. It's very irritating.
Like needing the progressive income tax thing, where I think
exactly. Really it's a socialist policy.
Right.
Yeah. So he clarified in the end. He means just like it means like a socialist would advocate as part of like or like would be happy to see it implemented or something. He said it along like drug legalization and death penalty.
Whatever.
But no one ever calls it socialist policies. If you look at the USSR Wikipedia page, they say socialist policies, right? I've opened it like a few days ago, so I know. Like, they literally say they implemented socialist policies. But like that's what socialist policies means. It's not. Oh, they legalize drugs and socialists like that. Because otherwise, you'd call that libertarian policies. And you presumably don't think the Democratic Party should cater to libertarians. It's just dumb. It is just dumb. So Econoboy again doesn't do himself any favors. And I don't like the standard is like, oh, whatever you meant by it, that matters if you like were correct in the debate or not, right? Because if I say, you raped someone, and by rape someone, I just mean like you talked to them on the live stream. Or you with me, right?
That's true. This is true.
That'd be correct, but it's not. It's not correct. I don't think definitions are true or false philosophically, but there's something to be said there. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. And it's just very annoying. And I'm not saying Econoboy's definition was as proprietary as what I gave, but the principle is listening.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. It would be interesting. I think, maybe. I think the debate would go like this. Econoboy would be like, well, I want to, Norway, socialize like 66% of their economy because wealth ownership. And actually, sovereign wealth funds, they're cool, but I don't, not a tanking. And then Destiny would be like, yeah, but a sovereign wealth fund is equivalent to a DBCFT plus DBN. In fact, that's even more efficient. And then Econoboy would get crushed. That's my prediction. Yeah. It's just very frustrating. I think Pisco probably was about washed.
What do you think about, by the way, I think we probably have the same opinion on the Pisco, like, is state healthcare socialist or whatever, like is single payer socialist? I imagine we're going to have like same thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think it's more socialist than not. Government running anything is more socialist than not.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't make it socialist, right?
It doesn't make your economy socialist. I think it's fair to consider it like socialist, but like a socialist government would aim to have public ownership for reasons other than like they think there's a like market failure in a certain industry, right? Like they'd want it like for the sake of public ownership and equality and things like that, right? Like
exactly, because having like not nationalizing food is a private, as a capitalist policy. Everybody, like, pretty much no nation nationalized food, and so not all of them are capitalists on Earth. Which is another thing. Econoboy, I don't like that, they think democracy is like a necessary property of any socialist system. Like, we should somewhat try to capture, like, I just don't like when people say, like, do definition games to include every bad thing from their side. You can share a label with bad things and not be them. Right? So,
well, I think I don't know.
Gain the most utility from the socialism, from the definition of socialism. Not like
in that debate. I don't think he ever like just described himself as a liberal socialist. Like he should have just said like, I am a liberal socialist, and there are other examples of liberal socialist. Like for winning elections and like giving up power afterwards, right? Like I think he should have just used the term like liberal socialist. It was. And
I don't like when. Yeah, I don't like when socialists like do definition games as well. Like I was talking to some friends in VC, different like other debate bros, whatever. But I was like, they're asking me like, what do you think socialism is? And I was like, collectivization of the means of production. And it's like, what does it mean to collectivize? It means to not have it be privately or what is privately, I guess, owned by individuals or whatever. Is a corporation private? It's like, it's owned by the shareholders and not by one single individual. Like, I mean, come on, we know what words mean. Like, you know what I'm signaling. Can you not like use that? I don't know. I don't. And so, yeah. I don't know. I think this say. Oh, here, did I mention the state capitalism point to you?
No, I don't think so.
So, okay, Econoboy asked him, "This is the USSR socialist?" And he said, like, no. And I asked him, what are they? And he said, state capitalist. And I disagree. Like, let's take him on his face value. Let's take him on face value. I looked, I tried, I searched. I could not find a single definition of state capitalism that necessitates it being an undemocratic state. And therefore, if you just go by the Wikipedia page, it's just a state that's heavily invested in, like, so it literally mentions like state-owned enterprises and so on, and manages the economy that way. Then, by definition, Econoboy is state capitalist as well. Put aside if he's a socialist or not, he's at least a state capitalist, and therefore capitalist, because state capitalists are capitalists, right? And so, at least by Econoboy's semantics, he is a capitalist, unless he's willing to concede Soviet Union, or unless he has like a proprietary definition or like a necessary property of state-owned state capitalism, that it's necessarily undemocratic, which no one thinks. Unless he thinks that, then Econoboy is also a capitalist, at least, and he should call himself that. And because he would never call himself that, it's because it's motivated reasoning.
Wow. Yeah.
There's no way to not use motivated reasoning that leads you to think the USSR was capitalist, but also a system where, like, almost everything is like ultimately has majority stake in, or like almost a universal stake in by the government, and you're not a capitalist. If it's state capitalism, basically, I don't think he has a good response to that argument. And also, I don't like that. So if you, I don't know. I just look so much slop. Econoboy didn't used to be like this. I mean, like, what happened? Is it just like I don't know. I have no clue why people would want to use the label, but even if they think they're rationally compelled to use the label, then you're just like so far off. Like, why not even call yourself a capitalist by this reasoning I gave out, which is motivated reasoning. To be clear, I want to make it clear, it is motivated reasoning. I think he is a socialist if he like actually wants 90% plus of productive activity to be owned by the government.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, conceding to his definition is what I just heard. Unbelievable.
What?
Conceding to his definition is what I just heard you do. Unbelievable.
Hey, Nick, what's up?
What's up, Sample Text? What's up, Non-Fun?
Hey, Non-Fun's going to debate in like 40 minutes the merits of shrimp welfare. That's going to be very entertaining. Actually, I should buy a snack for this occasion. And not donate it to the Shrimp Welfare Project, because the snack is going to motivate me so much that I will earn more long term, and therefore, yeah, it's true. It's only the specific snack I like the most. Yeah, it's not. I cannot buy a cheaper snack.
Is he debating with the whatever the guy's name is, the utilitarian guy you recommended me?
Yeah, Matthew Edelstein. Yeah. I thought, Non-Fun, did I send it to you? Matthew Edelstein, and no one called him out on this, or I guess I think he never addressed this, but he had an article with like a very strong argument for virtue ethics that he never debunked, and I thought that was very weird. Like, I don't know how he escaped. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't. But
okay, no, I'm not kidding. Like, here, I'll send you the article. Here you go.
Is it like
I just don't know.
Actually, I might know the thing.
No. Here. So
oh no.
He never debunked these reasons, so I thought.
Oh.
Yeah. Someone should call him out on that. But like, yeah. We should invite him on the stream sometimes. That'd be entertaining. Although I don't know what you would talk about. Maybe economics, although. Yeah, he wrote some. Seems like he's pretty free market, like, pretty like in agreement.
Yeah, I've seen him.
Fringe.
I really only see him talk. I've seen him talk about immigration and tariffs, just because like that's the thing, that utilitarians are interested in, because, it's like, obviously, even if tariffs worked, like it's still, if you value the well-being of other people, in the third world, it's obviously kind of fucking evil to tax them when they're a lot poorer than we are. And then the immigration is just obviously like, people's lives are much better if they're able to immigrate here. So I've seen him talk about that. I've seen him talk to Alex Narasta. I haven't watched that all, but I saw he did talk to the Cato.
Oh, I didn't know he talked to Alex. I thought I recall him talking to someone who was like a progressive economically or whatever, and I recall him saying like, and I'm probably more free market than, and I recall that, but I don't remember who it was or like what the exact wording was. But yeah. Do you know much about like actual like Nelson? Do you know what like the Republican conclusion is?
Yeah, that like a world with like a lot of people who live like very like slightly positive lives is like better than the world where there's one like utility monster fucking awesome.
Well, it's not necessarily one. Like, so the view might even say like a world with billions of people with very very happy lives is inferior to quintillions of people with like very, very like slightly. Like, so yeah. And again, Michael Humer, who's not a utilitarian, called it like one of the only, I think, non-trivial theorem to be proven in ethics, or definitively proven in ethics. Yeah.
Alex Narasta.
But yeah, Nick, what do you want to talk about?
Oh, I was just curious what's going on. I just subbed in on fun, so
right.
Yeah,
we're gonna debate.
I heard you with the Boy Destiny debate. I haven't watched much of it, but I heard it didn't.
Yeah, I mean, Destiny, I thought it was rhetorically better than Econo Boy, but I think like on the merits, Econo Boy is the most correct.
It's more of it's a Destiny Pisco debate. Econo Boy was there in the cuck corner for it, but he said like 5.
That's what it seems like. I feel like Econo Boy is just not very confident in his like ability to push forth a.
No, it's called Econo Boy syndrome. He's too nice.
Yeah,
he's just too nice.
He's just too nice. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, there's something to be said about being nice, which I think I should learn from. I mean, I think I'm often to unhinge and try to be like, but I think I'm pretty. I think on the TikTok live that me and Hamster were on, I was just nice. I never insulted. I never called anyone in words. I just said like, you're factually wrong. You're like factually like verifiably wrong, and I got kicked. So,
dude, my fucking mom watched one of my debates and said I should be nice.
Yeah.
Even though I don't feel like I'm actually not that evil in debates or anything, but
does your mom even know what a PPF is? I don't know. So you cannot be illiterate.
So.
Completely cannot be illiterate. Does she?
No, she definitely doesn't.
Okay.
She might know some. I mean, she definitely has like intuitions about economics, but she doesn't actually have any like
Yeah. So there's that.
Put her on abundance.
Dude, I did actually. We had a car trip, like an 8-hour road trip, and I said you guys should listen to Abundance, and they did.
Yeah, let's go. Did they agree?
I never talked to them that much about it, but yeah, I mean, in fairness, like they're the. No offense to my dad, I love you, Dad. Like my dad and mom to some extent are kind of people who will agree with whatever like the last thing they kind of read or saw, right? So like my dad started reading like that stupid fucking Federal Reserve book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, was just like some weird conspiracy theory bullshit about the Federal Reserve, and like my dad is like convinced of some of that now, and it's weird, and I'm like, no, it's just not. Most of this stuff is just not true. It's wild.
I need to look into Sam's free banking stuff that he's written. I want him to write about that, actually. I feel like that would be a good rebuttal against some people.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure this dude is a free banker, but like he also, it's just like, oh, the Fed is like evil, like so corrupt, and quantitative easing was like so corrupt, and the big banks, infinite money from quantitative easing, and blah, 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 blah. And, I think he alleges a bunch of things about the Federal Reserve that are just like not true.
Yeah.
But,
that's what I got to start debating is like why the Fed's good. I think that'll be a good point for me to do.
Yeah, I gotta do more reading on that too. I've listened to like half of the Money Illusion by Scott Sumner, which is and then I need to read some Charles Goodhart to offset that.
Yeah, that's who Sam cites a lot, is Charles Goodhart. That's what I gotta read.
Yeah.
I know I forgot his name. Him and Swag is I think that's the same. Like Swag, yeah. Him and Sam debated on this a while ago, so I want to look at that in the chat logs. But yeah, I don't know. I think libertarians are like the most cringe. Not state capacity ones, but like the actual libertarians.
True.
I had a debate one time where I'm from Michigan. We have the Mackinac Bridge. I asked someone like how you'd build the Mackinac Bridge if a monopoly took it over and like charged huge markups on it. And they were like, oh, well, supply and demand, so I'm just going to build another, like, 10 5-mile
Wait,
bridge.
fuck yeah, Starfuse, let's go. Wait.
I
Oh,
also
shit.
think it's
Wait, I don't
so-
get a notification.
I think it's also
Fuck,
so
hold on. How do I
cringe
see?
that,
Can I set up alerts for
you
the
know,
charity
and
thing?
when
Why
talking
don't
to
I
Convoy,
get...
like the
Why doesn't
ethics
it show
thing,
up?
it's
Thanks for the
it's a
fucking
justified thing because
£5.
it's not rigorous ethical reasoning.
Yeah,
It's
it's
the thing
the
I think
Swim
everyone
Buffer
should
Project's
do,
a UK charity, so
which leads you very forcefully
for
to
whatever reason,
totalitarianism, at
Twitch
least
is
to
in
me.
pounds.
It's also like, everything.
Hell fucking yeah.
They apply the same thing for like,
Thousands of shrimp
democracy. I just value
saved.
democracy intrinsically. It's like, no, you don't. You don't. No one does. No one gives a fuck about democracy intrinsically. People think democracy is just really, really good for, flourishing. Because I recall him saying on stream, like, oh, why should I value inequality intrinsically? Oh, because it seems like inequality causes a lot of like bad things. Like, whoa, what are you saying? What are you saying? I don't know. I think he's ethically confused too. Oh, but yeah. I don't know. People should take the red pill on money in politics, and democracy.
Something I wanted to ask you a while ago. Do you think it's
Well, I'm not anti-democracy to be clear. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, do you think it's still worth it to ban like stock ownership for Congress people, even if the influence is not that bad, just to like restore public trust in these institutions?
I'm not seeing good evidence that it's actually that much of a problem. I mean, we all have things to do that, right? Like, right now, say Congress members are like, I think it's like 40 something days they need to report their every stock exchange they make, whatever. But like someone can say, oh, well, but their husbands or like partners or wives could do that, right? Like, yeah, maybe, right? But I mean, I'm okay with it. I think the impact is minimal, and so we don't have good empirics. But like, yeah, why not? I mean, it's not the either way. It's not the end of the world, and like, to the extent it happens, it's bad. So just ban it. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's my take too.
I used to think legalize insider trading as well, but I forgot the argument, and so I'm back to being cucked about it.
Yeah.
I think the argument was something like when like the stock price represents information. Well, it represents net present value, but like that's what people judge. So the more information that goes into a stock price, the more the better the market the pricing mechanism is, and so we should allow insider trading. It's probably exploitative. It's probably bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think this admin is a good rebuttal. I mean, that is.
Yep. Yeah. No, I agree. Although it's not a good rebuttal to money in politics, because it's almost certainly not because of Elon Musk that Trump got elected.
Right. I ban it so everyone would shut up about it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand why people are just so bad at ethics. I don't know. It's not like I'm exceptionally good or whatever. Like, you don't need to think too deeply to know democracy is not intrinsically valuable. There's like nothing intrinsically valuable about people voting and whatever. It's just the type of thing you would exactly expect to be instrumentally valuable, right? Like, it's a whole system we set up, whatever, right? I don't know. I don't know, right? I don't know.
I might be.
And also, I think I think here's a problem. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still looking at all this stuff. I don't think I'll end up as utilitarian, though, if I'm being honest. I think I'll
should debate me.
Yeah, eventually, But I don't know. I feel like I'll end up drawing a lot of similar conclusions to them. I just don't think I'll hold the principle.
Did I tell you about the argument from like the impartial reasoner or whatever?
That's
no.
my favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the strongest reason to believe in utilitarianism. And Matthew and his friends make it a lot. It's basically like, imagine before every act. So for example, before we start, just I have a very strong definition, intuition, almost definitional, that the correct moral action is one that would be preferred by an impartial and rational reasoner or agent, right? Like, so for example, if you're about to take some action, and someone who's like way more better informed than you, way more impartial than you, and way more rational comes out and tells you, hey, but by the way, like you should not do that, right? Then, presumably there's like some evidence, or like at least, there'd be a very strong reason not to do it, because they're more informed than you, they're more impartial than you and they're more rational. So that's okay. So just so we start, so the argument goes something like the moral action is the one that would be taken by the fully informed about the consequences, impartial and rational agent. And now imagine before you take any action, you know that after you take it, you would live the lives of every single entity in history. So you'd live the life of a shrimp, you'd live the life of the person about to be stolen from, you'd live the life of the person that's stealing, all that, right? So you live the lives of all beings that have and will exist. Then you would be fully informed about the consequences. You would be impartial because you are literally every one of them. So the pain that you live in one life would be offset by the pleasure you live in the other life. And you'd be fully rational just because you're rational right now, and you'd see
section.
Yeah, basically.
Well, I mean, this is mostly
rational.
This is mostly
maybe
from
you'd be more rational. You'd learn more. You'd know more facts, right? And so, if you lived that life, you would take the utilitarian action. And so we know that. I'm sorry. Because you would be fully impartial, rational, and informed. Then the moral action is the action you would take in that scenario, and I think it's the one you would take the utilitarian one because you are literally all of them. So you'd be kind of the only entity, and you'd just seek to maximize your own pleasure minus pain, and so you would take the utilitarian action. If that makes sense, that was kind of rambly, but you can summarize it in like 4 sentences.
Yeah, sure. So if you're if you live as every single thing, then you'd want to do the thing that maximizes every single thing's pleasure.
Yeah, that's totally.
Whatever.
Yeah, you would want to do that, and that type of agent is precisely the type of agent that we would expect to come to the moral conclusion. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, Sample. You're going to cringe when I say this. I find Rawls's political philosophy to be pretty convincing, and I just don't really know what my moral philosophy would be yet, insofar as I know.
Do you think the correct moral position is the one that maximizes? Do you take the strict economist view interpretation of Rawls, or look what?
No, I think it's ultimately a thing about distribution of resources, given what resources in society you have and what rights you want to have in society. That's kind of how I view it. And I don't know how when I finish this philosophy thing, I don't know how involved I'll be into normative or meta ethical debates or whatever. I think I'll mostly be involved in political philosophy stuff, but I just don't. I don't think Rawls is a moral theory, really. If that makes sense, I think it's more of a political theory based on how.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. I believe that too. So because it's not a moral theory, I don't know why it would dissuade you from utilitarianism morally.
Yeah. So I just don't really know what my moral theory would be, so that's what I want to look into. I just lean towards non-moral realism, and I don't really have a inherent reason for doing that yet. I just feel like
this,
when I correct me if I'm wrong.
There are many arguments for moral realism. I hold it to be very intuitive, just really practically. I mean, when I reflect on the proposition, you should not kill babies for fun. And that's objectively the case. I already started with a high prior. That's a true proposition. And the fact that it's not, it's not a physical proposition, or at least its value, its truth doesn't come from any physical thing. I think it comes from experiences ultimately, but whatever, doesn't do too much to dissuade me because I think the proposition 1 + 1 = 2 is objectively true, even though it doesn't come from any physical number. There's no physical number. Maybe you believe in platonic numbers, which I don't.
Yeah, I'll do more reading on it. I just don't. I don't know. I'll have to form an actual opinion on it. Politically, I'm within my political philosophy. I do think I'm more aligned with the Rawlsian approach, though. Overall, I guess. Morally, I don't really know what I am. I'll probably end up as some sort of constructivist or something.
Yeah, maybe. Until you read the arguments against constructivism, and you'll just be rationally compelled not to believe in it anymore.
True.
Yeah.
Listen, almost every philosophy that's in some way analytic says they have the true rational approach, and I don't really think that.
Non-fun. You're utilitarian. What about a doctor that would kill 1 to say 5? Do you think that's good? What?
Oh no, I've never considered this before.
That's exactly what happened with Tuskegee, right? Are you protesting?
That's true, actually. I am.
Yeah.
This is a necessary entailment. Oh, what a good
He is
counterexample.
famously known to have maximized utility. We know that.
Sample, would you do the Holocaust if it led to one more utility?
What? Never. I would never, ever, 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 ever. I love it. I love it when we overfit into era 6. I love it. We love it.
I wouldn't do it just
You
because,
take
you
a
know,
parkour
I
approach.
just obviously Jewish people just have, you know, a natural predisposition to like
That's right.
you know, either have super high or super low utility, right? You know, they're the
Very true. Very true. Very
both
true.
types of
We're
utility,
utility
monster, right?
monsters.
So any good done to
Yeah,
a
yeah.
Jewish person is like 10 times the good done to anyone else, and any harm done to them is like 10 times the harm done to anyone.
It's famously known. It's famously known that your intuitions about situations with trillions of people and perfect moral knowledge and like, you know, just like you know, no other options other than doing a genocide that, like, you know, adds one util. It's very well known that your intuitions in such scenarios are very, very reliable.
Are very
We know
accurate,
that.
yeah,
We
the
know
most
that.
accurate.
They're very, very, very reliable. And so I just, you know, that's all I need to reject utilitarianism. I just call you crazy because my very reliable intuition tells me not to. I'm thinking of someone when I say this. But
Okay.
yeah.
So actually,
Should I say his name? Oh, yeah, the EB. The EB. But yeah, I don't know. I think
If
it's
you
all
had
very
to
silly. I think people,
genocide the Israelis or Palestinians, who would you choose?
um,
Jesus, I don't know. There's like
what's
about
the one
equal
that
amount of
affects
them.
more, whatever affects more long-term pleasure.
Right.
Minus pain. Yeah.
I don't know which one that would be though, but
No, it would be,
have you heard
I
of
would save the
Chinese
Israelis
example?
because I think you have a duty to your closer circles. I think that, yeah.
True, yeah, exactly.
Very true. Like non-fun. Would you kill your like family to like save 100 people in China?
that you would kill your child to save a fucking kid
I don't think you will actually do it. I don't think you'll actually do it. So you don't actually believe in what you're
I
saying.
know, yeah, exactly.
It's amazing. It's amazing how irrational the arguments against libertarianism is. It's just so that alone is a good reason to believe in it. Yeah. Oh my god, that's right.
Okay,
That's right.
I want to talk about a few things before I do the fucking panel, which is in like 20 minutes now. So, any
Oh, I want to talk without much. Okay, that's okay.
last
Yeah,
words?
you can just
Yeah, I want to.
last words.
Crazy. Damn. Okay, I see how it is. Yeah, this fucking representative who, and I don't know if he was on the anti-Fed shit before. Oh, he wanted Tucker Carlson. Oh no. 96K likes. Applied ethics is more important than theoretical consistency testing. I mean, I think. What do you mean by more relevant? Obviously, it's gonna have a like bigger real world impact for shit. By the way, I was testing it earlier. I don't know if I announced it. If you donate via the Twitch thing now, alerts will show up. They didn't do that before, but they do it now. All right. I thought it would automatically have the thing based on the fact that I already have the donation thing set up for it, but whatever. Yeah, 96K likes is insane, especially because it's not even true. It's like, first of all, the FOMC votes, right? You know, like actually this the most recent like FOMC had a like 2 dissents, right? Which was like the most in like 30 years or some shit. It's not like Jerome Powell is the ultimate arbiter of the federal funds rate. Last time there was a double dissent was September 2020. Okay, never mind. I thought it was longer than that. Goddamn. What's up, Patrol? I'm headed out crabbing next week. Those are shrimp, so I'm good. Or sorry, those are not shrimp, so I'm good. I think you're good if you donate to the not to me, not the super chat, but to the link I have pinned, the like every.org thing that I have pinned. If you donate like how many ever crabs you're gonna kill, if you donate like the equivalent amount of utility to a shrimp welfare project, then you're good. Then you're good in my book. What does applied ethics have to do with anything? Someone just mentioned it in the chat. I mean, I don't think it is particularly relevant to the Trump thing. Fed's fund rate should clearly be 4.025, not 4.25 to 4.5. This is obvious, true. I don't actually. I mean, you can make arguments for like a rate cut, which is what's crazy is that like well, it's not even crazy. What's it's not like Trump wants Powell to or wants the Fed to like cut rates. Once he like literally says we should be at the like European central bank level of rates, which is like 2%, right? Like he wants like literally like 6 fucking rate cuts. Like it's insane. Governor Waller is right. I don't know. Am I missing something? I need context. Oh, I'm assuming actually. Hold on. Was Waller the dissenter? I don't know why. I assumed fucking governor was in like state governor or some shit. No, but yeah. You mean the Fed? Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. All right. Yeah. Even with the White House weren't applying external pressure, the recent softness in labor markets has the Fed worried. Indeed, this is presumably why Christopher Waller, Michelle Bowman, dissented this meeting to preferring to cut rates. If their vote went along, Bowler and Wallman would have been significant. I actually don't think there's much disagreement on the economics between Waller and the rest of the FOMC. All would agree that tariffs won't pass through for one for one, and their effects will likely be transitory. The disagreement is political. Waller assumed certainty on trade policy sooner rather than later, and the majority looks at the 6-month rolling threats of tariffs and aren't so sure about that. What's tricky is I'm pretty sure in like the first of all, actually, let's just look up the tip spread. But like inflation expectations along like regular people are like rather elevated still, right? Like which obviously becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it's a issue. I don't know which one is like the best survey to look at. Actually, this doesn't have it changed much. That's home price. Why am I looking at home price? I don't know who this is interviewing. I'm assuming, is this from the current population survey, whatever? 2%. Canada no one can afford homes. BOC is going to do emergency rate cuts to stop the bleeding. Goddamn. Feels like supply. I'd imagine supply's got to be the bigger issue in Canada, right? It seems kind of dumb to have the central bank be worried about fucking home construction, especially when the supply of homes is pretty. Even like absent supply restrictions, right? The supply of homes is like relatively inelastic, right? So it's not like the Fed is gonna be able to like do, or any central bank's gonna be able to do a ton on housing stuff. Where's the fucking polls of all the Democrats freaking out about tariffs too much? That's what I need. I don't need the like smart people polls. I need the dumb Democrat, like median Democrat thinking that we're gonna have 5% inflation poll. Where are those at? What's up, Mooncakes? Canada's fucked for housing and rent? Yeah. Well, a lot of developed nations are. Those are useless. I know they're useless. Yeah, like 1 year. Yeah, there we go. Like 5%. More like relevant thing, right? Like the tip spread, which is, not really high. Do you actually save shrimp? What do you mean by save? Are you not familiar with the glorious Shrimp Welfare Project? You prevent suffering. You save shrimp in a sense that you save them from experiencing a painful death. But they do still die. But they would otherwise have experienced a much more painful death. Bronze people were locked in at 1 to 2% mortgage rates, and 60% of them will be renewed at 5 to 6%. The BOC is expecting record defaults. What's up?
No, okay. I just heard you made the point, like of that they still die nonetheless. Okay, never mind. But
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, and we should like if you knew someone was gonna die, but you could pick a torturous death or like just
No,
like
I mean,
euthanasia.
yeah.
You should take the euthanasia.
Like everyone agrees with his intuition, right? Like hunters like aim for the heart or whatever to like kill the animal as fast as possible, right? And like we stun.
Yeah, but people like to be irrational. So they would say like shrimp are less intelligent, and you're not even saving them. So what's the point? People love to be irrational.
Yeah.
But yeah. Good luck with the debate, though. I'm on my way to buy snacks.
Based.
That's right.
Yeah. Can shrimp even experience pain? Yeah, essentially all the evidence points to yes. Like the only like evidence we have that like shrimp don't feel pain is essentially just that there's like a lack of studies in some places, right? But we have a I'm not like the most educated on this point, because I feel like in order to be more educated on it, I would have to like develop a better like method for like understanding the research, right? So I'm mostly just trusting like the experts or whatever. But yeah, like essentially all the evidence says that shrimp can feel. Oh, bro, somewhere on their website, shrimp welfare, shrimp. So Shrimp Welfare Project, obviously you can say maybe these people are a little bit biased, but they cite a lot of good things in here about what the behavior that we see in shrimp and why it seems like they can feel pain. Like obviously like we see like shrimp will like rub their wounds, right? And they respond to painkillers, and it's kind of weird that you would see them exhibiting that behavior if they didn't feel pain, right? Just lie about it, non-fun. Say not only do they experience pain, but they experience love. Sorry, just made me laugh. You don't know shrimp can't experience love, okay? What did the boy shrimp say to the girl shrimp? Is this an actual... I don't know what they say. I want to grab a cocktail. Incredible. That's going to be my opening statement, actually. Yeah, I think the I don't know if they mentioned like the Norway one in here. Oh, they do. Yeah, both the UK and Norway, and I guess these two places as well. Like they had like government like reports come out looking at a bunch of evidence too, and they were like, hey, we probably should have like some like mandated protection for shrimp simply because it seems like they're sentient, or not just shrimp, but like decapods in general, which also includes like crawfish and lobsters, right? But certainly, what's funny is that like even if you like really, you should assign probabilities to things, right? So like it's a even if you only think that there's a like 50% chance that shrimp are sentient, which I would say is pretty low. It's like because of like how effective the Shrimp Welfare Project is, that's still like a big deal, right? Like because that like 440 billion farm shrimp are like killed every year, right? Like it's even if you only assign 50% probability to them actually being sentient, like you would prefer, like strictly speaking, to not do that, right? Or to, especially not to the things Shrimp Welfare Project does, not to give them a painful death, right? Not to, and eye sock ablation is another big thing. Making sure the ponds are clean. Expected value calculation, yeah, exactly. Like yeah, you just have to weigh like the probability of them being sentient versus the how much they suffer relative to other animals, right? And how effective other charities are, and blah 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 blah. I refuse to eat them. You love shrimp. I mean, nice thing about the Shrimp Welfare Project. Oh wait, shit. Did someone donate to the thing? Because the thing is gone. No, someone didn't donate. Okay. Good news, it doesn't break when someone donates. Bad news, why is it broken? There we go. The link works for you guys, right? It should. Click it. Yeah, it should work. Hopefully. Yeah, so there's that. I guess I only have like 10 minutes now. Goddamn. But yeah, I guess I talked to Sample about this, but it seems like it's a notification for both ways you can donate. Kind of. So via the Twitch thing, it now has alerts. So if you donate via Twitch, it does have alerts. If you donate via the link I have pinned, there's not going to be an alert. I have no way to make there an alert for that yet. I will in the future. Okay. Or not really. I will in the future. Eventually, the Shrimp Welfare Project will be integrated with existing charity stream things that allow you to add alerts for that stuff. But you will see in the bottom right corner that number change, and then I can pull up who donated, and if you had a message, I will make sure to read it. You also, I do pinky promise, if you use the regular dono link, which does have like a like an alert and TTS and everything, I do pinky promise to give it to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Now, when you donate via that, Streamlabs takes a small cut, and then when I give it to, oh, what's up?
Well, you said you want to talk to me about something?
No, I said I guess I said I guess I talked to you about the Econoplay thing, which I was going to talk about on my own a little bit.
Right. Okay, we can talk about that after. But I just bought the snack. It's cheaper than before. I love capitalism. But also, I was going to make the point of as an aside point, not related to anything you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with the argument for why the current, if you just look at the supply demand curve of the price controls and look at the deadweight loss, that's an underestimate?
I think I've seen Tyrus talk about it. But I think it's
yes. Yeah, I got it from him.
I forget what it is, but yeah.
It's basically that, like, when you have a competitive market, so look, no price control. Then it is all the people who value the good above that price can get it, right? And so that actually represents the utility. But when you have a price control, then not everyone who values the good above the current price it's given can afford the good. And so so if you look at the way the standard graph assumes who actually gets to buy it, it's the people who value it the most get it first. But that's obviously a ridiculous assumption. It's like anyone who values it above its cost would try to get it. And so it's definitely not the case that only by descending order of the people who value it would get it, right? And so that's actually a lower bound for the deadweight loss from price controls. It's actually presumably much greater. Depends on the elasticity. But yeah. I'm gonna good luck with the debate. Right. Yeah, shout out to Matthew. And I'll watch. I'll try not to DM you, but if I get infuriated with the guests' irrationality, but just make it clear to the audience.
You can DM me. I'm not gonna. I probably won't read it or anything, but
yeah. No, that's fine. But I like DMing you when I'm mad at guests. But I just wish you would make the point that you need not be a utilitarian to buy into.
Don't worry. That's
obviously. Yeah. Because people, whatever. Okay. Yeah. Good luck. I'm gonna go watch it. Bye.
Nice.
You didn't even say talk to her. You don't even say talk to her anymore.
Talk to you. If you say talk to her first to indicate that you're about to leave, I'll say talk to her. But talk to her.
Talk to her later.
Yeah.
That's right. It's because I'm the one who first started saying it. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
True. Talk to her. What's the debate of Shrimp Sentient? I'm sure that'll be part of it, but it's just a debate about the Shrimp Welfare Project and effective altruism generally. Like I said, I think people have been way too harsh on Econoplay. I don't get this shit. Are you a Georgist? I wouldn't describe myself as a Georgist. I would, there are obviously elements of Georgism I agree with. God damn it, I only have 5 minutes now. What the fuck? Which means I have to leave now. Anyway, it's funny. Tucker Carlson talked about endogenous money. Okay, it's stupid, crazy shit Trump's doing. Scott Sumner based. Can't really do that. Wow. Okay.
What up, G?
What's up?
You know.
Anyway, happy birthday, Wick.
Thank you.
True. I'm live, by the way. I think you probably know that, but I think don't say anything that can get me banned.
No slurs. Okay.
Yeah.
Not even on my birthday. Can't just have one birthday slur.
Unfortunately, I don't think Twitch operates that way.
You should get like one pass a year that you could use. Okay. You get to say it one time a year. You get it refreshes on your birthday every time.
Who administers the passes?
That would be done through AI. So.
Okay, incredible. Dude, I hate that they removed my I don't know if they removed it or if the update just like got rid of the ones I had existingly. I used to be able to group my tabs and then I would able to save the group and then I could reopen that group at any time, but now when I like close this shit, it just closes. The group's just gone forever. It's annoying. It's horrible. My goat, let's go.
My name's Matthew. You can call me that. I don't really care.
Whatever you want, man.
Fine. Yeah, Matthew is fun.
Okay.
So maybe Omni would be less confusing. I don't know.
Well, I will introduce you as Matthew. Okay, and if people want to refer to you as different things throughout the panel, that's them. Let me get the last guy on here, and then I'll kind of give you.
Normalize using your real name on the internet. Everyone's going to be better off when we're all comfortable just talking as human beings again.
Nah, you see what psycho stuff?
Non-fun. I assume your real name is in fact non-fun.
Obviously,
when your parents gave you.
Yeah. Obviously.
First name non, last name fun.
I mean, my
middle name non-fun.
Yeah, my real name's out there. People don't call me it ever, but it's not hard.
What's your real name?
If you must know, my real name is Jared.
Wow.
You look like a Jared. Okay.
Damn.
Just
okay.
FYI.
I was gonna say that, but then I was like, maybe this seems kind of post hoc, because like I feel like whenever people tell me their names, I very often say that they look like whatever their name happens to be. But that it just would be surprising a priori if in fact people mostly
like I wouldn't have
way.
pegged you as a Matthew, right? I wouldn't have guessed that. You look like more a Zach guy. Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't have tagged you as a Wick TV. That would not have been my first guess for your first name.
It is not my name. So you're correct. But I keep it hidden. I keep it safe. Okay. No one knows my real name, and I'm going to keep it that way.
Though they know your real age now, and when you posted it, and I realized that we're more or less the same age, I was like, and we have the same spot in our beard. It turns out human biology is a thing. I guess that's just what happens.
Crazy.
I think it's really one of the sort of the great unfairnesses of life is that I can't grow a beard. I think that's really sort of philosophers analyzing the problem of evil need to spend more time thinking about that. I can sort of grow like very small amounts of facial hair, but it like, the way that like when like 14-year-olds, they get a little bit of facial hair and it looks kind of stupid because it's like, it's not enough to be a real beard, I can get sort of that amount of facial hair, but nothing more.
I mean, based purely on philosophers' beards, The shrimp are in a lot of trouble. I don't know what to tell you guys.
I wasn't looking at it.
Team facial hair for the win.
$10.
Okay, it's a good thing that it'll be determined by arguments and not beard length.
Well, we'll find out. Okay, so here's how this.
Okay, real quick. This is nonsense. Hold on. It's this funny message.
Introduce the topic, and then I will give each of you, and I stress this, brief introductions, tell people who you are, why they should care what you say, and your initial thoughts on the topic at hand. Are there any questions before we go live? No? Beautiful. Wonderful. Hey,
is like 45 seconds okay? Is like a 45-second intro all right?
As long if you're under a minute, you're Gucci. Cool?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV. And it's a very special episode because it's my birthday episode. I have survived on this earth for 42 years, 42 long revolutions around the sun. And gang, I got to tell you, it feels great. So to celebrate my birthday, I wanted to get away from the slop, from the drama slop for a while. Okay. I wanted at least one day free of that. So we're going to be talking about effective altruism and the Shrimp Welfare Project. What is effective altruism? How does it relate to the Shrimp Welfare Project? Does it at all? What is the Shrimp Welfare Project? And why is it something we should even care about? Or should we? We got a great lineup today. Great guests. I'm going to give the mic to them, and they're going to, tell you who they are, what they think, and we'll get it on. Eucharist, you're starting us off. Here's the mic. Go ahead.
Well, this is unfortunate because I've just realized my main mic is not working. Thankfully, I had a Yeti sitting on standby to come. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think fundamentally the debate is going to be about the fact that most people find shrimp welfare very silly. And that's not an argument, but it is an important thing for the defenders of shrimp welfare to get past. And so I'm looking forward to hearing good arguments for why we should think it's not silly. I'm most interested, though, in sort of the, let's say, the emotive consequences of this. Like, what world could I imagine, 100 years from now, if I'm sufficiently convinced tonight that I should care about the shrimp, what should my emotional state be 100 years from now toward shrimp? Should I just wake up every morning and stay awake at night, like, incredibly distressed about the plight of shrimp? I'll be interested to see about that. I have a lot of random arguments and assorted quotes to blogs by people on this panel. But yeah, if I'm keeping it short, I think it's silly, and I look forward to being convinced otherwise. Thanks.
Okay, we got one for Team Silly. Thanks for being here. Always a pleasure to have you, Eucharist. We'll get into it as we go. Next, we're going to give the mic to Ryan C. Mullally. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ryan. If you know me, you probably know me from arguing law and politics, but I also philosophy bro, so I can be the worst person ever, both lawyer and philosopher bro. And that's what we're going to do here tonight. I think the Shrimp Welfare Project is inherently silly, and that's not because I hate shrimp. I nothing shrimp, and I think that's the right attitude to have towards shrimp. To me, this seems like an outgrowth of a kind of bastardized utilitarianism that has become very prevalent in our civic discourse, and that's what I'm hoping to attack tonight because I don't think it has legs to stand on.
Okay, thank you for being here. We're going to see how many shrimp legs you can knock out tonight, and we'll get into it. Next up, the Shrimp Welfare Project's strongest defender that I've ever seen, Non-Pun. Go ahead.
You can't say that with Matthew in the room. Goddamn.
Fair enough,
yeah, I'm
fair
not
enough.
fun. Usually I stream more about like economics and politics generally. So with regards to the Shrimp Welfare Project, I think like as long as you accept that we should have at least some minimum consideration for the suffering of animals, and that the Shrimp Welfare Project is just really effective at reducing shrimp suffering, like you should think it's at least a good charity to donate to, even if you don't think we have any like obligation to donate to it, right? And with regards to effective altruism more general, I think, the sort of broadest definition of it is like almost obviously true. Like insofar as you have an obligation or it's even just a good thing to act charitably, you should probably try to maximize the sort of returns that you get from doing that. And I think the Shrimp Welfare Project is a really good way to do that.
Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Next up, first time guest on my channel, hopefully not last. We'll see how this goes. We got Matthew here. Go ahead, Matthew. Tell people who you are, what you do, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks. So my name is Matthew. I write the blog Bentham's Bulldog, which you should all check out immediately. My basic argument is quite simple, and it doesn't assume utilitarianism or anything very controversial. Imagine that there were 15,000 shrimp about to be slowly and painfully killed in front of you, either frozen and suffocated to death, or maybe just suffocated, or maybe crushed to death under many other shrimp. It would be good to spend $1 to stop all of this death and suffering. But every dollar given to the Shrimp Welfare Project makes painless about 15,000 deaths and anesthetizes about 15,000 shrimps before death. So if it would be good to spend the money in the case I just gave, then it's good to give money to the Shrimp Welfare Project. The reason this is a good use of money is that painful deaths are bad. It's bad to experience intense agony. If you can prevent a mind-bogglingly large amount of a bad thing from happening by spending $1, it's a good use of $1. So that's the basic case for shrimp welfare. Excited to discuss this more.
Okay. Why shouldn't we care about that? What's wrong with that, Eucharist and Ryan? If you got $1 and you could stop 15,000 shrimp from feeling pain, why is that silly?
Yeah, I guess I'm in a weird spot because I, for I think different reasons than the other two pro shrimp people here, probably agree with some of the conclusions. At the very least, like I think it's bad for people to torture animals. And so that's, the people who are torturing shrimp are doing a bad thing. Y'all can go read the Bentham's Bulldog Substack for some very vivid descriptions of what it's like to die as a shrimp. Doesn't sound super fun, right? So one of the main issues I run into mentally, ethically, morally, spiritually, whatever, is sort of the calculation to arrive at that conclusion that then brings with it some kinds of obligations or responsibilities, which is I have yet to be convinced. Steve, I love, by the way, I want to say, I love reading the Bentham's Bulldog Substack. He's right. You should check it out. And my favorite thing about it is that it really, really triggers Lyman Stone. It's really fun to watch him get real mad on the internet. So that's my favorite thing about it. I have yet to be convinced. Yeah, amazing. That's beautiful. I like him a lot too, but
maximize his suffering. Let's go.
It's fun to watch the back and forth. But I've yet to be convinced, I guess, that pain and suffering are species fungible in the way that the math presented suggests to me it is. And so that's what I think most looking forward to talking about tonight. Yeah, so that would be my thing, is like the math doesn't math to me because I don't think that pain and suffering are species fungible in a way that gives me any sort of particular care for shrimp suffering over human suffering particularly, or the suffering of other animals.
I would pick up on what you, Chris, said. I think before you get into whether something is good and using the more technical sense that you ought to do it because it's a good thing to do, we would need to establish that shrimp have moral worth, that they are either moral agents or moral patients. And I don't think they're either. And, when I go in my backyard and there are ants that are irritating me, and I poison them with various pesticides, I'm not concerned about their welfare. It's not a thing that enters my mind, nor should it, because I don't think they have moral significance in that way. Now, there's different cases where people's relationships with animals can create a moral relationship and can create moral obligations. But in the abstract, I just don't think I have any. Now, if you're using the word good in a more colloquial sense, like, not in terms of moral obligation, but just like, okay, like there's a guy, he gave $1 to the Shrimp Welfare Project, thumbs up. Okay, sure. Like, I mean, I can, that could be emotively good or have some kind of warm fuzzy attached to it. But in terms of a moral prescription, I just don't think there's any moral obligation there.
Yeah, so I think.
Go ahead, Matthew.
So I think it's important to distinguish between the things that are morally obligatory and the things that are good. It's a good thing to do to call your mother on her birthday, but presumably it's not morally obligatory. The thing I want to convince you of is that this is a good use of spending money if you're interested in making the world a better place. This is one of the places that you should seriously consider. Now, Eucharist, you were suggesting that you weren't sure if the badness of pain was species fungible. I'm not sure if you were doubting that shrimp feel pain, or you were doubting that shrimp feel pain and that matters, or both.
Probably the second of those three options. That I feel like I'm sufficiently convinced by the sorts of things you outline, like their apparent aversion to pain, their ability to get addicted to various substances when we offer to them, all those sorts of things. Fairly sufficiently convinced that they feel some kind of pain. The thing I need to be convinced of, I guess, is that I should care about shrimp pain as a sort of percentage unit of human pain, right? So yeah, if you want to go with that, there are other intuitions in the background here, but yeah.
Sure. So I guess here's kind of my basic view on this. I think it's bad to feel intense pain. And if I think about why it's bad to feel intense pain, like if I think about times when I've been in really intense pain, and I think about what's bad about it, when I'm like, oh, what's bad about having a really bad headache? The answer does not seem to be, well, I'm biologically Homo sapien. Nor does the answer seem to be, well, I got a high SAT score or anything. It seems to be, it's bad because it hurts. It's bad to like feel really bad for an extended period of time. It's bad to slowly suffocate to death. And so if there's good evidence that shrimp can feel fairly intense pain, that shrimp can feel things that feel really bad that you wouldn't want to happen to you, and you can prevent tens of thousands of instances of these things happening by spending $1, this seems pretty good. I don't actually think this is that unintuitive of a notion. Like, a lot of people are pretty queasy about the idea of boiling a lobster in a pot. It's been banned in various places in Europe. And so if you think it's bad when lobsters are boiled in pots, you should think it's bad when shrimp are slowly suffocated to death. And, then if it's bad when shrimp are slowly suffocated to death, it's worth spending $1 to make it so that tens of thousands of their deaths are painless.
I mean, that's similar. I don't want to, something I wanted to ask is like, we have a lot of other like humane slaughter initiatives for some of them are even like mandated, right? Like it's mandated that you kill cows in a relatively humane way via like stunners, right? And I guess I would just ask, like, I'm very curious for Ryan. Like, do we think that is justified? Do we think those are good laws?
I don't have strong feelings about those laws one way or the other, to be honest with you. I do think that humans can develop moral obligations to animals based on their relationship with the animals. I don't think cows are particularly fungible with shrimp in terms of their complexity. And I think that there's kind of an odd undercurrent here, which is that it's good to reduce suffering regardless of its form in any and all instances, which I guess I would like to probe a little bit, because I don't understand what the prescription is. Like, there's plenty of cases, I'm sure, that we could bring up where you guys are more or less fine with suffering for a variety of reasons. So, why is shrimp particularly noteworthy of all things?
Well,
sorry, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, like, it's not that like shrimp are particularly noteworthy in terms of like their suffering is like more important, right? Like, me and Matthew, I think, both agree that like, pain is bad because it hurts, right? It doesn't depend on the intelligence of the sufferer or anything like that. So, the big thing with shrimp is just like the scale at which they are killed, right? And the sort of efficiency of the Shrimp Welfare Project at reducing that. So, it's something. It's like 400 billion like farm shrimp are like killed every year, right? Like that's an insane scale. Even if you think shrimp suffer like relatively minor compared to any other animal, really, like that's because of this sheer scale, like the aggregate amount of suffering is really big, and because we can prevent that so cheaply, that is a like just generally really good thing to do.
But I guess the scaling thing is a little bit odd to me, because like if we were doing a suffering trolley problem, right? And on one side of the suffering trolley, it's not going to kill them, it's just going to hurt a lot, right? I had, my daughter, and the trolley was going to stub her toe, and she'd just be in pain, but she'd be fine. And on the other side, there'd be 15,000 shrimp who are really suffering because someone ripped out their eye stalks. This isn't a hard question for me. I'm going to avoid my daughter's suffering every single time because shrimp don't matter that much. And I just don't see how we're getting around that. Like, the numbers can get big, but you still have to have some equivalency to human suffering in order for this to matter at all.
Okay, I want to give it to Matthew. Go ahead.
Presumably you agree that humans experiencing intense suffering is a bad thing. So I'm asking, what is it about shrimp that makes it so that their suffering is so morally insignificant compared to human suffering? Like, when I think about what's bad about feeling intense pain, it seems like at least a big part of it is it's bad to feel intense pain because it feels bad. If there are other creatures who can also feel intense pain, and that shrimp can suffer intensely, at least with decent probability, I think that's very likely. We can talk about reasons to think that, but your view seems to be, even if they can suffer intensely, like, that doesn't really matter. And so I'm just trying to understand, what is it about their pain that makes it so that their pain is tens of millions of times less significant than human pain?
I mean, I think everybody goes through the world and makes value judgments about which things they're going to care about and which things they don't. I mean, I'm going to ask you, I think it's a question that I think is maybe rhetorical, because I can guess, but I assume you're not pro-life, right?
I'm a widow, and I'm pretty uncertain about abortion.
Okay, so if you're not pro-life, right, and I'm not saying you should be, but if you're not pro-life and you're very worried about whether shrimp feel suffering, but less worried about whether fetuses feel suffering. That strikes me as a bizarre state of affairs. Not because you must be pro-life, I'm not making that prescription, but because there's so much human suffering in the world, but we're choosing to focus on shrimp suffering because the number of shrimp are big. But the number of shrimp are big. The number of ants are big. Who gives a shit? There's a lot of species, there's a lot of animals that are very numerous. If you can convince me that bacteria feel pain, I wouldn't care about them feeling pain. I have no moral intuition that I should care. I also do boil my lobsters alive, if that helps.
Okay, sorry. So just, well, actually, I mean, to address the abortion case, I think there's a big difference between the abortion case. Like, abortion raises all sorts of complicated ethical considerations involving bodily autonomy, involving whether the fetus is conscious in the first place. I think at the early stages, it's pretty clear that the fetus is not conscious. Now, if there was an analog of the Shrimp Welfare Project for abortion, like if there was a charitable organization that for every dollar would make painless 15,000 abortions, where like they would be painless for the fetus at the stage at which the fetus feels pain, then I would think that was like a really good charity, because I think it's bad to feel it's bad to feel really intense suffering, and I think that so if you could prevent very large amounts of bad things by spending $1, it's worth doing it. If you can help out millions of creatures by spending $100, it's worth doing it. But once again, I'm just trying to understand. So like, you agree human pain matters. You think shrimp pain doesn't matter. I'm trying to understand, what is it about shrimp that makes their pain not matter? Merely repeating that you don't think that shrimp pain matters doesn't that doesn't answer the question.
Yeah, and I mean, it depends how much philosophy bro you want to do here. I'm not a utilitarian.
All the philosophy bro.
I'm a natural law theorist when it comes to ethics. I don't think shrimp have any natural rights. I think they are neither moral patients nor agents, so they do not impact my moral thinking. I'm sure I would grant you they are pain. I just don't think it has moral significance and therefore has no impact on my behavior.
I think you're not quite getting the question. Maybe I'm like, let me just be clear on sort of like what an answer to the question would look like. So I'm trying to understand, what is it about shrimp pain that you think makes it morally unimportant? So an example that a person might give, they might say, well, shrimp, they have like very limited intelligence. Okay, they're like not very smart, and so for that reason, I don't think we should take their suffering seriously, because they're sort of like very stupid. That would be like one kind of answer to this, right? But I'm just trying to understand, just what is it about shrimp that makes you think that their welfare is utterly morally irrelevant? That makes you think that when they're thrashing about in agony, when they're experiencing something that you would pay a lot of money not to experience, when they're experiencing something potentially very painful, I'm trying to understand, what is it about them that makes you think that that's not a big deal when it would be a big deal if it happened to humans?
In the natural order of things, we occupy totally different places on the food chain. We have totally different levels of complexity. We have totally different levels of understanding. If you want to go the religious route, then there's that aspect as well. There's nothing about a shrimp that strikes me as them having moral significance. So I don't ascribe moral significance to every living thing merely because it is a living thing. You need a reason for that. And even if I was to adopt a utilitarian framework, right? And often when I do debate utilitarians, I'm debating secular humanists. And then when we talk about, within utilitarianism, we talk about human flourishing is their metric. Well, let's adopt that for a moment. Shrimp suffering does not impact human flourishing. It just doesn't.
I'm not a
metric that includes shrimp welfare to care about shrimp welfare.
So I'm not a secular humanist. At least, I think animals matter. Maybe it'll depend on exactly how the term is defined. And while I am a utilitarian, the thing that I'm arguing here is much more modest than utilitarianism, and it certainly doesn't assume utilitarianism. Utilitarianism makes a whole range of very controversial claims, like pleasure and well-being of conscious creatures is the only thing that matters. I'm not committed to any of that. All I'm arguing is that if you can prevent very, very, very large amounts of intense suffering by spending very small amounts of money, that's pretty good use. If you could prevent 150 lobsters from experiencing the pain of being boiled by spending a penny, it would be a good use. Now, you were trying to explain. So I was asking you what it was about shrimp that that makes you think that their welfare doesn't matter? You sort of you kind of gestured in a few different directions. You said, they occupy, they're developmentally similar. Now, I want to know in more detail, like what exactly what you mean by developmental simplicity. Is it just that they have like simpler brains with fewer neurons? Because presumably, if we came across a human who could feel intense pain, but they had fewer neurons, you wouldn't say, oh, well, then they don't morally matter. So I just like if you're saying A matters but B doesn't matter, you should be able to point to some difference between A and B, where you say A matters because it has some property, but B doesn't have that property.
I'll make it as simple as I can. I'm not worried about gazelle sufferings when lions kill them either. Like, they occupy a completely different part of the food chain. They are prey animals for our species. We kill them and eat them. I am largely uninterested in how they feel about that.
Right. I'm quite clear that you don't think shrimp welfare matters, okay, and that you don't think that the welfare of a whole range of creatures matters. The thing that I'm trying to understand is, what is it about them that makes you think that their welfare is not morally important? It would be like, imagine I say,
they are prey animals.
Okay, there are prey animals, and by that you just mean that we in fact eat them.
I mean, we are an animal that occupies a place in the food chain, and they are our prey animals. Their welfare is not our primary concern, except to the extent that we make it our concern, or it impacts other humans.
So imagine a world where, like, we had prey animals that were like these intelligent agents, right? They were like full-on agents. They were smart. They had the ability to reason in all sorts of ways. They had the ability to feel intense pain. Would it be okay to torture them or to inflict large amounts of suffering on them for trivial reasons just because they were our prey?
What do you mean by okay? Do you mean like we have a moral obligation?
Like, would it be morally all right?
Yes.
Okay. Wait. Sorry. Just to be clear. So, like. Or sorry, I haven't sort of done it.
It's okay. Before you finish your thought line, hold on, just real quick. I got to make a little money because my welfare is important. $5 from Zero Fucks to say happy birthday, Wick. Thank you. Also check Ryan's new video on originalism at his Natural Law with Ryan Mullally. Go check it out, gang. 10 Wick TV gift memberships from Libertarian Trap. Thank you. $20 from Malik to say happy birthday to my favorite Destiny apologist. I don't apologize for him. I attack him probably more than you do. 50 gift memberships from JMac. Thank you. 50. And then $50 from AKA Batozai to say happy birthday to you from me. So I guess a question to you guys on the Shrimp Welfare Project end. Well, have they done anything morally wrong by not giving that money to shrimp? How many shrimp could they have saved with that money that they did
Ryan
not?
One question first before we go around and answer that. Yeah,
Ryan,
it feels like, I guess I don't know exactly what you mean by food chain, but it feels like you would reject this argument if like some, hyper intelligent alien civilization came down and said, well, we clearly occupy like a higher place in the food chain than you, so we're not going to have any moral consideration for any humans, and we're simply going to enslave and eat them, right? Like, that'd be think you would reject that.
I mean, my ethics is human dependent. So in an alien attack situation, I'm on team human. They might not be. Like, that's the way that these relationships work. I feel like we have enough concerns in our society other than shrimp welfare that warrant our attention. And yeah, I mean, if the aliens come down, they might not give a shit about us.
Sorry, there's a difference between the claim the aliens would not in fact care about us and the claim that the aliens have no moral reason to care about us. My view would be, if the aliens, you had the like predator aliens that started like killing and eating us, that started tossing us by the thousands into these big things where we froze underwater, where we froze and suffocated to death. And then there was an alien charity called the Human Welfare Project, where they would anesthetize tens of thousands of humans per dollar that they were given. It would seem quite obvious that aliens giving to that charity was quite a morally righteous thing to do. That even if they were above us on the food chain, our welfare would still matter. The mere fact that we have the might to do something doesn't make it right for us to do that thing.
Well, the funny thing about this is that we're presupposing that my entire moral system is wrong. So in a world where my entire moral system is wrong, then yeah, I would imagine my moral system is wrong. But
sorry, why does imagining aliens that eat us presuppose your moral system is wrong?
Because as I was trying to allude to earlier, I'm a natural rights theorist. So the idea is that man was created by God with natural rights, with certain rights that form the basis of our moral obligations to each other. Aliens coming down and farming us by the tens of thousands would be pretty good evidence that I was wrong about that, to be totally clear.
Why is that evidence against natural law theory?
Because if humans are not, in fact, reflections of God's image and are, in fact, prey animals for aliens, that would strongly imply that we were wrong about a lot of the stuff we wrote in the Declaration of Independence when we talked about the unique human dignity of mankind. In fact,
there are, in fact, creatures that would eat us if given the opportunity, okay? And so...
And they don't, and we have overcome them. The fact that they would like to eat us is very different than them actually occupying a higher rung on the food chain than us. I mean, I don't think, I imagine lion attacks don't rank high on your agenda.
No, but I guess, well, so I don't agree. I don't know why this would falsify natural law theory that there were things that ate us. That, in fact, there are lots of creatures that kill us very frequently. Bacteria and viruses. I don't see why having these big aliens that harm us would be very different from that. It's old news that the world is filled with all sorts of horrendous evils.
You don't see why a more advanced species coming here and displacing us as the dominant species on Earth with their superior technology and intellect would maybe have an issue with the fact that we are, in fact, in some way made in God's image. That wouldn't strike you as a problem?
Because I don't think that when us being made in God's image has much to do with where we're situated in the food chain. Presumably when we're, us being made in God's image doesn't mean that we eat other things, but they don't eat us. It has something to do with what the sorts of creatures we are, that we're creatures that are capable of rationality. I mean, I'm not a Christian, so there will be different interpretations of this, but I don't know, that seems like an utterly bizarre way of reading the made in the image of God bit.
Right, and it kind of feels like
hearing you, Chris, too. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. I don't know. It kind of feels like you've shifted again to just and not that this wasn't your original position, but you kind of let it. It said that the food chain was the thing that was responsible, but now it seems like you've just shifted to saying, it's basically solely whether you're made in the image of God is what grants you moral consideration or not. Right, and I think that's
what I'm saying is that whether or not you grant a moral agent or a moral patient moral consideration is a result of your moral system. If you are, and I gave the example earlier, a secular humanist, and your metric is utilitarianism through the lens of human flourishing, a shrimp is not a human. They don't count. They don't add up in the equation. So you wouldn't care about shrimp welfare. If you're a natural law theorist, shrimp don't factor in the way that you would like them to. In order to care about shrimp, you have to be specifically somebody who is tabbing up, i.e. a utilitarian, units of suffering, and somebody who thinks that shrimp suffering is worth tabbing up. The question you might ask yourself is, yes, it's only $1. Wick also bought a Coke for $1. I don't know what it cost Wick. I'm assuming it's $1 for this example. And by drinking that Coke, he got some units of pleasure. So the question is whether the units of pleasure Wick is receiving by drinking this Coke outweigh the suffering of 15,000 shrimp. The fact that Wick is drinking the Coke implies to me that Wick thinks the Coke is better than the shrimp, and I think he's right.
Well, sorry, I will just note, the argument absolutely does not require you to be a utilitarian. I mean, for example, I wrote a blog post on this subject, and it convinced Mike Humer, who's one of the big opponents of utilitarianism, to give $1,000 to the Shrimp Welfare Project. He's a libertarian, deontologist, philosopher. The argument, so utilitarianism is controversial because it says that well-being is the only thing that matters, that we have no constraints on the pursuit of well-being, nobody has any rights, and we should just try to maximize well-being. The thing that the Shrimp Welfare case is orders of magnitude less controversial, okay? The Shrimp Welfare case, the basic argument is just, it's bad to experience really intense suffering, and you should prevent tons and tons of bad stuff if you can do it at very minimal cost. So it definitely does not require utilitarianism.
I guess my question, though, to you guys, and I want to hand it over to you, Chris, but again, it comes at an opportunity cost. If someone were to donate any amount of money, whether it be $1,000, whether it be $1, whether it be 50 cents, what have you, to this project, they are necessarily not spending that money in other places, right? Whether they buy 1,000 Cokes or whatever, or whether they donate to perhaps homeless shelters or other projects that will alleviate human suffering. So why should I forego donating to a cause that alleviates human suffering, even though it would alleviate much less, to alleviate millions of shrimp suffering? Because I think, and Ryan and Eucharist can correct me if I'm wrong, but the argument on Eucharist and Ryan's side is that I would give $1 if it saved a moment of pain from a human rather than 15,000 shrimp from excoriating horrific death.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, they do have different reasons for that, right? Like Ryan is saying he doesn't even think shrimp are moral subjects at all.
I want to hear from Eucharist.
Well,
I want you guys to answer the question.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard because I if you introduce I reject. I don't know. I'm not as much of a philosophy bro as both of you guys, so you guys might be able to walk me down a self-contradictory rabbit hole here. But I sort of, on my understanding of the term and the concept, I reject the idea that animals have moral status. But I don't reject the idea that we might have some sort of obligations to them. I think sort of like what Ryan was alluding to, that we can, by virtue of being human beings and certain relationships with them, take on certain obligations towards them. And so I think my intuition is effectively, I agree, it is a bad thing for people to torture shrimp. I think the people who are tossing billions of shrimp into slurries so that they can slowly suffocate and freeze to death, they're doing a bad thing. And it's bad primarily, I think, on my account, because it's doing a bad thing to them. The kind of person who tortures animals is the kind of person we expect to generally be a worse human than other humans. And so I guess I agree. And so Matthew, I've read a bunch of your stuff, and I think you're right. I've become convinced, I think this was a roadblock for me for a while, but I've become convinced that you're right. This doesn't require one to be a utilitarian, but it does require somebody to assume some sort of, again, fungibility or equivalency between units of pain. So you referenced this Rethink Priorities study a lot that says, sort of the mean estimate of shrimp suffering is they probably suffer about 19% as intensely as a human being. And so I was looking through that earlier, and, I don't have the statistical acumen to unseat the arguments they're making there or the data they're relying on. I just question what that number should mean to me, right? I'm not sufficiently convinced that 19% suffering, equivalent units stacked up against each other matters. And so the second point that I'd be interested in hearing more responses to, because you've mentioned this a couple times, Matthew, I think Non-Fun, I've seen you tweet about this. I think, Matthew, one of your blogs, you said one of the only arguments against shrimp welfare that you found weighty at all was sort of the non-intuitive one, the counterintuitive implications of accepting this view of shrimp suffering, that if we should on average be having more regard for shrimp in this way, what follows from that that seems crazy, but hey, sometimes these things are crazy. So I was wondering if you could speak more to that and what you think sort of the craziest implications are of the view that you're presenting, because I've seen you disavow, I guess, the idea that we should trade a human life even for billions of shrimp life. You might be able to put the human value somewhere on the infinite scale, whatever. But I'm just curious what you think the craziest implication of your view is, if you think that's the most forceful kind of argument against it. But yeah, those are my things. Is I'm unironically speciesist, right? I think humans matter in a way that animals don't. And then so that unit of 19% is intense suffering, I can't math that into making me care about them more. It might mean that I have certain duties or obligations, if I'm trying to be a good person, to not torture animals, but I'm not following the equation of this means I should be giving my money to this relief of suffering, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so there have been a few things raised, so I guess maybe I'll start with what Wick said, and then I'll move on to others. So, the basic reason why you should give at least some money to shrimp rather than people is because it's just so much more effective in terms of bettering lives if you give to shrimp than people. Now, I think giving to people is also quite valuable. I give some of my money to effective charities helping humans. I encourage people, for example, to give to the Against Malaria Foundation, which is trying to stop people from getting malaria. But so imagine just, thought experiment. You're walking down the street and you see 100 shrimp that are suffocating in a bucket. And if you walk over and spend a minute, you can just pour them from the bucket into a body of water so they don't die. So by spending a minute, you can save 100 shrimp from painful death. Well, I think you should do that. I think you should do that not just because of the effect it would have on you, but because of the effect it would have on the shrimp. Like it's bad that they're like slowly suffocating to death in a barrel. But if you think it's worth spending a minute to save 100 shrimp, well, every dollar. So that means that you value averting the painful deaths of 100 shrimp at about at least a minute per 100 shrimp. Okay, so that means you value shrimp at least 6,000 per hour. And if in an hour you earn at least $4, then by donating it you can save about 6,000 shrimp from a painful death. So basically, like based on any sort of plausible weighting of how much people, like just on any view that implies that we should care about shrimp enough to like help them out, help hundreds of them by spending a minute, will also imply that it's good to give at least some amount of money to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Or like, if there was if there were 15,000 shrimp that were about to be tortured to death, and there was a machine that was going to stun them, but it was broken, and you could fix it by just like slotting in $1. Even if you were on your way to give that $1 to charity, like it would still seem like, spend that $1. It's a valid, you're averting so much bad stuff from happening.
The thing I don't like about this argument is that it tallies up suffering, without resolving the species, let's call it the species coefficient. Like, even if we assume that shrimp suffering matters for the sake of argument, there would be some kind of multiplier on it that you would have to use if you were going to compare it to anything else, units of pleasure, other things you could be doing, other suffering you could be preventing. And if you break it down to a tiny, tiny unit of time or a tiny amount of giving, you could do that for literally anything. Should I prevent ant suffering? Should I prevent shrimp suffering? Should I water the plants so maybe they feel some infinitesimal amount of suffering? Should I be donating some time to a stray dog help project? Should I? There's an infinite number of things that we could be doing, but what we have to do is actually have trade-offs between our time and our efforts and our money, and prioritize the things that matter to us. So the large number of shrimp doesn't speak to me very much because I just don't understand what the shrimp coefficient would be. And I think it would have to be, if not zero, approaching zero of all the things that I could care about in the course of my life.
Okay. Go ahead, respond. Then I wanted to read some more super chats. Thank you for the money. And give it to you, Chris.
So I think people tend to think that, like, I think the evidence for shrimp sentience is somewhat better than the evidence for ant sentience, and people tend to think ants aren't very sentient. If it turned out that like ants were super sentient and suffered intensely, then yeah, like if you could say help out tens of thousands of ants by spending $1, like, that would seem pretty good. Now regarding your point, Eucharist, about like what the kind of ratio is. So I guess my basic view. So my view is I think how bad it is to suffer doesn't depend on your species. Like when I think about what's bad about being in intense pain, when I think about what would make it bad if I were in intense pain, the right account would seem to have nothing to do with like the fact that I'm biologically Homo sapien. Maybe me being biologically Homo sapien would affect how much I suffer. I just think about what's bad about like being tortured or having a really, really bad headache. It seems just very odd to think that the reason why that's bad wouldn't have to do with how it feels, but instead would have to do with the fact that I'm biologically Homo sapien or with my cognitive capacity. So I think that pain is just as bad no matter what your species is. Now, even if you think pain is like vastly worse if you're a human, which I struggle to see a convincing argument for why that would be. But even if you think pain is vastly worse if you're a human, I mean, in expectation, it looks like giving $1 to the Shrimp Welfare Project, by pretty conservative estimates, prevents about as much suffering as preventing 3,000 painful human deaths. If you buy the Rethink Priorities estimate, the shrimp experience suffering that 19% as intensely as people. And so then even if you think that like pain experienced by shrimp is only 1/1000th as bad as an equivalent amount of pain experienced by humans, or even if you think there's only like a 1% chance that a view on which it's 10% as bad is true, like just even if you think in expectation it's only 1/1000th as bad, it still means that like every 33 cents given to the Shrimp Welfare Project is about as valuable as averting a painful death. So I think this is like a good, you can like just given how effective it is, unless you think that shrimp's interests matter for literally zero, you end up getting the result that giving to the Shrimp Welfare Project is very valuable.
Yeah, that was basically exactly what I was going to say. But I do want to add on, like, certainly, like, even if you think, shrimp units are a unit of suffering for a shrimp is like not as important as a unit of suffering for a human, because of how effective the Shrimp Welfare Project is, it's probably still better than like the median charity or like the average charity, or at least the average like non-effective altruist focused charity, right? So certainly, like, it's not something that you should get. I'm not saying you guys have done this, but it's not something that you should be criticized for donating for under that view, right? It'd be about the same as donating to any other charity.
I'm sorry. This strikes me as and by the way, like, in the abstract, setting aside shrimp, the concept of effective altruism, I think, is great. Like, I think we should prioritize things that work better than things that don't. But the logic of what you're saying would imply that if I had a sufficiently high shrimp coefficient and I have $1 to decide whether I'm going to give to the cancer kids at St. Jude's or the shrimp, I should do some kind of mathematical equation and come out with, oh, well, it does help enough shrimp. It turns out that is preventing that suffering is better than preventing the cancer kids suffering because I've mathed it out right. And I think that's absurd.
Look, I
just think we're obviously biased against shrimp, where, like, I mean, there are just all sorts of reasons not to trust our direct intuition about how much shrimp are. Shrimp are kind of small and weird looking. We don't naturally have any empathy for them. So I don't think that we should trust our direct, like it shouldn't be that your main argument against shrimp mattering is, well, it just seems weird that shrimp matter. And then
Matt, it's not that. It's that in the course of this conversation, when I asked you about abortion, that's very complicated and a tricky one with a lot of factors. But it's clear that fetuses at late stages or even moderate stages feel pain when aborted. There's no question about that. That's a complicated question. When we talked about weighing cancer kids versus weighing buckets of shrimp, that was there's a math there and people should really lean into the math. These aren't complicated questions. You help the kid.
But that's the conclusion, right? Your conclusion is that humans matter categorically more than non-humans. We should help humans more than non-humans. And what is the argument for that other than it just seems intuitive?
I think that the burden of proof is definitely not on me to prove that humans and shrimp have any kind of moral equivalency. I think that the entire scope of human history is full of us not giving a shit about how shrimp feel, and that we were correct to do so. And furthermore, the best evidence of the fact that we shouldn't worry too much about shrimp is exactly what I said at the beginning, that they are our prey species, and we do not need to engage in undue empathetic worry about our prey. That isn't how life works. And even if we did want to care about it, there's always a trade-off between resources and what we're doing. And there's no reason for me to think that the coefficient that I would attach to shrimp suffering in any way justifies any number of shrimp suffering, meaning that it should change my behavior. For example, if I came up with a delicious shrimp recipe, if I came up with a recipe that was great, it was the most delicious shrimp recipe, but it required that I boil them alive or barbecue them alive in order to prepare it. But it made a lot of people very happy because my shrimp recipe was so delicious. I think I'm doing a good thing because the value of shrimp suffering is so low that it just doesn't factor in. And there would need to be a reason to think that it doesn't.
Okay. Before you respond, and I'm going to let you respond, I do need to make a little money. $10 from XVN232 to say happy birthday, Wick. Stand B on the old bird side. Thank you. $20 from JMac to say out of all the animals, why the hell did you choose shrimp? Is it because they're super tasty? I mean, just seems like you want the notoriety for choosing such an outlandish cause, which is definitely a strategy. So you do you. $5.
It's because you can help 15,000 of them by spending $1, and the same is not true of other species.
Yeah. Lang Ong for $5 says, cheers, birthday boy. By the way, have you received your birthday punches yet? I have received my birthday death threats. Okay. We are up to, we are way past the 42 mark. So, yeah.
If you saw the panel this week, you know why. Good work, by the way. That was theater, buddy.
Thank you. $20 from JMac to say, also want to add that we should try to reduce the suffering of the animals we consume. Also, happy birthday, Wick. Thank you. $5 from Audacity to say, shrimps don't have enough cortex development to even experience suffering. Their brains and nervous system is more akin to logic circuits than a brain. And then finally, £5 From Jacob Buckingham, the most British name I've ever fucking heard. Morals are emotions. Attempting to explain or quantify them with numbers is a non-starter. Okay, with that, Mike to Matthew, and then we're gonna go to you, Trist. After that, go ahead.
Okay, so I have given an argument for why we should care about shrimp. And the argument, I think, is relatively straightforward and appeals to very modest premises. It's bad to feel intense agony. If we reflect on why it's bad to feel intense agony, it does not seem to have to do with either species, nor does it seem to have to do with, cognitive developments. Like, the fact that your pain is bad doesn't seem to have to do with the fact that you're Homo sapien. So far as I can tell, there have been kind of a few basic objections. One of them is just a question like, why take seriously the welfare of other animals? I think that's answered by the considerations I've given so far. That just like agony is bad. Its badness doesn't seem to have to do with species or with degree of cognitive development. The second our idea seemed to be, which is like really counterintuitive to care about shrimp. The idea that we should care about them. Ryan was appealing repeatedly to the idea that, like, of course, if you had to make a trade-off between the welfare of lots of people or between the welfare of lots of shrimp or one person, of course we'd prioritize the person. No, and my view is I don't think we should trust our direct intuitions about this very much due to all the psychological co-founders that I mentioned before. Like, if shrimp were just larger and cuter, we would care way more about them. People would find it much more intuitive that, like, if shrimp looked like cute little puppies, people would find it way more intuitive that it's better to prevent 1,000 shrimp from being tortured than one human from stubbing their toe. I think when you take into account the fact that basically throughout nearly all of human history, we've engaged in severe moral error where we did not take into account the interests of a sizable class of sentient beings that mattered a lot. For much of, Peter Singer talks about this in The Expanding Circle. Like, originally people only cared about fellow tribe members. Then it expanded to be like sort of people of the same civilization. Only now have we reached the kind of lukewarm cosmopolitanism. When you realize that it's just this very consistent historical error where we don't care enough about the interests of others, then we should be suspicious that we might be making the same error. So that's a reason to not trust our direct intuitions on this. And Ryan's last reason seems to be that they're a prey species. But I mean, whether or not something is a prey of you, that's just a function of whether you eat them. The mere fact that you eat some other creature doesn't make it okay. If
I can make you my prey, Ryan. I could make you my
if the rest of the human population just decided that, like, the population of louse was on the menu, that we should just start eating the population of louse, this would not thereby be a reason to ignore the interests of the population of louse. Whether people matter, the interest that conscious beings have, how much we should care about them, is a function of traits that they possess. It's not a function of not a function of like whether other beings eat them.
Matt, there's a trolley problem. On one side is a single human you don't know. On the other side is a pile of shrimp. How big does the pile of shrimp need to be before you pull the lever to kill the human?
I don't know, but to be clear, the argument I'm making doesn't require any the argument for sharing that shrimp welfare,
because you need a coefficient.
Let me finish.
You need
hold on, one at a time. Let Matthew finish.
Right, so the argument doesn't require any controversial commitments about like how much shrimp life matters relative to humans. It just requires the idea that, like, if you can prevent a very, very large amount of shrimp suffering, that's better than preventing, that, like, if $1 can prevent a very large amount of shrimp suffering, that's better than giving the dollar to a charity.
It absolutely matters, Matt, because this is the point I've been trying to make to you. If you put, and I'm going to ignore things like maybe people starve because the shrimp population is eradicated from the earth. Let's ignore the, the down the road complications and just look at the moral equation. If you put all the shrimp on earth on one side and a random human on the other side, and you chose to kill the random human, people would think you were insane. They would think you were totally insane. Well, so that implies to me that if it's not zero, the coefficient that you would multiply against units of shrimp suffering to decide whether you want to prevent it would be an extraordinarily low decimal approaching zero, if not zero.
Okay, we got to. Yeah, let's get non-fun. But Eucharist, hold on. Eucharist hasn't had a chance in a while. After you respond, we are definitely, and I'm looking at you, Ryan. You gotta let your buddy in here. You gotta let Eucharist throw some bows, okay? So we're gonna give it to the other side. Go ahead.
Right. So the argument doesn't require any.
Go ahead.
So the argument doesn't require any controversial commitments about like how much shrimp life matters relative to humans. It just requires the idea that, like, if you can prevent a very, very large amount of shrimp suffering, that's better than giving the dollar to a charity.
Is that me or is that? Oh, not fun. Yeah,
not fun. They can respond directly to the claim, and then we can give it to you, Chris.
Yeah, so I mean, the thing I want to tell Ryan, like, he's saying like, oh, if you assign, any value to shrimp, you're gonna like necessarily entail like some negative thing when we say, I'd rather kill a human than 10 to the 100 shrimp or whatever, right? But like, I think Ryan's view arguably has like way worse entailments, because like if you assign 0 value to shrimp, I could attach like a universe to like infinite shrimp suffering, right? Or if you don't think that like infinite is a meaningful term, like just like a universe that lasts a billion years where 10 to the 100 shrimp are suffering. Yeah, exactly. Shrimp hell, where these shrimp suffer constantly nonstop, versus like someone getting a paper cut on the other side. And if you assign like 0 value to shrimp, like you'd be committed to saying that, oh, it'd be worse to give the human the paper cut in that case, right?
Wick, am I responding? I didn't want to. I was chided, so I don't want to overstep.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I think your answer would be yes, correct?
Yeah, I think. I mean, A, I think that the number is 0, but B, even if the reason I was making the trolley question is that assuming I'm wrong and the shrimp coefficient is not 0. The reason I was asking how many shrimp lives would outweigh a human life is you have to figure out what the metric would be in order to make the comparison. Wick has to make a decision. Am I spending $1 on the Shrimp Welfare Project or making myself feel happy with this delicious Coca-Cola? There's his joy versus the shrimp suffering, and there's no way to figure that out unless you can figure out the question you, Chris, asked at the very beginning, which is how fungible is suffering in a cross-species experience. The trolley hypothetical I gave shows that it should be a very, very low number, and because of that, it doesn't seem like it would matter very much.
I think Matt has provided
We're going to
answers
give it to you, Chris, and then...
Yeah, oh man, I have so many things. My first question, I have a lot of questions. My first question is, how much of my mental suffering and anguish is equivalent to how much shrimp suffering right now, because I'm dying? So that's a completely ridiculous question. But so okay. Matthew brought up a thought experiment, and I have to say one thing that I appreciate about effective altruists and Matthew, non-fun people who engage in this stuff, is I do think they're very consistent. They're very good at thought experiments. They come up with some good ones. I like them a lot. But I think the thought experiment here already assumes some sort of proximity that I intuit bring some sort of obligation with it. I'm glad you brought up Peter Singer, because I was going to bring him up, and I have just this visceral rage against Peter Singer. So these are exposing some of the differences in our intuitions, which is I just I read the very famous thought experiment of the drowning boy in the pond next to me versus the Ganges, etc. And to me, I come away with a complete opposite intuition from Singer and all of his followers, which is that I do have some sort of obligation to the people closest to me that is different than the obligations I have towards people far away from me, and I don't think that's something that we can just solve with math equations and philosophy and everything else. And so I think too, another thing that this thought experiment exposes is another difference in intuition. And again, so I'm not presenting, I'm not capable right now of presenting syllogisms that prove there's some inherent contradiction in the shrimp welfare view. I'm just saying the example you gave of, well, you're walking past this bucket of 15,000 shrimp and you could, with 1 minute of your time, save them from immense suffering. And of course you would do it because you value, at least 15,000 shrimp, at least according to a minute of your time. That to me is completely unintuitive in how I sort of calculate ethics, right? So I'm thinking like, this is completely outside of the scope of what we're talking about, right? But I've spent time with friends in conversations, or, I'm Christian, so maybe praying with them, etc., doing things that I know if I had taken those hours and put somewhere else, I could have relieved a lot more suffering. I could have done a lot more good on a spreadsheet, right? But I am at this point not convinced that I have done something wrong, or at least have not done something good by failing to use that time for the most good thing. So yes, I agree. If I'm doing the thing that only takes a minute and I can relieve a lot of pain for an animal, I'll probably do that, right? I'll pull the animal out of the fence, like I've done that before. I've saved animals on the side of the road, that kind of thing, right? I'll do that. Not because I think it's a math equation, though. That's the problem. And so I think that's the break there. I do kind of agree. I'm not sure. I might be saying this wrong. I do kind of agree that what you're saying is the value of suffering, or the weight that we put on suffering in these ethical questions, is not based on the fact of us being biologically Homo sapien or how it feels to be a creature with certain complex, intellectual life. I kind of agree, but also you're saying it's just like the pain is bad, and if I were a shrimp, the pain would be bad too. I guess I just so I'm combining, I think, like Hegelian and Aristotelian intuitions, where it's like I just don't know what it's like to be a shrimp, and I just don't know what it's like to be a bat, but I do know what it's like to be a human being, and I know that I care about human suffering, and so that's sort of like foremost in my hierarchy. Now that doesn't mean that I don't think it's bad to torture animals. That means I could think it's bad for other reasons. And so yeah, I think Ryan and I might have some different disagreements, but the one thing we definitely do agree on, I think, is that I don't think that pain is calculable in the abstract like this, and I don't think it's calculable because I don't know what it's like to be a shrimp. I can say the people who are torturing them are doing bad things. I can maybe look for more ethical shrimp producers when I go to eat shrimp. I might cut shrimp out of my diet because I think the people producing shrimp are doing bad things. But like the chain of argument is not as clear to me. I'm not making my point very well, but that's it's been 20 minutes since I talked, so there's a lot of things to respond to, but that's what I've got for now. So maybe I'll come up with something more coherent later.
Matthew and Non-Fun, your turn.
Yeah, so I don't think what the argument requires, like there are lots of kind of there are lots of ideas that Peter Singer has, like, he doesn't think that, if that your obligations get any weaker, if that you like, he doesn't believe in special obligations or anything to your friends and family. But I think at the very least, okay, so you agree that you should spend a minute to save 15,000 shrimp if they were right in front of you. I guess intuitively it doesn't seem like how, like, whether or not the way you saved the shrimp was by pouring them into a bucket or so that they wouldn't die, or by pressing a button that would save 15,000 far away shrimp, like those seem equally valuable. Now, you've talked a little bit about how you don't think ethics is a math equation. So we'd have to talk, it's hard. We'd have to talk a little bit more about exactly what this means. But I don't think that anything that I've said so far has assumed any kind of like utilitarian calculation, or has it assumed that you should always be maximizing expected value. My idea is just like, it's bad when creatures suffer and die. And so if you can prevent very large amounts of it at very small cost, I'm not suggesting that this is the only thing that you should do with your life. I'm not suggesting that you have to become some like hyper utilitarian robot. But I'm saying, like, if one day you give $100 to the Shrimp Welfare Project and then you just never think about it again, there'll be 1.5 million fewer creatures experiencing slow and painful deaths because of you. And so this it seems like a valuable thing to do. Now, regarding Ryan's
to me. Why? This is where the argument's failing to me. Why do that over giving me $100?
Because giving you $100 does not say that gives you some benefit, and that's good.
The marginal benefit's a lot smaller.
Right. I would be skeptical in expectation that the benefit you get from $100 is anywhere near the benefit that even one shrimp gets from not being tortured to death, much less the benefit that 1.5 million shrimp get. Now, Ryan had this argument.
The inverse of that argument, Matthew, the inverse of that argument is that there would be, if depriving me of pleasure to a $100 amount, like whatever the amount of the shrimp is, then the inverse of that would be like, it would be okay to cause me X amount of pain to save this amount of shrimp. Well, that shrimp number could be large.
Not necessarily.
So just real quick, like from a utilitarian framework, like that could be the case. But I just want to say, like, all these cases are things where you're kind of like violating like side constraints, right? It's like, we're gonna, maybe like you can value humans infinitely and say like it's never okay to harm a human to help shrimp. That's fine. It can still be good to help the Shrimp Welfare Project, because when you donate to a Shrimp Welfare Project, you're not violating any type of those like side constraints.
Is depriving me? I consider depriving me of $100 harm.
It's not it's not like stealing from you. It's just not giving it to you. And on lots of people's ethical intuitions, and we could talk about whether these are defensible, but this is just like a totally different discussion. On lots of people's ethical intuitions, there's a big difference between harming someone and just failing to benefit someone. So people think that it's a lot worse to steal money from St. Jude's than to just not give money to St. Jude's, for example.
So this is why I think, while I appreciate that you're attempting to frame this in non-utilitarian terms, the reason we keep circling back to that is that ultimately the question comes down to your use of time, your use of money, which could do a number of things to promote shrimp welfare versus any other end, like giving Wick $1 so that he can have pizza. And in order to make that decision, you would there is an inherently utilitarian calculus going on the argument you presented, which is shrimp suffering is bad, therefore it should be prevented if it can be done at minimal cost. But if that minimal cost could be preventing human suffering, like Wick being kind of hungry because he has no pizza, then the question is, which one matters more? And when you talk about effective altruism, you have to figure out what the species coefficient is. Yes, there's a lot of shrimp, but how much do they matter? And the reason I keep coming back to these trolley hypotheticals and how many shrimp lives are equal to a human life is that if you're not positing an answer to that question, my intuition, as I've said, is that the number is very, very low, vanishingly low. And I don't have a reason to think differently. And if you, Chris, earlier said that you cited a study, and I haven't read it, so please forgive me if I get this wrong, that shrimp suffering was 19, let's round it up to 20%, as severe as human suffering. If you're proposing that the ratio of shrimp to human in terms of shrimp coefficient is 5-to-1, where if you can save 5 shrimp, you shouldn't benefit Wick, I would say you're insane. Like that clearly is too high a number. But there has to be a number because your argument is presupposing that we can tabulate suffering and make decisions on the basis of how much there is.
I do have haters that would say that you're wrong and that they should torture me to save even one shrimp.
Yeah, actually, the equation is reversed in the case of Wick. He's actually worth about a fifth as much as a shrimp. So
true, but I do want to read some.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, read some super chats. Sorry, because you won't deprive me of my $100. $50. I'm sorry. Here we go. $50 from Frank to say nothing. Best type of money to give me. $10 from Artemis Fowl to say the easiest argument against caring about shrimp based on pain and agony is understanding that this person will do nothing to stop China's eating many of the animals alive. Until he does, ignore him. To be fair to them, they are saying that the ease of solving the shrimp problem is far, far easier than the solving the China problem.
I'll go on record and say it's bad when people in China eat animals alive. And if there's an organization that stopped lots of that at minimal cost, that would be a good thing.
Okay.
Could I intervene? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and then yes, you can. $20 from James to say happy birthday. Get some more Warhammer. Slay the Gray. I will absolutely get some more Warhammer with your money. Thank you. $5 from Audacity to say this is just anthropomorphism, make believe, nothing captured in reality. $5 from Deej Nuts, haha, to say shrimp are food, not friends. Exponential multiplication of 0 is still 0. And then $10 from Artemis Fowl to say, can someone ask the shrimp simp to not commit physical hygiene from now on, as he would save untold trillions of organisms from a horrific death. This will promote bacteria welfare and is utilitarian. Thank you for the $10. Okay, Eucharist, and then we can...
Bacteria aren't conscious.
Sorry.
I
want to... Oh, good.
Sorry, I do want to just address the trolley problem thing that Ryan's been bringing up a lot. So, first of all, in order to say that, you don't actually have to know the exact ratio. I guess my ratio for how many averted painful experiences to humans would be as valuable as how many to shrimp. I don't know, a few hundred seems like a pretty conservative number. If you could either prevent 400 shrimp from stubbing their toe, or 400 people shrimp don't have toes, but from the equivalent of stubbing their toe, or one person, I'd say, that seems like a pretty reasonable and conservative estimate of where it would start to be neutral. I agree that this is unintuitive, at least to some degree, but I don't think our intuitions are that consistent here. And once again, for the reasons I described, I don't think that our intuitions are that trustworthy for all sorts of methodological reasons that I gave earlier. One bias, for example, humans suffer from a bias called scope neglect, where when numbers get big, our intuitive gauge of them gets very murky. Humans will pay roughly the same amount to save 200 birds as to save 20,000 birds, as to save 200,000 birds. So I don't think that if there are creatures that we don't naturally feel empathy towards, then I don't think that we should rely on our direct intuitions that they don't matter, that hundreds of thousands of them don't matter, when our intuitions about them directly aren't trustworthy, and our intuitions about very large numbers are even less trustworthy. And we know from psychological experiments that our intuitions about those are wildly untrustworthy. There was some other point I wanted to respond to, but I don't remember what it is. So
just to be clear, because I want to make sure I understood what you said before I lean too heavily on it. If you're saying that if there was a choice between preventing somebody, and in your articles, one of the things you talk about is that shrimp farmers will sometimes remove the eye stalks of female shrimp to increase fertility so that they have more offspring so that they can have more shrimp in the farm. So if you had an option between preventing one human from losing their eyes or 400 shrimp from losing their eye stalks, your position is that weighs in favor of the shrimp.
I don't know there. So there you're introducing an additional complicating factor. Like humans do a lot more with our eyes and we live a lot longer, right? So if a human's eye was destroyed, then it would be a much longer period of sightlessness. What you'd have to give an analogy of is just imagine that there was an experience that did not have long lasting damage, right? So imagine it was like human.
We're stabbing them with proportionate blades in non-essential body parts. They're all getting stabbed.
Right. And so it doesn't like damage like their long-term ability to function in the world. It's just temporarily painful.
They'll heal. They'll be fine.
Yeah. So then it would be, probably a few hundred seems conservative to me.
Okay. So in that situation, you would prevent 400 shrimp from being stabbed instead of one human from being stabbed.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I think you're going to struggle to convince people.
Well,
let's give it to you, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
I agree it's unintuitive, but
but
for reasons I've given at length and repeatedly, I don't think our direct intuitions about this are reliable.
Right, but I also just want to add, like, Ryan's view seems to entail, like, equally, if not more, unintuitive views, right? Like, if Ryan is saying, like, the thing that gives people or things moral value is, like, natural rights or whatever, and their place in the food chain, like, presumably that would apply to, like, dogs as well. And, like, all of us have a very strong intuition that, like, it's not okay to, just torture dogs. But if you're saying, like, they have literally zero moral weight, absent, like, a dog's relationship to a human, like, would you see anything wrong with, like, just skinning a dog alive?
I think that dogs' moral weight is exactly what you said. It's based on their relationship to humans. And you, Chris, said this earlier, that the kind of person who takes delight in suffering of an animal might be a dangerous person you want to avoid. It might be doing harm to their own psychological state. And especially if that dog is in a relationship with the person, they're the owner of the dog, they might have extended moral patient status to the dog in light of their relationship with it. But the dog's moral worth has nothing to do with itself as the dog. The moral worth has everything to do with us as humans. And I think that's how that plays out. Yeah.
I do need to give you, Chris, a chance to speak. He's been trying, and he's gonna.
That's obviously
like
1,000 notes.
The amount of suffering I'm experiencing outweighs billions of shrimp at this point. No, it's okay. One of the reasons, one of the super chats brought up, like, shrimp brains are like logic gates. Like, it's not. One of the reasons I'm not bringing up arguments about like neurons or complexity of brains or whatever is I think they assume something that I'm not willing to admit, which is that pain is fungible or scalable based on those criteria. So I think if you go, and I would encourage everybody who's watching this who finds this unintuitive to go read Benthos Bulldog Substack. It's a fun experience to find your intuitions pressed on these things, and I think there are good responses to most of the arguments that people are presenting in terms of like complexity of brains, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's like I think again that's an intuition thing I'm missing. I guess one question I wanted to hear both Nonfon and Matthew respond to. Because the most recent book I've read on like animal welfare, I guess, came out a few years ago, was Martha Nussbaum's book on the subject. And she seems to have some sort of intuition that we ought to be like, sort of actively, not only like not factory farming or factory farming at least in less painful ways, but that we ought to be intervening in the natural world to prevent certain kinds of suffering. And so I'm curious if either of you have an intuition that like is there anything that matters about the fact that some of this suffering is caused by human intervention rather than caused or just not prevented by human intervention, right? So if I could, for example, donate to the Gazelle Welfare Project and fund a bunch of salt licks on the savannah so that that we were laced with heroin so that gazelles would anesthetize themselves and so that their suffering at the hands of lions was less, would that be a good project to donate to, for example, or is it the fact that there's human intervention here that matters? Because if it is the fact of human intervention that matters, we might be closer than I think, in the sense that like I think what's bad here is the people who are torturing animals. They're bad people and we shouldn't do that. Yeah. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that.
I can say stuff, but I feel like I've been talking too much. So Nonfon, if you want to go ahead.
I mean, I guess like I think suffering is bad no matter what, essentially. So to some extent, like there might be a difference between like commission and omission in that, like we're actively like choosing to harm shrimp versus just sort of like letting
wild animal suffering happen. But like to the extent that, you know, we think that wild animals live negative lives and like human intervention could either make their lives more positive or like reduce their future population. Like I you know, I do think humans would have some obligation to do that. I just also don't think that, you know, I don't think that has too much to do with whether it's good to donate to shrimp welfare. But
can I ask a question? This was brought up in a super chat I'll read later, but I find it interesting. I'm going to adjust it a little bit. If you had a percentage of babies, human babies that were born every year, they weren't conscious, they were in comas, right? They couldn't feel pain, right? We knew 100% they would feel no pain. They would never wake up. They would be vegetables the rest of their lives. And we could transition from eating shrimp to eating them. Would you do that?
I would. That seems better because they don't have any experiences. I grant that this is unintuitive, and it's certainly not something that you have to think that shrimp welfare is important. Because you might, like, lots of people have think that just sort of like degrade human body is intrinsically morally wrong. I don't think that. There are arguments against it, but it's a somewhat separate topic. So that's my honest view. But like, it's kind of unrelated.
Honest is good. We like honest here. This is an interesting question.
Well,
yeah, I do want to just address.
Hold on, I just want to be like ultra clear. Okay, there's been like 3 or 4 times where like, you know, people bring up like, oh, like your view like, you know, entails this unintuitive thing, but like if I'm not like misunderstanding Ryan, if animal suffering only matters because like humans have a relationship with them, like if someone got like eating a chocolate bar's worth of happiness from skinning a dog alive and that dog wasn't related to any other human, it seems like Ryan would have to be okay with that. Which is very unintuitive.
Wait, no, I mean, if we assume some sort of like harm to the person from the experience of torturing, like then I don't know that follows necessarily.
No, and also, just because I want to keep saying this, Ryan is not a utilitarian. What I'm doing is adopting a utilitarian framework for the purpose of critiquing your position because it inherently relies on summing harms and benefits. Oh, we lost him.
Oh, he's back. He's in back safe.
Yeah. Oh no.
Give me. Gotta go back.
No, the point I'm making just to
shrimp
like,
got you, buddy. Okay, sorry. Are you back?
The shrimp mafia.
Oh no.
To cut through the philosophy, bro.
My audio disconnected for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, but he's back now, gang. Okay, sorry about that, Ryan. Finish your point, please.
The reason that we keep coming to these counterintuitive positions when we start summing up units of suffering and trying to figure out what to do on the basis of that is that utilitarianism, which this is by extension, though I understand we're not making that argument formally, this sort of moral calculus, when the poster said it's not a math problem, always ends up with absurd conclusions. That's what it does. It's why it's a bad moral system. So the fact that we're arriving at these absurd conclusions is unsurprising to me because that's how it always goes this way. You end up with a utilitarian monster. You end up with a shrimp costume in your bedroom instead of saving the kids at St. Jude's.
I'm sorry, the shrimp costume is cool, okay?
That's cool. But just to be clear, what I'm saying is that your view, which you have expressed, also entails ridiculous things, right? So like the example I gave, a dog that's only like known to exist to one person, right? Let's say this one person gets like a trivial amount of happiness from skinning this dog alive. Because you only believe animals have value in relation to their relationship with humans, it seems like you would have to be okay with that person skinning the dog alive because they're the only person that knows that dog exists. That dog doesn't have rights, and the person gets a trivial amount of happiness from skinning the dog.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you up to the trivial amount of happiness thing. I don't think that the happiness matters that much. I don't think that there's a moral component to animals outside of their relationship to humans. Correct.
So sorry, just one other case. So imagine there's this like machine, okay? It's out in the outer recesses of outer space. Only you know about it. And by spending $1, oh, sorry, I should specify what the machine does. Oops. Sorry, what the machine does is it just
is this a baby torture machine? Oh,
for all of eternity, it just like drops every second. It drops like 10 billion dogs into a pit of fire where they slowly roast to death. They're like shrieking in agony and like trying to escape. and you can shut down this machine for $1. You're the only person who knows about it. No one else will know about it. Let's say your memory of it will be wiped in 5 minutes, so it certainly won't have any long-term degradative effects on your character. Is your view that you shouldn't spend the money on that because you should give it to St. Jude's?
No, I mean, A, yes, but B, I think that I don't think I have a moral obligation in either case. But on my view, but in my obligation to the hypothetical puppy killing machine is zero. I don't think I have any obligation. This is not my situation. Has no connection to me. No.
I mean, I just think like that's kind of crazy, you know, because I think it's bad to be in excruciating agony. And if you can prevent a very, very large amount of bad stuff from happening at small cost, you should do so. I want to address something Eucharist said earlier.
Go ahead.
And by the way, to Ryan, if your position entails that, then I don't think you get to get on your high horse and talk about how unintuitive our position is when you don't think anyone has even remotely strong moral reasons to stop the endless dog torture machine. But I want to respond.
Whoa, hold on. You have taken the position that fetus suffering is too complicated to talk about, and that 400 shrimp being stabbed is more important in moral significance than one person being stabbed. And your concern is that in a hypothetical space machine that kills puppies, that now I'm being counterintuitive. No, I'm not going to stop because he left. That's a fucking ridiculous point.
He got his.
Sorry, my mic keeps disconnecting for some reason. I didn't know why it's doing that, but sorry about that.
I don't know what's going on either.
Like this has been like a years-long Discord thing where just sometimes my mic randomly disconnects and then I have to leave and rejoin. It's very annoying. But,
we need to get to a microphone welfare project for you.
And for the record, just because
project to donate to Matthew to make sure that he can have a better audio connection. So yeah. Anyway,
and look, I'm not saying people shouldn't donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project. If it makes people happy, if they want to do it, if it makes them feel good, they should do it. I'm merely pointing out that the equivalencies that are being drawn here are not just counterintuitive, they are bordering on insane. And I think that when you start adding up suffering in the way that you're doing, this is the outcome you get. This is why people hate utilitarianism, because it leads to these insane conclusions when anybody who looks at the human species would say, you know what? These are our prey animals. Our job is not to take care of their well-being. Our job is to eat them.
Okay, I want to give it to Matthew again, who had a question for Eucharist. Go ahead, Matthew.
Hey, can you all hear it? Oh, okay, you can. Cool.
We can.
So I thought it had disconnected again. Very nice. Sorry. Oh, no. So I guess I find the idea that it's not a good use of $1 to shut off the infinite dog torture machine to be way more counterintuitive than the stuff that I've said. I think the stuff I've said, I don't actually think it's counterintuitive. Like, it sort of sounds weird when you hear it. But when you really just think about what it's like to be a shrimp, you think about like just these creatures who can plausibly feel intense pain, just like experiencing really terrible experiences that are like the experiences that you or I would experience when we're in intense pain. It doesn't seem at all counterintuitive that that's really significant. And I think the reason why we don't think that that's significant is just kind of like flagrant bias against shrimp because they're small and look weird. If they were cute, then I don't think we would feel that way. I want to address what Eucharist said earlier, because he says, we're not really sure exactly what it's like to be a shrimp. Like, we don't know. I agree we have some amount of uncertainty. It's possible shrimp aren't even conscious. But I think if there's at least a sizable probability that shrimp feel intense suffering. They certainly like behave as if they feel intense suffering. Like if you boil a lobster in a pot, it'll try to get out of the pot. It seems like it's in intense agony. Similar things happen with shrimp. They like flick their tail and try to escape. And so if a creature feels like acts as if it's in really intense agony, then I think that a kind of reasonable estimate is that you at least should think it's pretty plausible that it's in intense agony. And even if you have some uncertainty about it, an action that has a 50% chance of preventing 15,000 beings from experiencing prolonged intense agony is a very valuable action. So uncertainty isn't enough to make it so that we don't act. We always have uncertainty about how much good our actions do, but nonetheless, it's worth acting even given some uncertainty.
It's not just the uncertainty. I don't think. I think it's the again, like I said at the beginning, I think I'm willing to say, based on the stats that you've shown and other things and my experience with animals, like there are a whole host of animals that experience something that is at least analogous to what I would think of as intense pain, right? Like I've seen dogs yelping, I've seen animals limping, and like you've shown these charts of like shrimp demonstrate similar features like limping, like not et cetera, et cetera. So I'm okay with that. It's that there's a kind equivalence here that I just don't follow, right? So like I can imagine that this thing is experiencing something analogous to or very similar to what I experience as pain. I cannot yet make that leap and say that their pain is the same thing as my pain in a way that we can stack them and scale them. That's the difference that I'm so I think it's horrible to intentionally cause pain for unnecessary reasons. The kind of people who enjoy this, bad people, etc. There's a question though. Yeah. So the reason I bring up the Nagel thing is like, you're like, well, I can imagine what it's like to be a shrimp, but I'm like, can you? You can imagine being a little bug-like creature, but like his point in this article is like, yeah, I mean, like I can imagine what it's like to hang upside down and to have leathery wings. But at that point, I'm just like, I can imagine what it's like to experience human consciousness in a slightly different or majorly different physical form. I have not yet been able to conceive of what it's like to be a bat. And I think that's a very compelling point to the point where I can't buy this equivalence between units of shrimp suffering and mine. And so again, like the reason I'm not bringing up certain arguments I think you respond to very deftly are that like, yeah, no, I don't think it's a matter of neurons. I don't think it's a matter of like, it's not just a utilitarian thing. It's not just a hedons thing. I think you address those problems very well. There's just I think at a fundamental base level thing when you lay out your 3-part syllogism of like, if you can prevent a lot of suffering for a little bit of money, you should do it. You can prevent a lot of suffering with this money to the shrimp welfare project, so you should do it. I'm just like, the suffering units are the thing I'm grappling with, and I just have not been able to bridge that gap intuitively. Yeah.
I don't think you would need to have like precise units or anything. The idea is just that like there's some like very intuitive sense in which if you prevent lots of beings from experiencing experiences that feel really bad, then you've prevented a lot of suffering. Like this doesn't require that you're a utilitarian. Like even non-utilitarians should say like sparing 10,000 dogs from burning alive prevents a lot of suffering. Maybe it's not precise. Maybe the exact amount is vague or something. But like this is just it's a fairly intuitive notion that I don't think requires very strange utilitarian kinematics. So I guess I'd be curious, Eucharist. So suppose that like you were able to like plug into a VCR machine where you were able to see things from the perspective of a shrimp. And it turned out that shrimp, when they suffered, it basically felt like it feels to be a human, except just when you're not, except minus like higher order reflection or
it's like a chatter in one of my streams, yeah.
Or like, various, ability to like, reflect in various ways. Yeah. If it turned out that what it felt like to be a shrimp was it just like really hurt, when they were suffocated to death. Would you think that then giving to the Shrimp Welfare Project was valuable?
I'm not laughing at you. I just checked X. Wick, well done.
No, I guess that this is this is where I'm running into a difficulty. I'm not even like opposed to the idea of the shrimp welfare. Like I think it's a great thing that in the past 40 to 50 years we have made advances in farming that are more humane, right? I think it's a good thing that probably, well, I don't know if this is actually true empirically, but if it is the case, I think it's a good thing that reflection on animal suffering has led to fewer animal suffering. We do things in more humane ways on big animal farms, etc. And I'm not even opposed to the idea of stunning shrimp. Like, yeah, again, like the people who are doing that, it's a bad thing. So I'm not like saying I think people are doing a bad thing when they donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project. I'm questioning the calculation that leads me to think that my dollars given to the Shrimp Welfare Project are best used there compared to et cetera, right? So that's...
Yeah, so to be clear, I don't think it's obvious what the best charity is. Like, there are other charities that are really valuable, especially if you start, like, buying big brain, like utilitarian arguments. There are lots of other organizations that you can give money to that are very valuable. I guess the thing I want to convince people of is, like, this is a good place to give money. It's something that people should seriously think about, whether it's the absolute best charity or just, like, one of the really good charities. I don't know, there are quite a few. But I think it's at least clear that it's like a good thing to do to give your money. It's not some idiotic organization that people only give to because they have had their brains subsumed by the utilitarian virus. I think
sure. I guess my point, I guess, is I think somebody can agree this might be a good thing to do and arrive at a similar moral conclusion for very, very different reasons that don't have all the same implications that I'm concerned with. So I think that's where I'm running into some difficulty. I mean, it sounds
like you're on our side here. Like you're not a utilitarian, but you're a pro shrimp welfare project. You think it's good to give money to them.
No, so the most compelling case that I've seen, and I've been poking for the past week or so in the lead up to this. You have an article. This was exactly what I was looking for. You have an article specifically on virtue ethical reasons for donating the Shrimp Welfare Project. That's largely where I'd place myself. I couldn't present a great defense of virtue ethics off the top of the dome, but I can say that I think that's largely the camp I put myself in. I don't agree even there with all of your arguments that like it would be a virtue ethical thing to develop empathy for shrimp. These are not things that I'm convinced of. I think that somebody who wants to be a good person, who does not want to be the kind of person who enjoys torturing animals, might do that for different reasons than the development of empathy for shrimp. And again, so this is a question I led off with at the beginning was I'm most interested, I think, in the long-term implications of this, not in the like utilitarian monster situation where all we're doing is shaving shrimp at the expense of the human race, but in the sense that like, what does a human being 100 years from now look like who's been sufficiently convinced they should care this much about shrimp? How much of their feeling and time is devoted to caring about the shrimp being thrown on the ice versus humanity versus any other ethical concern? That's one of the things I'm most curious about. Yeah.
I don't think you need to like have super strong, like to recognize that something is valuable. You don't have to have super strong feelings about it. Like, I think that the Shrimp Welfare Project is quite valuable. Okay. But I didn't spend very much time like lamenting in letting out great cries of anguish about the suffering of the shrimp. It doesn't make me sad.
That just means you don't believe it. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
I mean, just, when you're a rational creature, you're capable of recognizing that something's important, even if it doesn't resonate with you emotionally very much, especially when you see that the reason it doesn't that it doesn't register with you emotionally is due to a whole host of extraneous biases and factors that don't affect its actual importance, but do affect your degree of empathy for it.
This was a comment on that virtue ethics article that I think I agreed with very strongly, which said, I mean, you made the good point, which is like on a virtue ethical framework, even if you don't currently feel the thing, you still ought to do the right thing. Yes. But the ultimate goal is to both feel and do the right thing, at least if we're taking a sort of Aristotelian approach to virtue ethics. And so I think you're right. Like if I'm buying your arguments, there are like all of the feelings that I ought to have towards shrimp are not intuitive, but I really, if I'm going to be a good person, ought to develop them. And I'm just curious what a world looks like full of good people who've developed the proper feelings towards shrimp, Well,
and then Chris, what comes next? After we develop all the proper feelings towards shrimp, and now we're maximally empathetic towards shrimp, which prey species is the next one that we should become maximally empathetic to?
Again, Gazelle Welfare Project, Salt Licks with Heroin. That's what I'm funding, okay? That's my project now.
I think wild animal suffering does matter. Like, I mean, so one kind of helpful thought experiment, okay? Imagine being... This was provided by Rawls. This is going to be a slight spin-off of it. But imagine making decisions behind the veil of ignorance, okay? Where you don't know who in society you'll be. You're like designing rules for society as you would if you didn't know who you would be. So, for example, suppose you're deciding, should Ted Bundy like go around killing people? Well, you'd obviously be opposed to that if you were behind the veil of ignorance, because you'd be way more likely to be one of the people killed than the person who got, slight comparative pleasure from killing other people.
Isaac, this is the bug on its
But if you, behind the veil of ignorance,
that's not exactly its
you'd be vastly likelier to be a farmed shrimp than a person, and the odds would be nearly 100% that you'd be a farmed animal. There are 440 billion farmed shrimp killed painfully every year, okay? So that means that roughly 4 times the number of people who have ever lived, 4 times that many farmed shrimp are killed every single year. The number of wild shrimp killed is like 10 trillion or something. It's insane. And the number of wild shrimp is vastly more than that. Right? I don't know. I think wild animal suffering, it's an important thing. Now, you can think shrimp welfare matters. Like you can buy the kind of virtue ethics case for caring about shrimp welfare. You can also buy the case that just we should try to stop bad things done by humans, even if you don't think that wild animal welfare matters. You get, like the case for shrimp welfare, really, it doesn't require anything that controversial beyond the idea just that like if humans are causing lots of suffering and you can stop it at minimal cost, it's valuable to do so. I should maybe just briefly sketch out the kind of virtue ethics case that I gave for caring about shrimp welfare. So I think there's something deeply virtuous about demonstrating compassion towards others, even ones that you don't naturally empathize with. Like you like imagine a person who just for whatever reason feels themselves like imagine that there was a class of conscious beings that sort of looked weird, that we didn't naturally feel empathy towards. I think there would be something deeply virtuous about kind of like setting aside your feeling of intuitive revulsion and actually like taking seriously their interests. I think there's something similarly virtuous about recognizing that even though shrimp, they can't repay us, even though they're sort of these small and weird looking creatures that we don't naturally feel empathy with. The fact that they're experiencing very intense agony in horrifyingly vast numbers is morally important, and it's something we should do something about.
So would you believe, but before this, I did write down actually the veil of ignorance point because I was reading your bug article about this. And this is one thing I wrote down, which is, again, I think a separation of intuition, which is when I think of, even if I hate Rawls for a variety of reasons, but even if I put on my Rawlsian hat, I don't think it's remotely likely that behind the veil of ignorance, I'm quoting you, you'd be millions of times more likely to be an insect than a person. I don't think that's true because I can only imagine what it would be like to come out of the veil of ignorance as a person. And so I don't buy this cross-speciesist intuition that you have. So maybe this again is a fundamental distinction. And you say as well, like, because they're little, they're weird, they look goofy. And then in that same article, you say, if we imagine these insects had human bodies, right? Similar intellects, but human bodies to correct for what you call the superficial bias. It's obvious that if we were surrounded by 100 million people who looked like us, but who were like slightly dumber, we wouldn't just torture them to death. Again, kind of fair, but again, my Aristotelian intuitions are poking through, which is if we give a bunch of people, if we give a bunch of bugs functionally human bodies with a lower intellect, they're dumb people, and so something has changed fundamentally. They are of a similar species to me that I have some regard for. Yeah,
and the veil of ignorance point assumes some sort of moral equivalency within a society. It must, because, for example, like if we're going to include every living thing behind the veil of ignorance, then I would say, well, for the number of species whose lives would improve if humans just did not exist would be high, because we would no longer occupy the space we do on the food chain. We would no longer be polluting. So it would be better if there were no humans behind the veil of ignorance. Using the veil of ignorance that way is exactly the problem I've been trying to draw your attention to, which is that you are drawing an equivalency between prey species and us that not only is counterintuitive, I don't think works on any level, either because, as Euchris has been saying, we can't imagine their experience, or because we don't know what their experience is, or because we simply are not the same as them. We occupy a different space, we have a different dignity, we have a different moral worth.
I agree. Well, I actually think humans have decreased net wild animal suffering. The basic case for this, I think we could talk about why this is, but I think it's because most wild animals live very bad lives, and so it's good to decrease wild animal population. But this is stuff all way more controversial than the shrimp stuff. But I guess I'm suspicious of this idea. Like, I think that having the right ethical view might have surprising implications. It might turn out that if it turns out that we're failing to take seriously the interests of nearly all the creatures in the world that matter, then when we start taking their interests seriously, it wouldn't be surprising if that had lots of counterintuitive ethical implications. But again, I don't think this assumes. These are all much more controversial things that I believe that you don't have to believe to think that it's good to stop lots of shrimp torture by spending 1 penny.
It's like, I agree that like full-on utilitarianism, saying that like welfare and suffering is the only thing that matters, right? That does lead to counterintuitive conclusions. And now, I think there are error theories and solutions to those, obviously. But all that you have to accept for donating to the Shrimp Welfare Project to be good is that, shrimp suffering at least matters somewhat, right? And like, so long as you don't violate whatever like side constraints that you have, so long as you aren't violating people's, for instance, if you value rights like infinitely, so long as you aren't violating someone's rights to give to the Shrimp Welfare Project, like it would still be a pretty good thing to donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Again, even if shrimp suffering matters less because of like just the sheer scale of the number of shrimp that you can help.
Well, so Nanfan, how would you evaluate the trade-offs? Like, if I said to you, I would rather give my $5 to my buddy Wick so he can get some whiskey for his birthday. Why is that a worse use of money than saving 5 times 15,000 shrimp?
So for my moral system, right, like what's relevant for my moral system is suffering and welfare. Like I agree, like the way I would evaluate it is just like the expected value of doing either action on the total amount of utility in the world, right? But that's what's relevant for my moral system. I think what's relevant for most people's moral system and for a lot of normies who aren't necessarily committed to one moral system to the other is simply that welfare and like utility matters at least sometimes, right? Like it is at least a consideration sometimes that we should make. And the Shrimp Welfare Project is really good at reducing suffering.
Speaking of reducing suffering and increasing my utility, exactly. $2 from Sociologic to say, is this a Sharia compliant, or is this Sharia compliant? I don't know Sharia law. Dylan Bowser.
This conversation is not halal.
Sure, for 9 months. 9 months, damn. You're having your stream baby with me, okay? How many humans are being stabbed if I donate? Well, we'll find out later. $2 from Dylan Bowser to say funding the Wick Foundation. Thank you. $10 from Artemis Fowl to say how many, that was the baby question. How many permanently comatose child patients who cannot feel anything or conscious will Shrimp Simp let expire over saving 200 shrimp? We already had that discussion. $10 from JMac to say, don't eat comatose babies. I mean, I don't think this needs to be said, but here we are. AK Batozai to say $5 to say, am I morally obligated to spend less money buying my next vehicle because I know it could shave more shrimp? And then $10 from Artist Fowl to say, has Shrimp Simp gotten his vasectomy yet? The only way to actually reduce shrimp pain is to reduce the human population. Practice your beliefs. Take it to its logical conclusion. Thank you for the $10. I don't think that's the logical conclusion, but
isn't he? Aren't you pro-natalist? I'm pretty sure Matthew's pro-natalist. I'm pretty sure I read that.
Yeah, I'm a big pro-natalist.
Yeah. So okay,
all right. I'm very much in favor of more people.
More minds, more people. Okay, I don't know. I think we're kind of winding down on this. We've hit walls unless there's some other angle that either side wants to take here.
I mean, we could just start constructing successively more and more ridiculous trolley problems and see who folds first. Okay, and I think I
do want to say one thing briefly about the question about whether you're morally obligated to spend less on a truck. I think there are claims of the form A is valuable, A is a good thing to do, don't by themselves entail any claim about what you have a moral obligation to do. So there, just the idea that it's good to give money to shrimp welfare, that does not by itself require any views about what things are obligatory. You can think that donating is merely supererogatory, that it's merely a good thing but not obligatory. You don't have to think like just like if someone's like St. Jude's is a good charity, you wouldn't be like, so then am I obligated to spend less on my truck? No, I mean it's like St. Jude's being a good charity, that does not directly imply any claims about obligations. Those will be downstream of more controversial philosophical judgments.
Right, and I do want to add, I don't want to say this in my closing because I do want Ryan to be able to respond to it. But like, so the justification, so I agree utilitarianism does lead to counterintuitive conclusions, but the justification for the Shrimp Welfare Project is not utilitarianism, right? It's just that welfare matters like sometimes, right? And that view does not really lead to counterintuitive conclusions. Ryan's justification for why Shrimp Welfare Project isn't good, though, does lead to counterintuitive conclusions. His justification is that shrimp essentially have zero or near zero value, and that does, and any animal has, near zero value. That does lead to counterintuitive justifications in that, we saw the baby thing earlier and the dogs being skinned alive, right? Like, that's pretty bad.
While I appreciate that this argument is not being presented in a strictly utilitarian sense, it's built on a utilitarian frame. And what I mean by that is it inherits some of the same problems. One of the core problems with utilitarianism is the question of measurement. Most of the work in utilitarianism is determined by what unit you use for how you're doing your calculation and how it's measured. And there's a great variety of views on that. So when you say preventing shrimp suffering is good, you are saying that there is a unit of suffering that applies to shrimp that has some way that we can compare it to human suffering, as we've talked about in this conversation. But that's not a given. It's not a given even on utilitarianism. In fact, as I said earlier, most utilitarians I talk to use human flourishing as their metric, where this would just fall out, unless we're talking about the impact on humans, as you, Chris, highlighted earlier. So the problem here is not avoided by not being a formal utilitarian argument, because the same issue rises to the surface, which is, well, we need to come up with the metric. And the metric that's been presented here, whether it's 400 shrimp to 1 human, seems to have some rather serious problems.
I mean, you don't actually need to come up with a metric of how much, to weigh human welfare against animal welfare to buy this argument, any more than you need to have a metric about how to weigh suffering in all cases, to think, imagine someone made this argument. You shouldn't torture dogs because it hurts the dogs, and so it causes them lots of suffering. That would not require any controversial utilitarian commitments. It would just require the idea that, suffering is a bad thing, and you shouldn't, and it's bad to cause lots of bad things. So morally, it's good to prevent lots of bad things.
The problem is you're using the word good in almost a trivial sense. You're presupposing a world with no trade-offs. There's an infinite number of things that could in some sense be good, but when people make decisions, they're weighing the pros and cons of those decisions. So, simply to say this is good in some non-committal sense without being able to weigh it against the value of the Coke that Wick could be drinking doesn't provide any information. It's good for Wick to drink Coke because it makes him feel happy. So what?
Right. So it's not merely that it's good, it's that it's very good to prevent a large amount.
Better than X.
Yeah.
Better than X.
Yeah. And I don't know.
If I may, please, if I may, because I know I'm moderating, but I have questions and I have thoughts, right? And it's my goddamn birthday, and I'm gonna weigh in. Okay.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy birthday.
No, thank you. It's about trade-offs. You are asking and advocating that people spend their limited, finite resources, as low as it may be, on one thing, and by implication, instead of all the other options they have to spend their limited, finite resources. If I had unlimited resources, right? If I had unlimited time, unlimited money, unlimited everything, right? And I could just use that to end all the shrimp suffering, why not? I don't care, because it doesn't cost me anything. There's no actual cost. And while yes, sending $1 to the Shrimp Welfare Project, I make enough that it wouldn't actually, in any real sense, cost me anything. What it would do is, why choose to do that instead of any other number of things that I could be doing? And so if I'm going to stop the suffering of shrimp over any other kind of thing, I have to know why shrimp suffering matters and how much it matters. And the how much it matters does play into that. I just naturally.
I agree. Certainly how much it matters will affect it to some degree. Yeah. My point is just you don't have to know the exact ratio for it to be clear that it's a good use of money anymore.
I have to have some estimate though. I have to obviously if I can spend $1 to save a shrimp, I'd be like, no, fuck that shrimp. That shrimp's gonna die, and it's gonna die painfully because my $1's worth more than that single shrimp, right? So you would agree?
I think probably it would be a fine use of $1 to spend it to save a shrimp. It would be better than spending it on a Coke.
If you had $10, I'm asking you, Matthew, if it cost $100 to save a single shrimp, would you pay that?
I would not pay that.
Okay, so it gets into a calculation. What is your kind of limit for a single shrimp? And then we are, again, putting a value, making a measurement of how much to you specifically this shrimp is worth. Okay? The shrimp suffering is worth. And
of course, any argument for doing things to help shrimp will require some judgment about the amount that shrimp matter. But the idea the argument is just that they matter enough that it's worth spending 1 penny to prevent 100 painful deaths. I guess I don't quite understand what the objection's supposed to be.
I I don't know if it is. I don't know if a shrimp is worth anything to me other than they're yummy and delicious.
So you agree that it's bad when humans suffer?
Yeah. Generally.
Okay. So I guess what do you make of the basic argument that I gave for thinking that shrimp suffering is really important, which is that how bad it is for you to suffer, it doesn't depend on how smart you are, nor does it depend intrinsically on like whether
how
you're
much I care about it does depend on whether or not it is of my group. And by my group, I'm saying humans, whether it is like me in that it is a Homo sapien. If it is not a Homo sapien, like a dog, I love dogs, and I would destroy anyone who tried to hurt my dog, okay? Right? But that's because it's my dog, right? It's my group. It's my family, okay? Some dog on the street that I don't know has much less worth to me.
Okay, so what if we discovered, it just turns out that like people in Laos, I don't know why that's the example I gave, but we just discovered they're like an alien psyop, okay? They're not biologically Homo sapiens.
Shit, they're not human?
Yeah. They're like they have all the same cognitive capacities as humans. They have all the same ability to feel pleasure and pain, all the same, like, you know, they sort of behave similarly to humans, but they're just not biologically Homo sapiens. They're like aliens that have been placed here by some other aliens. They look similar to us. I would say, I mean, if we discovered that shocking and groundbreaking news, I'd say people from Laos still matter, because what determines whether you should help.
In your example, there are no people from Laos.
Hold on, no,
sure.
Let him finish. Please go ahead, Matthew, please.
Yeah, like if that happened, it would still be worth caring about the sentient beings in Laos that we previously believed to be people.
Yeah, but only because we previously believed them to be people. Only because there's that history there. Only because there is that like shared history between our species that has grown for thousands of years, right? But if
so what
if I'll give you an example. If is it
okay to torture Superman?
Crashed. If an alien spaceship crashed into Earth, okay, crashed into Earth, and I had to pick whether to save a single human baby or those aliens, right? I'd pick the baby over those aliens.
Even if the aliens had like the same mental capacities as humans, even if they're babies.
Yes.
So you'd save like one human over any number of like Krypton.
I would genocide entire planets of other non-human species to save humanity.
It is okay to be biased towards your species. Like that is.
I am a human supremacist.
That is the thing I care about, is my species. I think that when you start getting this world where we're saying that we should care, but we can't specify how much, and we can't specify what the trade-off should be.
Okay, I will say this: in case the aliens ever listen to this, I'm joking, and I will be totally on your side. Glory to our new alien overlords. I just want to make that clear in case this ever gets broadcast to our alien overlords, right? This is me just kidding. But you know what I mean. Like, does that make sense, at least consistency-wise? I mean,
I guess it's consistent, but I don't think it's very plausible, because I don't think that how much your obligations to them don't just drop to zero because they're not biologically Homo sapien. I think what matters about people is not like their biology. What matters about people is that they're like sentient beings who have the ability, who have capacities of various sorts. It just seems sort of oddly fetishistic to care about the mere fact that someone.
I am a human fetishist too. I don't fuck anything but humans. That's true.
The common fetish wick.
Yeah, I have a fetish, well, among men at least. But anyway, I agree with you that in other scenarios that I could be persuaded to change my mind given enough time and get enough argumentation. That's fair. I'm not going to die on this hill right now. Like, I could see your arguments. I do. I understand them. But shrimp are not we're not talking about shrimp. Shrimp are, we know them. We know they're not humans. We know they don't have even close to the same sentience as humans. We know this. I just don't care about them. And to the extent I would stop their suffering, it would be to assuage my guilt right? And that would be the only.
But I think you should have empathy for others. You should, rather than just like consulting
Other
how little
people,
you care about them.
Yes.
But I think when you're deciding whether others matter, you should sort of put yourself in their shoes. You should imagine what it would be like to be them. Especially because I don't think that the plausible accounts of the I don't think the plausible accounts of the badness of pain are tied to the fact that we're Homo sapien. Like, if you stub your toe, you're not like, this is terrible because I'm biologically Homo sapien, so this is intrinsically very bad. You're like,
I
this
only
hurt.
care about other people because they are of me, right?
That's Wick's objection. It's not about the pain. It's about whether we care about the pain.
Whether I care about it enough to take action.
But I'm saying if how bad the pain is not a function of their species, and you should care about things that are bad, at least trying to prevent them.
I think you're failing to make that leap. Like, I agree with you that other species can feel pain. Shrimp, dogs, cats, whatever. I'm saying that the only reason I care about a dog's pain is because of what I feel towards that dog, right? So it's centered on me. It's centered on my humanity, right? I would not, like, people in China eat dogs because they just don't care, right? They just don't care. They don't have the same intuition, the same history, and these things. I don't think that's immoral for them. It's not something I would do, but I don't think that's immoral for them to do.
There's also there's a weird thing that happens when you overextend empathy outside the human species. So true conversation I had once. I was talking, maybe being a bit of a philosophy bro and a jerk in this conversation, so you can judge me for that. But I was talking to a vegan I know, and she was talking about the moral horror of eating chicken eggs. And because, they could grow, they could have been fertilized, they could have become chickens. This is, in her mind, immoral. I also know, because I know this person, that she personally chose to have an abortion. Now, there's a cognitive dissonance there, because she ascribes, in her empathetic way, value to unborn chickens in a way she does not prescribe to unborn humans. And that's a very strange place to reach. And I think oftentimes people reach it with this kind of blind, quasi-utilitarian empathetic approach, where we're going to say, well, it's a problem to be biased towards your own species. Like, of course you're biased towards your own species. What better thing could there be to be biased towards?
So my view is you should pursue the good, okay? And so you shouldn't be biased in your pursuit of the good. Now, it's perfectly fine to have a stronger emotional reaction to things that affect your species. But even if you have a massive bias to your species, you count the welfare of your species 10,000 times more than the welfare of other species, the Shrimp Welfare Project still ends up looking pretty good. Now, regarding eggs, I think the reason why vegans don't eat eggs isn't because they think eggs, which are non-sentient, have moral value. It's because they think that the chickens that are forced to live in these dark, filthy, feces-ridden, desolate cages without enough space to turn around, they think that they have moral value. They think that the baby male chicks, 8 billion of whom are deposited into macerators, ground up alive, that they have moral value. That's the problem with the egg industry. It's not that the eggs themselves have moral value.
Yeah. So, and this is, I think, the thing that we keep circling, which is at a certain point in a conversation like this, you end up having to ask yourself, like, how much do I care about the lives and experiences of X species versus anything else, especially humans?
Okay. Speaking of circling, we've circled the drain on this. So what we're going to do is we're going to read these last super chats. I'm going to give you guys closing statements, and then we're going to transition to the next segment. We're going to bring on Stardust to sing me happy birthday, and I'm excited for that. And you guys can stay for that if you like. I'm not Hamas. I'm not going to hold you hostage, right? I'm not going to keep you trapped in a dark cell, okay? So you have to lay eggs for me. But let's bring on Malik for $10 to say, Shrimp Man, when you're vacuuming your house or washing your sheets, you're killing millions of dust mites. Will you stop vacuuming and washing your sheets?
I don't think dust mites are conscious.
Okay. $5 from B for Bubs. Hey, happy birthday, Wick. Hope you had a blast discussing shrimp, you hooligan. Yeah, I enjoyed this discussion. $10 from Artemis Fowl. Will Shrimp Simp support a fund that seeks to remove shrimp without sensation and instantly and is 100% effective? That is far more likely than eliminating the bad sensations by saving them. I don't know.
I don't understand the question.
I'm not sure either.
And I don't know which of us is the shrimp simp, but
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm guessing you on my intuition. $5 from Artemis Fowl to say this guy is literally the moral consideration heat map meme. He would protect literal demons from free ren. I don't know about that, but thank you for the $5. Okay, with that, I'm going to give you, Chris, first the mic, and then we're going to circle around, and we're going to have Matthew the last word. And gang, I have a links to all their stuff in my YouTube description. So if you have enjoyed what they had to say, they have spent their time coming onto my show to give you content. Please spend a little time. Go. They're not shrimp, they're humans, okay? So go and give them some moral consideration, give them a follow, help them out, read their Substack, what have you. Do that. What do we got coming up? This is the last show for the week. On Tuesday, we're going to have Hutch on the Wick and Tully show. I wonder what we'll talk about. On Thursday, we're going to have Destiny versus Econoboy. 1-on-1. Socialism versus capitalism. It won't be as memey as the other debate, but it should be dense and interesting, so tune in. Okay, with that, you, Chris, here's the mic. Close
I don't do stuff on the internet usually. I am not as prolific as Matthew here, but I do occasionally write on Substack. Everything was beautiful.substack.com. You can go read that. I think almost all my articles are free because I don't write a lot, so I don't want to charge you people. But no, I enjoyed this a lot. I've been reading a lot of shrimp welfare stuff, and I think that there are, some interesting arguments, some good responses to most of the arguments most people put forward. My fundamental mental block is, I think, what Peter Singer would call speciesist. And I am unabashedly, unironically a speciesist. I care about human beings. And I think that I do believe that we should care about the suffering of animals, but only insofar as it's an obligation we have towards them by virtue of our cultivation of them. It's not something that I think brings on any additional obligations by virtue of some moral status or anything like that. Again, I'm not attributing that to anybody here, but anyway, I just think it's been a fun conversation. I am not opposed to people donating to the Shrimp Welfare Project. I don't think they've done something bad, but I'm not convinced they've done something sort of calculably, morally better than the people who spend their time and money elsewhere. So yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys.
Oh, thanks for being here. Eucharist has a great Substack. You should go read it. It's very fun. Okay, Ryan Mullally, please.
Hey, thanks for having me on. And again, happy birthday. Hope everyone can donate to Wick's Whiskey and Chocolate Fund. That's a noble pursuit. And donate to the Shrimp Welfare Fund if it makes you feel good. Like, there's no reason not to. There's lots of charities out there. If this is the one that speaks to you, that's fine. I'm not attempting to prevent anyone from donating to it. My point here tonight was well said by you, Chris, that it's good to favor your own species. It's good to favor those closer to you versus those who you don't have a relationship with. And I think the really important thing to think about is that we live in a world of trade-offs, and everything has a trade-off. Just get comfortable with the trade-offs you're making. But to evaluate something without considering the trade-offs is an impossibility and will lead you to make some very bad decisions. Follow me on X. I put up stuff on YouTube apparently now, so we'll see how that goes. Would love to see you there. And thank you all for the great conversation.
No, thanks. Go check him out, gang. I put a link to his Twitter account. Give me a link to your YouTube, and I'll start linking to that. I just didn't have it, so
I'll send it to you.
Just DM it to me, please. Thank you. Non-fun. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, these supposed anti-shrimp welfare people, okay? Well, I've raised $35 for the Shrimp Welfare Project on my end from this stream, okay? So they have contributed to reducing suffering for like 50,000 something shrimp or whatever, all right? But yeah, I mean, really, I think the things, me and Matthew kind of both said in the opening, still hold. Like, it is just a good thing to reduce suffering at trivial cost, and it doesn't rely on a utilitarian framework. And I think, the way to see that is that, no offense, when you hear Ryan say that, he wouldn't care about a dog being skinned alive or whatever if it only had a relationship to one human who enjoyed skinning it alive, right? You don't need a utilitarian framework to think that he's crazy for saying that, right? You just need a framework that considers the welfare of animals, at least sometimes, at least a little bit, right? And, I think, like we said, even if you think that suffering isn't, equal between a shrimp or human,
because of how much the Shrimp Welfare Project, like, how effective it is, the Shrimp Welfare Project still is probably better than the average or median charity, even if you think shrimp suffering is like worth 1/1000th of that of human. But yeah, I'm Nonfon, stream on Twitch and Kick and Nonfon420, at YouTube at Nonfon, where I also upload a bunch of debates. I recently had some debates with like that Jubilee guy who told Mehdi Hassan to get the fuck out. I debated him about immigration. You guys can go watch that. Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Okay. I asked, did you win?
Oh, it was, I mean, a lot of it was kind of boring stuff about like whose study was better based on a national skill cell approach versus a spatial approach. I don't know who won, but
I'll go check it out. Check him out, gang. Nonfon. Look, Nonfon is my favorite. Okay. If I had to choose which one of you to save from a burning building, it would be Nonfon. Okay, because I don't know. I just have an affinity to the guy. I feel an affinity towards Nonfon. So check him out, gang. Give him a follow. All that. Matthew, it was wonderful to meet you. Tell people who you are, where they can find you, and your closing thoughts on the discussion, please.
Yeah, very nice meeting you. Thanks for the chat, everyone. So I write the blog Bentham's Bulldog. So I would encourage you to check that out if you want to read more. So I guess my basic takeaway, I think I've given sort of like 3 arguments for caring about shrimp welfare. One of them is just this kind of intuitive argument that if you could spend $1 to save 15,000 shrimp in front of you, that would be a good use of $1. This strikes me as just a very intuitive notion. Ryan's idea that like that just animals don't matter in their own right, and so it wouldn't be worth spending $1 to save infinite dogs strikes me as very counterintuitive. I also think the second argument is just that pain and suffering are bad, and you should prevent large amounts of very bad stuff at the cost of $1. I think I find this quite compelling. And then the last argument is just kind of a version of the argument for marginal cases that if you say that shrimp don't matter, then the question is, what is it about shrimp that makes their welfare unimportant? If the idea is that they're not biologically Homo sapien, that would imply that we would get to torture Superman. That would imply that if we discovered that some class of humans, of people we previously thought to be biologically human, were really not human, but had all the same capacities as humans, then their welfare would be unimportant. That notion strikes me as very unintuitive. So I guess, so sort of taking all those things into account, I think there's a strong case for thinking that shrimp welfare matters. Like it feels bad to be slowly suffocated to death on a thing of ice or to be crushed to death. And if you can prevent large numbers of creatures from experiencing very intense agony at a very small cost, I think this is a really good use of $1. So I would encourage people give some money to the Shrimp Welfare Project. You can prevent lots of terrible stuff from happening for a really minor cost. You can help more people than there are people, more shrimp than there are people in Wyoming if you give $100. So I don't know, seems like a good use of money. Thanks everyone. Thanks for having me.
No, thanks for being on here. I did. I mean, I fought against you a little bit, buddy, but I really did enjoy it. And I did read some of your Substack, and I think you're a whip smart guy. I enjoy your writing. So thanks everyone. You guys can stay if you want, but it is my birthday, so I'm going to stream for a little bit longer. So bye-bye.
Happy birthday, Wick. Everybody give him your money, okay? Give him if you give Wick $100, I will torture 100 shrimp, okay? All right, that's my sorry. All right, I've got to go. Y'all have a good night. Happy birthday, Wick.
Wick, how many donos for you to order shrimp scampi?
Man, $100, $100 more, and I will order shrimp scampi and eat it tomorrow. How's that?
Don't do it.
Evil. Evil.
Evil? I don't know.
Awful. Horrible. All right.
Be good, everyone.
See you later, man.
Oh my God. Jesus.
Hey, what's up? Hey, Omni, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
I think I only ever called into your live about the SIA once, but other than that, I should let you know you annihilated Matt Delahanty, in case you had any doubt. But
thanks, I appreciate it.
Well, you did. The only problem is that you didn't demonstrate that it's possible to annihilate him before you debated him. But
yeah,
whatever. You did after you debated him. Whatever.
Wait, sorry, are we? Is this live?
Yeah. I'm still live.
Yeah.
So all my sort of violent fulminations, I shouldn't say public. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Not right now.
No, if you read our DMs, me not like while he debated, I was just like, you should say this. Why are you not saying this? Whatever. But like, I thought Non-Fun did overall like pretty well.
Yeah, you just want me to be more aggressive. You just
like,
constantly yell at me to.
The EA, yeah, the EA I care about. I mean, of course, effective altruism, but it's effective arguing. And so, when you could say something like, I just want to like. I don't think a chatter will think it's crazy that, or will not need a utilitarian framework to think you're crazy for saying you don't care about dogs being tortured if they have no relationship to humans, right? Like that does four things at once. It addresses the audience. It hammers home a point. It is like like everyone can understand. It does a lot of things in less than 15 seconds. And I think like that. Like people debating should be very mindful of like how many points they can say that are effective in like short amount of time, especially when they're arguing about important causes, like not continuing like the mass abhorrent, incomprehensible like suffering of beings. But you did well. You did well. I just wish you were meaner. No, you need to be meaner.
Dude, yeah, I feel like I'm not very good at the Twitch like blood sports thing, but I don't know.
Yeah. It doesn't need to be a thing.
I just I don't know. I also find it cringe, like watching like, I don't know, a guy like Dean Withers or something, the way he argues, where like just all this like feigned outrage. It's kind of disgusting, There's something deeply unsettling about it.
I think a lot of why he's disgusting and fake and pathetic comes down to, one, he doesn't believe anything he's saying, and like he strawmans a lot, and he appeals to like very low IQ intuitions people have. So it's like, you think people, like parents have the right to like tell their children what to eat. You think they should have to be able to eat poison? Oh my God, you're crazy. Like it's stuff like that. It's like a crazy strawman. No one believes it, and you're a hypocrite. But like, when someone tells me, I truly don't value at all. Like he starts the debate by saying I'm like a shrimp nothingist because I don't value them, like actually zero. And I highlight, okay, in good faith, would you care about tortured dogs if they had no relationship to humans? And they say yes. I think at that point it's okay to hammer it home and like make them feel some consequence in the debate. Not like I don't know. But you guys did that. You guys did that. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you? I wasn't reading the comments. Do you know how the commenters were saying it was going?
I was not. No.
I mean, I guess that's okay. Let me read the wick.
Yeah, I saw a little bit in my chat, but obviously some of the people in my chat are like effective altruists anyways. They watch me, right? So it's might be a little biased.
Yeah.
But
I imagine that his chat was like, oh my God, they actually think like eBay, because when people give like hypotheticals to utilitarians, it often doesn't matter how many times you need to repeat, like, yeah, our intuitions are not very reliable when there are like trillions of people and like we have full certain knowledge of consequences or whatever. People tend to forget that and they just keep repeating and just like care about the first intuition they had. And so I assume this chat was like going wild when like you had the 400 versus one thing. But I don't know. I mean, I thought you were correct. Right?
Hold on. But yeah, one thing's been clipped already.
Yeah, I'm hoping this raises some money for the Shrimp Welfare Project. Like it's just insane. If you raise like $100, it's just like 1.5 million fewer shrimp.
Thanks so much for the follow.
Anyways, I'll probably get going now. But thanks. I enjoyed the chat. Fun debating with you, Non-Fun.
Hell yeah. You're my goat, dude. You're my goat.
That's right. Good luck. Everyone should follow. Bye-bye.
Thanks. I appreciate it. All right. Have a good rest of your day, everyone. Bye.
See you.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it's me. Like I debate a lot, and like sometimes I write down what I said, and then it appears to me like, oh, I could have said this, and it adds another point, and it's shorter to say, so it's just strictly better to have said this. And then like over time, when you write down what you were saying, and then you think of the points being made and how it could be made more effectively, so in a shorter time, you start to internalize this, and then when it's like when someone can just be like, this is why people hate utilitarians, and like do 5 points of damage, right? Like they look optically good. Every chatter understands what they're saying. They are personable, and they hurt not just and they hurt you like your cause, not just like this strict debate proposition. When they can say that, in non-conventional war, at some point you got to use the WMDs. Maybe it's because I'm Israeli. I don't know. But yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
I don't know. That's right.
So non-fawn.
Yeah,
what is up the fawn?
Take. Yeah.
What? I just no.
This is a totally insane take to say that something that like suffers is less valuable than something that like does not have any capacity to suffer, just because we think like the DNA matters, right? Like there's nothing morally valuable about DNA.
I mean, I think maybe this is just intuitive. I think saying 1 second. 1 second.
Go ahead.
I think it's very insane. Okay, I might just be crazy to say you would be okay with eating like humans as long as they were not conscious. That's what I was hitting on. I think that is a very.
The hypothetical was like, would you rather eat humans who have never been conscious and never will be conscious versus like eating shrimp, right? That's what I remember.
Yes, that seems crazy to me. I think
that seems totally. You're literally
maybe
one is doing no harm, one is literally harming sentient beings.
But you're kind of one. Of course, I don't see any value in the shrimp side. With the,
what is morally valuable about DNA?
You're eating humans seems crazy to me. You're like,
but you would hold that like eating an alien.
It's because you're overfitting an intuition. It's because you're overfitting an intuition. Like when I ask someone, is inequality bad? And they say, oh yeah, because it causes crime. And ask them, okay, well, still all the things you think inequality causes, like social distrust, crime, inequality in gender outcomes, whatever. If all that was like the same, and you just could like, make Elon Musk like slightly happier, would that be wrong? And they say yes. Like they need to understand that all the stuff they're usually saying is accounted for. So when I reflect on my pain and I think why it's bad, it's never, oh, I have a history with other humans. Oh, I'm on top of the food chain. Oh, I have an IQ of this, that, and the other thing. And oh, I have this specific like sequence of dioxide, like nucleotide DNA, like whatever molecule. It's never that. It's, oh my God, I feel really bad. That sucks. That's horrible. I wish it would stop. And that's what animals also feel. And so there is no reason you could live for valuing like non-sentient. And so as long as you're aware of that, just repeating, oh, it's unintuitive, I'm clowning on you. It's just not high IQ.
To be fair, I actually agree with that second part. And this happened, I think, non-fun one of those. Both sides were like trying to get like debate points by saying the other side had unintuitive positions. That was pretty cringe, but both sides did do it.
Well, no,
that's
how philosophy
No. But that's not true. That's not true. Both sides did it. Non-Fawn did it. So first of all, he used a realistic hypothetical of just someone enjoys as a hobby torturing or like skinning alive dogs, and they don't feel psychological pain. That could be like there could be more than 100,000 people like that on Earth right now, right? Like they're just not outlandish. What the other person was saying is like we have knives that are really like adjustable, so that they cause a similar type of pain to humans, and they're on a track, and you can only choose one of them. And if you do, like the other thing doesn't happen, and you're fully aware of the consequences, and you had to make a decision. Like you need to understand that's so much more unrealistic, and also not relevant, right? Like the proposition doesn't hinge on if it's 400 versus 1 billion or whatever. It's just that you should value shrimp somewhat. What Non-Fawn said was directly relevant to the justification Ryan gave. It was just that, yes.
His justification for not liking the shrimp welfare project was based on the fact that he thinks shrimp have basically zero value. My justification for supporting the shrimp welfare project is not based on the notion that shrimp or that suffering is equivalent between humans and shrimp, or that like humans don't have rights, right? And like so like you could believe that human like rights are like infinitely valuable, right? And like you can never violate a right, but still support the shrimp welfare project because you don't have to violate rights to support the shrimp welfare project, right? But like you do have, in order to not support the shrimp welfare project for Ryan's reasons, you do have to believe that shrimp just don't have any rights because they are they're not made in the image of God.
I don't think it's a problem. Yeah. I don't think it's a problem to say someone has a crazy conclusion, but you need to they need to have what you need to say is that someone has a crazy conclusion once you've accounted for their counter argument and that it's relevant for the debate proposition. So when Omni says, or Bentham's Bulldog, Matthew additionally goes by many nicknames, whatever. So when he says, the 400 shrimp, but whatever, but we need to be aware that we have a scale bias, and also that we are biased towards our own species unreasonably, and also that and when chatters hear that, they don't account for that in mind. But when I say, hey Ryan, would you care about torturing or skinning alive a dog if they were like a street dog, not related to anyone? And he says yes. He doesn't give any qualifications. He doesn't give reason to reduce why it's crazy. He just says that.
and it's directly relevant to the only justification he gave. So I think it's okay to highlight the opponent has a crazy conclusion, but you need to do it in good faith in such a way that it counts for what they're saying. Not like, but no matter how many times utilitarians qualify what they're saying and qualify how unreliable our intuitions is, people will still say, but it's unintuitive. It's unintuitive. It's so sloppy, and kind of, I don't know. It's tiring. It's tiring. But funny meme that you ate a bunch of shrimp.
That was pretty funny. I actually drove to get the shrimp when the debate started because I was like, it'd be really funny if I made a response. I didn't think that was funny. I will say.
What if like you donated like that money to the shrimp welfare project? That would be equally
someone
funny.
actually said it, and they were like, "Why didn't you?" They were like, "You need to donate to offset it." I was like, "Well, I can't donate less than $5," and I didn't eat like what is that? Would that be like 5,000? Yeah, I'm not off.
Wait,
I'm not.
No. Of course. I'm not saying to offset it. I just think you could have had the same funny joke, right? Like saying, I'm watching this debate while donating. And you would do a lot more good. And you actually, agree with you watch the debate, you think we won. And so you would actually agree with the conclusion you knew you'd have.
Nonfun knows I do not agree with that conclusion. Okay, I don't know if we even know shrimp feel like pain the same, like any measurable way that we do, but.
What do you think we won? What's the probability you think they do?
I'm near net zero on that. I don't think I've seen anything.
How much? Wait. Even if you've not seen any evidence, it doesn't mean your prior should be near zero. Like I'm
saying the evidence that I think we see is that we genuinely just think right now they just have reflexes. I don't like the same way we can reflex certain.
That's not true. That's just not. They have like individual. One, that's not true, and two, that's not how you should work. Like priors should not just be whatever. That's not how it works. Like you should have a prior that is not near zero.
Right now is that they only. I don't think there's.
Before seeing any evidence, your probability should not be zero. Just like for probability reasons, that's like just unworkable. It's a bad thing.
Well, it's zero, but for a whole network of other reasons than just the fact that I don't think they feel pain. But yes.
Okay, but strictly speaking about that claim, you should not have a prior of zero about anything. Like even the most outlandish claims, you should just have a prior of zero relative to how unique that or like crazy that sounds. So it doesn't sound implausible that they feel pain.
I appreciate it.
They have a brain. I'm sure even without looking at the evidence, it's like not implausible that the sentient being feels pain.
With them,
it's very
standing together.
Or I guess you don't think they're sentient, but you know what I'm saying. They didn't look at the evidence, and it only strengthens. There is no evidence that they don't feel pain. There's a lot of evidence that they do, and so your prior should not be anywhere near zero. At least 20%. At least that they feel some pain.
At least 20. I don't know about at least 20.
Why should it start below? Why should it start below 20?
Because I've never seen any evidence to the they do have some conscious subjective experience.
I've never seen any evidence that you own
experience about pain, and I've seen counterintuitive evidence
that you. Okay. Well, what's the counter evidence? Yeah, what's the counter evidence that they have?
That we can look at the way their brains are structured, and I think that from what we can, get from that, it seems like they're very simple. That they just have
That's not a good
simple brain.
You don't think we can derive like the state of consciousness and the state of subjective experience by the structure of a brain?
I think they're probably somewhat correlated, but
less pain.
One second. I cannot. One second. Only one of you can talk. Just to be clear. Okay.
I think the conclusion. I think the conclusion should be they feel less pain than humans. But we also know from other things that brain size is not correlated.
Yeah. So I didn't do too much research on this because I knew like Matthew knew it, and like I think I would have to do like a lot of reading to like catch up to his level. So I was just gonna defer to him. But so there probably is a correlation between like the quote unquote simplicity of a brain and like how intensely they suffer or whatever. But like it's not nearly as strong as you would think. Like so, for instance, like neuron count like doesn't matter at all, right? Like I think like I think elephants have like way more neurons than us.
Right.
But they they're obviously not more intelligent than us. And then like the structure of the brain is a little bit weird because like just because the structure of something is different doesn't mean like a similar type of sentience can't derive from it, right? So like obviously like shrimp don't have the same type of brain we do, but it doesn't mean that their brain can't produce a sentient experience, right? Like we should look at the observable behavior from them, and we see things like they tend to their wounds, and if we give them painkillers, they don't tend to their wounds, and they can remember, places that hurt them, and they don't go there. They can make trade-offs between saying, I know I'm going to get hurt if I go here, but I'm going to get X reward. And individual shrimp have different like risk aversions for that thing. Like those are
all right. So for example, and also imagine like, so I want to first highlight, there's not very strong card evidence, but we have a lot more than just they feel reflexes. Like you're very wrong on that. You should read his articles. For example, they can get addicted to like very basic things. Like how would you explain that they get addicted to something that they would never encounter in their evolution? Right. Other than they feel pain and they're motivated by it. Just seems like the simplest explanation, which is very strong evidence and very expected under that, but you would not at all expect it under the hypothesis that they're not sentient. Right. And have simple brains, no less. Like where did the function of being addicted came from? So that's in itself strong evidence, but it should be at least 20%, at least 20% after seeing this. But also, I also want to point out, again, no matter how ridiculous Non-Fun and Matthew were about, their utilitarianism, which I share, it doesn't matter because the debate was not about utilitarianism. And so, if I were to debate, should we like save some child from drowning, right? And I think you should do it ultimately based on utilitarianism. Like there are many other reasons to save a child from drowning. And my opponent said no. And he asked me like, would you save would you save 100 shrimp or from stubbing their toe or a human? And I said, probably a human or something. Even if I look ridiculous, it has nothing to do with what I'm saying. When the other guy is like, yeah, you can let 1 trillion children die. I don't care. Like, that is directly relevant to the proposition. The other one is just like some fact about me that is irrelevant. Yeah, I don't know. People should like hold debaters accountable for saying shit like that. I don't know. Just by like clowning on them in chat. I don't know if I sound like I'm dog whistling something. I don't know.
Also,
Isaac, what do you think?
Ryan never provided a justification for like why suffering is less bad when the sufferer is like less intelligent or whatever. Like Eucharist kind of.
I think that's. Do you think that's not the case?
No, yes, it's not. The same unit of suffering doesn't matter. So
I don't think
they feel less unit of suffering per event, but same unit of suffering, I don't think matters. But again, it need not be a coefficient of 1. Even if it's a coefficient of 1/1000th, it's still good to donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project.
But like I think Matthew provided like a very good argument. It's like when I reflect on like why suffering is bad and like why I think why when I feel suffering like it's bad, it's not because I got a good score in the SAT. It's not because like I'm intelligent. It's because like pain hurts, like it's a negative experience, right? And that's something that's obviously shared across.
I have a big problem with that experience part, but yeah.
Would you agree with me that if suppose before you take an action and you deliberate about it morally, and I don't even like that I'm like using philosophy terms here because that's alienating to chatters, but everyone in
alienating to me, but it's
way higher.
Yeah,
no, it's way higher IQ. Like you and everyone in the chat would be way higher IQ than what I think the average Ryan watcher would be, but whatever. And so before you're about to take a moral action, I let you know that like there's a friend of mine. He is an impartial observer that is rational, and he has full information about the situation, and he tells you not to do it. Then that would be strong evidence that it's immoral to do it, right? That's the first premise. I'm getting it somewhere with it.
I'm gonna need you to restate that, but you're saying that like if there's someone who's rational,
suppose you're not a vegan as far as I know, right? Because you just ate shrimp, and suppose before you're about to buy, suppose you're at McDonald's line, and
I think that
my friend
true just because there's second order consequences that cause
I'm aware of all the he can demonstrate to you. He's like has full knowledge of a situation. He's impartial. Like the less partial we are, the more morally sound our conclusions are. And he's rational. He's not rational. He's not like a mumbling whatever. Then that would be strong evidence that hey, actually you probably should not do this, right?
Probably, I'll say.
Yeah, he's more informed than you. He's more impartial than you, and he's more rational than you. Why? His decision is strictly better than yours, right?
Probably. That's a very weird framework to work from, but yeah.
I think so. There are people, let's say...
If that person's vegan, I don't know if I would trust that person.
I'm not a physicist. I thought the universe was infinite before... a physicist friend of mine told me like, hey, by the way, that's not true at all. And he's more rational about
growing. It's not. It's infinitely growing, right? It's just
It's not
Is that
infinite
not true?
inside. I'm not a physicist. I don't. It's not infinite. Like there's no. You cannot extend. Like I mean, if you tried, you will, because the universe like expands at a velocity fast enough. You understand what I'm saying, right?
She wants to do
Yeah. But there is, for it to be infinitely growing, it has to be growing from some
I don't know
amount.
why you are bringing this up. Like, I don't
whatever. But it's not infinite. So I thought that I'm making up stuff. This didn't really happen, but like, I thought that. Then my physicist friend told me. By the way, that's not at all true. And I know that he's like less motivated than me about physics because he like took the time to learn all of this, and I'm just like making stuff up. He's more informed than me because again he has a degree in it, and he's more rational than me. He like considered a lot more physics stuff than me.
Said
and so strictly that I would just like ignore everything I thought and believe him over it. And so that's similar in moral cases. And then imagine now that before you took any moral action, I would notify you that you're about to live the lives of everyone affected by this action, right? So you're going to live the life of the cow. You're going to live the life of you. You're going to live the life of the person slaughtering the cow.
I don't believe you.
We're going to live the life of everyone affected by this decision.
Or like
then you would be better informed than you.
I don't know what we
more rational than you, and less impartial because you are considering like you literally are all the other people. You're way less impartial. And if I posit that if you took such an action, if you actually had to live the life of the cow that you were paying to slaughter, you would not buy the burger. You would choose like, hey, that's actually so awful. I'm not going to live the life of the cow.
That's true, but I probably might still eat the shrimp. It is true I would not eat the cow, but I think I would still be eating shrimp. If you had to live
the life of every shrimp, do you know how many shrimp there are?
Listen, I'm not gonna be conscious, and it's gonna be like a dream. Okay, I'm not gonna be conscious. I'm not gonna understand No, I'm saying if you're telling me about the level of consciousness of the being I'm eating, I think that I would eat shrimp.
Okay, you dispute whatever. Okay. Well,
but like the cow, I do think the cow is conscious enough to where I wouldn't want to experience the cow suffering. I would agree with you there.
And so we all like. I think just that thought experiment. I give powerful reason to know that it has relevant moral qualities. Like you're more impartial, you're more rational, you're more informed, and I demonstrated how this leads to very straightforwardly utilitarian conclusions. And so that isn't enough of a like knockdown argument for utilitarianism over like, would you really kill one patient to save 5 if you were fully informed and they're like 100 like whatever, and you had no other alternative? It's like that's way stronger reasoning. And I have way stronger reasons to rely on my intuitions in the stuff I gave than in like unrealistic hypotheticals, right? Not that it's not some evidence; it's just not too strong evidence.
I think I think it just boils down to the same thing as always. Is like I feel like I'm not certain, but I do feel like I give way stronger credence to the idea of like cows being able to experience. I think that one's easy, right? I think most scientists would agree. Like I think they have a conscious experience. But like,
hold on. But, I mean, most scientists agree that shrimp are to some level sentient too, right? Like
I think I looked into this like during the debate. I think the consensus right now is it's just a debate between reflex or pain. I think there's not an actual agreement there. I think that there is just a debate between is it a reflex or is it actually them feeling pain. They're not even in agreement on if it's pain they're feeling or just some reflex because of the structure of their brain is limited in such a way that they don't know how they would be able to. That's what I've seen.
If you honestly believe that shrimp don't feel pain, whatever, but at least you understand the type of argument that like would be convincing, and that's similar enough to what Matthew and Nanfan were arguing. Now, weigh that against what the fuck Ryan was saying, which is like 4 different mutually exclusive contradicting justifications that, only if you're human. But, well, I mean, only if you're in the image of God. I mean, only if you're on top of the food chain. I mean, only if you're like,
the only human thing is it's kind of my valuement. I mean, Nanfan knows this. I mean, I'm not vegan.
Human, you mean a DNA sequence, right? What is about when you feel pain? Like, do you truly think, whoa, this is bad because I have like an A nucleotide this specific location in my DNA? If I didn't have that, like, fuck, I mean, I would not care about this pain at all. No one thinks this. No one thinks like this. This is ad hoc.
Agreed, but I think that there's something that allows humans to, like, you agree that there's something different. Well, actually, you probably don't agree, but there's something different when it comes to subjective experiences that humans have. Well, you would agree on that, right? That
we can experience intense suffering more intensely, obviously, but it doesn't change the fact that like a human suffering would be equal.
So
I have a higher order reflection, and I can actually like rationally act. So my like even if throughout my life I would feel the same pain as like a bunch of cows, I think you should still save me because I have spillover effects on other things way more than cows. And so you should consider the utility of all living beings over the long term, impartially. But I believe that. So even then,
But
like, a bunch of things are cooler about humans than animal. But
there's
still,
obviously there's variance.
My credence said like go ahead.
Yeah, just there's variance of this within humans too, right? Like we would imagine this. I hope it doesn't sound too fucked up. Like we would imagine, like if we had like a severely like mentally disabled person, like if we did it, like if you torture them or whatever, like it would suck in the moment, right? But like if they don't like, they're probably not going to get like the same type of PTSD that a fully like cognitive person would get, right? So like
I don't know about that, and I think you should not shoot yourself in the foot when making an argument. I think we can like think of it like, if you had a baby that only is going to die at the age of 2 in leukemia, and then you had to do circumcision on him, that's way better than the circumcision on an adult, even though they kind of feel the same pain at the moment.
Yeah.
That's something everyone understands, right? So I don't think you should, shoot yourself in the foot with like, imagine a very like, Down syndrome
torturing a mentally disabled person.
Very controversial claim that is probably like ableist. Like, probably we should.
I really want to see where this goes with Nonfun. Can Nonfun finish this statement? I
was just telling you, like you're saying, like there's something different
about the utilitarian argument. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just saying, like you said that like there's something different about like human subjective experience, and my point was just like, well, even within humans, we would expect variance between this, right? Like I think what matters is just like the how like capable the brain is of experiencing suffering, right? Like how intense the suffering is relative to one another. And even within humans, there's
I still think with the variance, though. I still would think with the variance, there's a different level of consciousness you're going to find between like the lowest variance of human than like the. Okay, so then that's my big thing is I think there's an entirely different group.
Do you think? Yeah. Do you think babies feel less pain when you're circumcising them? Because that's different. Well, I guess you drive them.
I think the idea is
I don't think.
Yeah, I think the idea would probably be they probably just don't. They don't have enough like.
What?
I don't think they feel less pain.
I don't know.
But I think they.
Of course, maybe they do. I think in regular circumcisions, they anesthetize the baby before they do that.
But
I'm not an expert on circumcision.
The thing I mentioned was just like the long term, like emotional suffering, right? Like we would imagine someone like if someone has amnesia, like they're not going to have the same type of long term emotional suffering that someone without amnesia would have.
I think that's why we do it to babies, is because they're not able to form a long memory of. Well, is that even one?
Well, no, it's not because of that. It's that leads to other things that they're not going to. It's long-term utility that they suffer is much lower, right?
If babies did remember,
if you had someone that just merely dislikes cheese versus someone who's like allergic to cheese,
I don't think
I granted to you that like for the next day they're going to feel the same suffering. Then you should still give it to the person not allergic, because the person allergic is going to feel suffering even later on. And so that's what Nonfa is trying to say. Like the fact that they have amnesia will prevent them from feeling the reflective suffering of the torture later on, versus someone who is fully aware of what they're doing and fully like neurotypical person does have that suffering of PTSD and whatever and so on. And then that's really the argument.
Well, I mean, all I'm trying to explain is that like if we're pointing to like the variance between like humans and animals when it comes to the intensity of suffering, like there is still variance within humans. So I think the variance is what matters. It's not like the DNA of the human. It's just the variance at a level of suffering. It's just that on average.
I think if you write an article called.
I think the lowest. What I was saying though is I think the lowest variance of humans when it comes to like conscious like experiencing of pain is still going to be higher than the highest animal we can find because of the consciousness.
That could be
no doubt.
I think that's for sure true, and that's why I think the problem is like, these are two
humans. I don't think there are any shrimp like humans. I'm just saying, Isaac. When you reflect on your suffering, right? It's not bad because you have this DNA sequence, and it's not bad because you have this. It's bad because it feels really, really bad. It's not because you can understand language and reflect on your whatever. It's because it is suffering. Suffering is intrinsically bad. It's like really, really, really bad. It's not because of other reasons. It's not because humans. It's not because you're not preyed on by humans, and it's not because you have a long history with humans.
I think when you say suffering is intrinsically bad, I think you need the level of consciousness to experience that suffering, though, because you would agree like bacteria suffering doesn't mean anything, right?
I don't think they suffer. No, I don't think they suffer. Suffer implies.
Okay, sorry. Then negative stimuli to bacteria, you would be okay with like an infinite bacteria.
Because I care about,
right?
I don't know
care
what
about
it means
suffering.
negative. Again, when I say suffering, I just mean experience. So
Well,
it's
that's what I'm trying to say.
Well,
So
that's
you
what I
read
said in my
Negative
sentence.
qualia.
That's
There's no
that's what
negative
I meant
qualia
in
for
my
bacteria.
sentence. So I don't think it's analogous. If you
Well,
understand what I mean.
I'm just trying to. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So you would agree though that like an infinite like
I don't think
bacteria
poking
negative.
a tree is bad. Yeah, I don't think poking a tree with a stick is bad. Okay.
That's a good example. I think you're. I hope you're causing harm to the tree.
I have a tree outside my house. I like pull leaves from it. Like I don't. And it makes me like it feels nice in my hands. And look at the tree. I last time I spoke to the tree, he told me he doesn't care. So I probably
you can say that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
But like with that, I think that then it comes that like it's not the negative stimuli; it's the conscious experience of the negative stimuli. And I don't think we can show that.
We don't.
I don't think that.
I don't know. What
I
that
think we
means,
can
but,
show with high probability, at least more than 20% probability that they do.
I don't think it's like a what percent of probability. I think you have to show that to grant it that value.
No, that's not the case. That's not the case with anything.
Is it a non-zero? Wait, is it a non-zero that trees could experience happen? Is there some world where we could discover that trees can experience pain?
technically non-zero.
So a priori, like my prior on this would be very low, like maybe 1%, and then the evidence I know. Wait. Let me finish. I thought it was 1% before I looked into this, and after I looked into this, it was even lower than 1%. There's just like a lot of evidence that shrimp definitely that trees definitely don't feel pain, and so it's above zero. All my beliefs are above zero,
right?
But very low to the point where it overrides everything.
Yeah. So Isaac, like you would say, like there's not a 100% chance that like your dad's name, right? Like you presumably could be wrong. This is just this is how all knowledge works.
Use another thing than name. Name's just really weird.
What?
I'm saying the
you never
example of
watched
names
the
here.
Truman
That's like
Show? Wait, did you never watch the Truman Show? Is it impossible that you live the life of the Truman Show? Like, is it like actually impossible? We're not saying it's anything below 99.99.
We're just saying
it's just like obviously you could be wrong about everyday facts, right? Like, and even not everyday facts. Like I don't need to open your fridge to believe that you have some liquid. I've never seen it. I've never seen any evidence in favor or against that. But my prior is high enough, and so I believe it. I don't think your degree of belief should be like only based on it's like priors plus evidence. Yeah. What's up, Isaac? So you have a fridge, right? You have a fridge, right?
Well, big lightning just took me out, so you're gonna have to give me a minute. I'm on my phone right now. My power just went out. There was a lightning strike, and everything.
That's crazy. Yeah. So
I know. Is Non-Fun good? Because I know he's in the same.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're not having any storms. Okay, I'm getting some. Maybe because I'm next to the coast. Okay, that earthquake that hit.
That would happen during the debate.
That would have actually been depressed. I would have gone sad for Non-Fun.
Imagine the amount of
power went out.
Dude, I have to drive tomorrow.
True.
I have to drive
that would have
4 hours tomorrow, and I think it might be storming like half the time I'm driving, which is gonna be annoying. But you know what?
That's sad. 4 hours. Oh, by the way, we're gonna get Econoboy versus Destiny on social. It's gonna be.
Oh yeah,
my god,
it's gonna be like fucking. It's gonna be Hayek versus Lerner, Hayek versus levels of like destruction for the capitalist side. Like it's gonna be so bad for us.
I think I literally said in chat, I was like, oh my god, Pisco's not gonna be able to ruin the because like Econoboy and Destiny had interesting conversations and they would just get ruined.
No, and Destiny's gonna get crushed. Destiny's gonna like be wrong, verifiably so, and obvious to the audience on every point.
I don't know.
Like,
listen,
Econoboy thinks... Everyone who listened to me the last month knows I like vehemently disagree with Econoboy. I don't think he's as dumb as Destiny is on economics, and I don't think the reasons for why he's wrong are as obvious as like, socialism is not just Marxism, Leninism, or not all socialists are communists, like you said. Like I think it's nowhere near. I think there's like orders of magnitude in favor of like the likelihood I have in favor of Econoboy, at least on substance. I think Econoboy is a dog shit rhetorician. So.
How do you feel about he's still using the Scandinavia and Norway lines? How do you feel about that? When I heard those in the debate, I instantly thought about Non-Fun and you.
I mean, most of them
me and Non-Fun, we debunked a specific stat that 60% of Norway's public sector.
He used it, by the way.
No, he didn't. Yeah, I think he said wealth ownership.
He said 60% of wealth. Yeah.
Yes.
That's a true statistic, which I think is morally relevant, and I highlighted, and I don't like that he's using it. But the thing, but he did concede that he has no reason to think what the State Department said is true anymore after doing his own calculations that we instructed him. Whatever. I mean, his point about the national wealth thing is very cringe. But like, I mean, obviously, I mean, it's just like, yeah, I don't know. I've talked to him about this a million times. He keeps like saying it. I keep correcting him, and he like doesn't care. And yeah, I don't like some of the adjustments that they do. So, for example, sometimes they exclude housing, like home ownership. But I think if your point is that you only care about like capital goods and non-productive assets, then you should exclude all of them, because if you just exclude some of them, there can be way more bias. Like it doesn't, especially with something like housing, it doesn't make me think that the statistic is more accurate if we accounted for all of everything, but not. It doesn't give me like strong evidence to believe that it's like way higher if you account for only, capital goods and non-produced assets. And also, Norway is not that desirable. Look at their real GDP per capita. Or like, it's just not at all that desirable. But I mean, I guess someone could retort by saying like, Norway has a lot more in-kind and like after-tax transfers or whatever. But I think even if you look at that hasn't really increased over the last, like per capita has not really increased over the last years. Whatever.
I will say, I dislike a kind of way on one thing, and it's this. It was the thing you mentioned a second ago, and I call it the Manar. I hate whenever people get like corrected in a sense, and like it's like one of their dialogue tree options. And then like when you correct them on it, they accept the correction and they like don't fight, like they concede, like okay. And then like later on in another debate, you'll see them use the same dialogue option. And you're like,
no,
I thought we talked about this.
That never happened with Economy. Economy never conceded that looking at national wealth is like that. Is like too bad of a heuristic for how socialist like Norway is. Like he does actually believe it, and I've not been able to convince him.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't say. Look, so in a sense, he's still doing it because like his first article links to the state. And he admitted like he has no reason to believe it's true anymore. So at least you should issue a correction in the comments or something, or change the link. But he didn't. So
or I think if you. So what I'm wondering is if he got asked then in a debate for that exact stat, would he concede or would he hold strong? That's where I'd like to see.
I think he would not say it anymore.
I can give Nonfun a compliment on that. I've never seen Nonfun has never done the Manar. I call it the Manar because Manar does it like every breath.
True.
So yeah. I mean I like sometimes. So sometimes I'm not doing like. Sometimes the point of saying something is not to claim it's true; is just to direct people towards another thing. So, for example, suppose I were to say, I would donate a penny to the Shrimp Welfare Project to save 150 shrimp, because imagine the wealth I would have over all my life. Reducing 1 penny from it. It's not going to matter much. But presumably, the life of their 150 shrimp would matter. Someone could retort by saying, "Well, sample. If you spend 1 penny today, well, that you could invest it and accumulate a lot more. And so, if we look at the wealth over your whole life, the penny you donate right now is more in dollars than 1 penny right now. That's a true thing. But I will still say it in a debate because the point is not to quantify exactly how much a penny is over my life. It's to point people at what I'm trying to say, like the general intuition of it's a very small amount of money and a lot of benefit. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I had a similar question with that. I had a question. This is just an actual from your frame, non-fun. I assume Sample has a similar frame of isn't it the case that we could expect the stock market to go up? So instead of donating $5 to the Shrimp Welfare Project, doesn't it make more moral sense to just throw it all into the stock market to later on donate?
Kind of.
Yeah, I have a couple of responses to that. So, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just real quick. Obviously, people have thought of this. Like Nicholas Decker has I think he has an article about this. It's called why are you an effective altruist donating to charity? Because you could save and do more later, right? Here, I sent it in general.
Yeah, but by the way, I was confused because wouldn't that lead to saving 24/7 forever? There's no reason to ever pull out the money.
So I want to make a couple of responses to that.
Wait, hold on, real quick. By the way, just awesomeness. Nicholas Decker followed me and said I was cute. So that's pretty awesome.
Oh, Jesus.
That's true. I want to also say that he followed me for a way longer time. Yes.
Oh, but did he say you were cute, Sam?
Yeah, but did he?
No. I can send him a picture of myself and ask. I can send him a selfie and ask. Okay.
You gotta.
That's right. So my response to the stock market thing is, it does have a lot of returns, but you should notice one, when people, so that's a technical economist point. The stock market, when you have higher inflation, that factors into people's expectations. If you, $1 right now is not going to be worth the same as $1 like 50 years from now, and so you should be aware that the stock market also, the returns there are also sensitive to inflation, and so that the real increase would still be positive, but just less than the nominal increase that people always cite, right? So that's the first thing you should be aware of. Second thing is there is a likelihood that look, I have biases. I make egoistic decisions all the time. I do things I know are immoral all the time, like not grossly immoral, whatever. So people have biases, and so if you should not rely too much on yourself in the future. A lot of things could happen that would make you selfishly decide against your decision. So you should do some good right now to ensure against yourself in the future. And also I think setting an example is good. Giving them dollars also would let them advocate for future shrimp and stuff. Yeah, there are a lot of reasons, but you should save a lot of money and donate a lot when you're dying. I think that's a true reason.
Mm-hmm. And also, you would imagine people's lives probably just generally trend upward over time, right? So it could be possible, imagine it is an extreme hypothetical, but AI super intelligence, makes sure that no one is living in poverty by the time you die, right? So in that case, it would have been good for you to donate immediately because there would be a pretty high marginal benefit to that.
I think we're at a point in time where human extinction is way more likely than before, and other times I still think we live lives that are way better than. Also,
I have another question.
Okay. Well, quickly, another point is this is not about if what your criticism you're saying is true or false, but I think it's far more important to criticize the people who are actively doing a lot of harm and are happy about it than the people who are maybe behaving somewhat optimally, but clearly are going to do 80% of what you should do. Right? Maybe I should donate it later and be able to donate 20% more than now. But we should focus our criticisms and Substack articles and attention on the people who are oh, lol, shrimp. They're fucking ugly, bro.
I need to come up with a good argument that instead of donating to the Shrimp Welfare Project, you should just throw it all in on black and then donate.
There is no good argument because it's easy negative. Yeah.
Yeah, that was I'm memeing. I would really like to. I'm gonna try to actually do that though. I want to try to mind. I'm gonna try to make a good argument. But then another question I had. This is an actual Shrimp Welfare Project question. So I don't know if you might be a little uninformed on this, not fun, but you can let me know. So the equipment that is used for the shrimp, right? It's like a machine that once you have just works, correct?
For about 10 years is how long they last. Yeah.
So I was wondering, how much is there has to be an end cost then to the Shrimp Welfare Project? Well, not technically since they run after 10 years, but there has to be a price in mind that you can get every boat, every what would that be called? Commercial fishing boat to have one of these machines.
Yeah. Theoretically,
do we have a number?
I forget exactly what it is. I remember looking it up once, but I
thought it was a good argument.
Go ahead. I think right now, the Shrimp Welfare Project is actually seeing increasing returns to scale, meaning it gets cheaper and cheaper for them to supply each machine to farmers or whatever. Eventually, though, you would probably see decreasing returns to scale. It'd be just hard to find and get in contact with some of the shrimp farmers, right? And then it'd be hard to convince some of them. Some of them would probably just outright reject it or something, right? So
they just want to hurt the shrimp.
Yeah, exactly. So for now, I believe I forget what I had saved on this, but I believe they are still seeing increasing returns to scale. So, but once they start seeing decreasing returns to scale, I don't know, maybe it's pretty hard to know how much it would be at that point per dollar or per shrimp saved or whatever. I don't know what the number is though, but I think it's I don't know, it's relatively conceivable. I think it's at a few billion or whatever. It's not
one reason to care about so one reason that moves me more in favor of the direction of you should save a lot of money and then donate it later. Although you should, again, I gave reasons why definitely you should still donate regularly somewhat. No, it's that we're going to have improved technology for stunners, or we're going to find better ways to, and probably in the future the Welfare Project will actually find some ways to actually prevent the shrimp from actually dying. And so just I can imagine some technology, and usually when you have a technological boom, it doesn't improve it by 3%. It usually buys a lot more. But so that maybe moves me in more in favor of saving, not radically too much, but whatever. But I do want to highlight that our attention should be more focused on criticizing the people.
Okay. Here's an argument that I just came up with on the spot, and I was curious about this while looking around my room. Also, my Discord just is refusing to work. I don't know if it's because like the lightning just broke Discord specifically, but I'm on my phone until that gets fixed. But so I know. So whenever you guys are working through this, you're doing the probability of it being conscious and suffering. Even if it's 0.0001, you times that by like 1,000,000 shrimp. That's bad. So with that framework, isn't it the case that then we should donate to more global things like? Isn't it the case then that global warming is more important than the Shrimp Welfare Project? Because although it's a lower probability, we can know for certain that it would harm everything, even like it would kill all the shrimp, it would kill all the.
Yeah, well, I think AI is a much bigger existential risk. But you go ahead.
I mean, like one
True,
of the big
even with
disagreements.
That, donate to AI safety regulations.
No, this is like literally. So one of the big disagreements within effective altruism is like how long-termist of a view you should take, right? So like, you know, if it is the case that we think AI could lead to the destruction of humanity, like like donating to AI would probably be like the most important thing then, right? If you care about like the ultra like long-termist view or whatever. So there's disagreements within effective altruism of that. I don't think that's not really a problem for effective altruism, because any ideology is going to have disagreement in it. But I, like personally, like on the climate change thing, like it just be like the cost effectiveness of it, right? So like, I think it's like I think it's fair to say like, if the effective altruists can like organize together like semi coherently or whatever, they can have like a very meaningful impact on the amount of shrimp suffering, right? But probably not as big an impact on climate change, right? Like it seems like
I don't know, but I would assume that to be the case.
I want to say two things. One, I am I agree long-termism is a debate. I am like an infinite long-termist. I think you should care about the utility too right now and ultimately into the future. Like I don't think it matters one bit that I'm closer to like I was born earlier. Now of course the utility of like existing people will affect the utility of future people. So if I make lives better for people right now, they will have kids and they will have kids and they will have kids that whatever. So innovation right now I think is really, really important. I want to incentivize a lot of innovation. I'm in favor of like a lot of R&D because of that. And so whatever. I'm a very radical long-termist, but whatever. But on the point of the shrimp, I think we tend to underestimate how fucking effective the Shrimp Welfare Project is. Even like if you did all the calculations about the climate change and you were very, very generous to the climate change charities, you need to understand $1 to the Shrimp Welfare Project, based on the best evidence that we have right now, even if I were to divide it all by 2, which is like the best evidence that we have right now, $1 to the Shrimp Welfare Project prevents about as much suffering as if like about, I think, something like like 20? He said like 40, right? Or 45 people.
It's
so let's cut it to 20.
46.5 humans being necessary.
Yeah. So
even if
$1 to the Shrimp Welfare Project, just $1. And if I'm like, use the best evidence that we have and I divide it all by 2, just for like in case you're incredibly irrational like Isaac. So it prevents the unequal amount of suffering as 20 people freezing to death. And then like that, right? Like the suffering they feel while they freeze to death. Okay, so $1, that much suffering is prevented based on the best evidence we have. And you can again divide it by like 10 again. So it's like only 2 people.
Not having alerts.
It's
Eventually,
so much money. It's so much utility. It's so much more utility.
I put the fucking
you need to understand how fucking effective this Shrimp Welfare Project is. Like people need to understand that it's like incredible. So yeah.
And then. So I had a question on top with this. So this is going to be a question of effectiveness. So I agree with like large scale global warming, right? That's going to be something that's hard to be effective on. But like, I think of like Save the Bees. I know Non-Fun has a controversial opinion on that. But like when it comes to like bees, when it comes to like, there's a lot of species I think I used to remember this when I used to read my Greta Thunberg book, but there's like a certain number of species that go extinct each year because of like climate change, right? And I feel like there's got to be a significant amount of charities for each of these animals. Is it not the case? So I'll use bees as a good example because I think bees is the most like mainstream one. How is it not the case that we should be instead donating to save bees over shrimp? Because bees have a chance of just going extinct while shrimp will be there, right?
Clarify what you mean by saving bees. Like
I mean, imagine you had the bee welfare project that does a similar
the generic
thing,
question. the generic question is like, do you value a species going extinct? That's what I'm trying to say.
No.
Like, how does that play in?
I don't care about the fact that the DNA exists in the world or that. So by that, I don't care about the species existing or not. I care about the shrimp, the species existing because they have utility. So I care about it instrumentally. You know, if the species goes extinct, and then whatever. Then you know what I'm saying. I care about the utility of the people in the species, not that the species exists or whatever. So
yeah, not the inherent value of extinction. Like
I don't think there's any inherent because the category of species is like very ill-defined biology. It's like a web. It's like a web in degree. It's not like a very clear thing like your experiences are. Like your experiences are part of reality. Species, like I think it has some. Of course, it has biological reality, but it's like not. It's not like it's the same way that the function of the heart has biological reality, but it's not like a ontologically real thing.
Right.
Biology is a very big spectrum, and we just have very useful labels like species.
I'm not at all committed to the claim that like the Shrimp Welfare Project is the best charity. Like it is possible there's charities out there that like I don't know about.
Yeah, there's probably more efficient ones that we don't know about yet.
Well, no, I'm just saying like there could be. Like there could be ones I haven't heard about, not that like we haven't discovered yet or whatever. But
again,
I just think it's a really effective charity.
$1 saved 45 people, like from freezing to like the equivalent suffering of 45 people freezing to death. Even if you like have your own adjustments for how important it is, like that's really fucking effective. I don't know of a charity that I cannot conceive of like a likely charity that I would not know of for bees. Yeah.
Okay, and then I had one question because we didn't get an answer on this, and there probably won't be. Okay, but I have to ask Donphan, what dollar amount? Or sorry, how much shrimp would it have to be equal to $1 for it to not be worth it? Okay, when do you pull the trigger, Donphan, and be like, I am not saving these shrimp?
I don't know what the second I don't know what the second most efficient charity is, right? So it's like whatever, like whatever the equivalent like utility for like probably like the malaria, whatever, or like give well, what
farm kind. Farm kind is
better. Farm kind, yeah, probably. Or like there's also like legal impact for chicken, which focuses on chicken. So I don't know what the exact number is, but it'd be like whenever the marginal benefit to donating to the fucking chicken welfare project, would be better, right?
Yeah. But I would just donate like when the marginal value of or marginal suffering prevented from donating it to the Shrimp Welfare Project is below what it would be for another charity. That's what I would do. I would still not cry if someone did it for the Shrimp Welfare Project. I would intellectually, understand why it's like suboptimal, but I would not like lose. I would not care basically at all, just because they're, still. You don't find people quibbling about. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like I kind of mentioned that in the debate, and like not that I think you're necessarily doing this, Isaac, or that they were necessarily doing it, but like certainly the Shrimp Welfare Project is like effective enough such that you shouldn't be criticized for donating to it, right? Like even if it is suboptimal, like it is, maybe it's suboptimal compared to like the ultra super long-termist effective altruist charity or whatever. But like certainly it's efficient enough that like you don't really deserve to be condemned for donating to it or anything.
I agree with you, but I think for people with framework where they have no value other than, because I think the one dude who is a Christian probably genuinely gives no value to animals and only humans probably because like of creation, right? Yeah.
No, yeah. And
so for him, he would think you should be able to criticize, which is its own thing.
No, yeah. And also I thought it was, I just don't, like I hate that like, people like that can look good. Actually think
Christians, they look amazing.
Caveman, these are caveman beliefs that like the fact that someone is your daughter and you can prevent them from stubbing their toe, that is worth the suffering of 1 trillion sentient beings in agony. Nothing is virtuous
before in a previous debate about monkeys.
Starview is based.
What? Say that again. What?
Me and Donphan have had this exact same debate. I mean, the exact same debate about monkeys.
Sure, but that's a caveman belief. Like you can have good in a debate when you make it.
Wait, what was I missed it because I was talking to chat. What was the debate we had before?
The belief is
it was the vegan one. It's like the monkey suffering, the infinite monkey genocide.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's worse than a caveman belief. That's like
it is the most everyone agrees with that take because everyone
not everyone.
Everyone eats meat. Donphan, you agree that is.
I agree.
Why are you doing slow IQ shit? Why are you doing the slow IQ shit? We know. We explained why our intuitions about trillions of beings that are not full certainty, like the consequence of each action. You only have two options. We explained why we have strong diffusions for these intuitions, that you should not rely on them. We gave convincing knockdowns for these intuitions.
1 second.
Yeah.
Given up. Also, no.
Wow.
For that dude, this is what you should have mentioned. Okay, this would have changed his mind. Non-fun.
No, it wouldn't.
Wait for it. Okay, it's sending. No, wait. It would. Once you see it, you'll know it would. Do you think that would have changed his mind?
Non-fun, check what I sent you on Twitter. Give me a second. Let me send it to you. Here we go. This King of the Coast.
So I was like, this is what you need to do. Okay, non-fun. You need to get a group of 8 effective altruists. Okay, and what you do is each of them have to pick the most effective charity they can find. You can't use the shrimp welfare, okay? And you can't have any repeats. So once someone locks one in, no one can use a debate. And then you debate tournament, okay? You have 2 effective altruists as the judges, and you have the 2 people debate why their charity is more effective. And then through that, Nathan, we'll find the most effective charity.
Like, you should probably...
So there's gotta be one.
No, hold on. I think it'd be better to, like, hedge risk a little bit, right? So it's probably better not to donate just to the one you think, like, is... Like, if something has a 51% chance of being the most effective charity, like, you shouldn't donate all your money to it, right? Because there's a decent chance you're wrong, so you should also be donating to, like, what you think has a, like, 49% chance of being the second best charity, or of being the best charity, right? Like, you should hedge risk, probably.
Well, technically, no, like, for, convexity reasons in game theory or like in math, but, like, it's not a bad strategy. I'm saying, like,
you don't think I mean, you know more math than me. You're the data analyst. I was just, like, that seems intuitive to me.
No, I mean, if one charity has like a 50, imagine one charity has like a % chance of saving, or like, let's say, 50% chance of saving 3 lives versus a charity with 100% chance of saving 2 lives. I think you should donate all your charity to the second, not like 50% to this, or like whatever balance of charity.
But in that example, you're
imagine. I think there's 50% chance that this charity, like, each dollar to this charity saves 3 lives, and I think there's like a 40% chance that, or I'm sorry, the other 50% goes to the other charity. Like, you should donate to, like, all your money, ideally. But, like, I mean, diversifying your money is, like, also very reasonable, suboptimal, but, like, the variance is reduced. So if you don't rely too much on your intuitions, then you should do that, I guess. Or, like, on your ability to do probabilistic reasoning, you should also do that. Yeah.
Early evidence from Arthur and Co. suggests that Chinese import competition lowered the innovation in U.S. incumbent firms as based on industry-level measure of exposure. In contrast, the paper tests a more granular measure of exposure and finds the exact opposite based. I don't know.
Okay.
I need to read about stats because I don't know how to determine exactly which study is better.
Okay, I'm back.
Actually, I do, because King of the Coast would not tweet out a bad study, obviously. Nathan, please respond to my
definitely an interesting point.
Hold on. Would you suck every ape's dick to save one human? Non-fawn? Maybe. How many apes are there? Probably.
I don't know. That's too many dicks.
Probably not. It feels intuitively like there'd be too many to, like, practically do it or whatever. Like, you'd have to devote your entire life just to sucking dicks, and that's probably not a.
No, they freeze time. They freeze time. Okay.
I mean, it'd still be so. I guess in that case, frozen. I guess in that case, yeah, there'd be.
No.
What?
Non-mon, do not suck the infinite. It's not the infinite chimpanzee genocide now. It's the Gooner side. Okay, the infinite chimpanzee Gooner side.
Like if you're.
I was gonna say.
I don't know how exactly I'd weigh it, but yeah, go ahead, ask your question.
Sample made a good point of, like, the game theory, isn't it? So if it is true that we can, like, we're working off of probabilities here, it makes more sense then, right, to donate like $5 to the Shrimp Welfare Project and $5 to another charity than just 10 to the Shrimp Welfare Project, right? Because you're maximizing your chance.
Opposite.
I said it doesn't.
Yeah.
Would it not?
I think it's something as the I think so. No, yeah, I don't think so.
Wouldn't there be?
It's like what I'm thinking is like
you should do the thing with the highest expected value, not like a port. Look, not so. Imagine you have 2 coins or 2 buttons, right? One of them has like It's different because the hypothetical you give is look at the probability of something being the best. Which no. I think you might be right. Wait. Let me think. I could have been admitted. Give me a second. I'm working out the math.
I'm thinking because there's a chance it's 0, right? And if like let's say shrimp don't feel pain, and that's what we end up discovering, then that 10 is nothing. But if you do 5 and 5 and you split it, the chance of both of those things being 0 is a lot lower than the chance of one of those things being 0, which the number is going to be astronomically small for both.
Let me just actually solve this math problem on Desmos. Give me a second. So.
Oh God. Okay. I want to see how big these zeros are.
Wait, hold on. Okay. Like I gotta go. Like I have to.
Oh yeah. You gotta do this cringe shit. Well, I would be curious to hear the answer sample. Okay, I'm gonna go buy some soda. Okay, it's not shrimp.
No. I was kind of right. But yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say yeah, because in my head it would make more sense that if it has a chance to be 0, it makes sense that you would want to split it just in case of the 0, no matter how low it is. Like let's say you had $90. It would make sense to maybe do 70-20 if the shrimp has higher odds of being effective. But if the chance
it depends on also the difference in case. So imagine a charity that is like 50% of the probability space that it's the most effective, but in that scenario it saves 100 lives versus the other charity being with the 50% likely correctly, it saves 1 life per dollar, but it's still 50% likely. And so I don't think you should split it 50-50. It should be overwhelmingly towards the 100, and I'm trying to work out if there should be a not convinced, but I'll try to work out the math. First, you need to formalize it, then you need to model the expected value based on the parameters. Make sure these are the only relevant parameters.
Presumably, at least some apes would enjoy it, right? Like,
I mean, it's probably somewhere both of us are wrong, but like, maybe no.
Yeah, I don't think it's like.
I'm just thinking about like, let's say you had like $5 billion, okay, and then you're like, I should donate all this to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Well, off the like non-zero that shrimp don't feel pain, that's a waste of $5 billion. Where like if the math like pans out the way I think it would, there's got to be like at least like $10 that should go to the second best charity off of just the odds, right?
I don't even think it has to be like the non-zero thing, right? It could just be like the percentage chance that the marginal benefit is not actually the highest marginal benefit, right? Like it could like in the opportunity cost.
I just said, imagine a charity with 50% chance charity A has the highest marginal benefit. Marginal benefit is versus 50% of charity B that has the highest marginal benefit, but that benefit is 1 life per dollar. You should not split it 50-50. It should not be the chance that it has the highest marginal benefit. It should be also proportional to the benefit itself. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not trying to look at like expected value. I'm looking at like the fact that it could be 0 is more a thing for me because you could waste. I know what I'm saying is like if it's a 99% chance, like if the expected value, I'm trying to think of like let's say 1 in 10 is 0, 9 in 10 is 100, right? What's the expected value of that? Not fucking 90, right? That'd be.
I don't know.
Right?
Wait,
9 in 10 is 100, 1 in 10 is 0.
I gotta fucking go. I don't care about the math right now. We tell the math later. Okay, final, not math related words. All right.
No, I mean follow Benson Bulldog, follow Non-Fun, unfollow Econoboy. Hey Adam.
Yeah. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Sample. I still have questions. Okay. Sam. Why did Sample leave before you? I was gonna fucking ask him. Okay, that bastard. God forbid the one time we're not arguing. I'm actually curious about something. God damn. All right. Well, not fun.
Damn. Didn't we get to say talk to a. All right, people. Didn't even get to have this shit.
Everybody should get.
So talking about. Hold on. I do one final thing. There is one thing that's been clipped. I think it's just Bethem saying, pretty sure it's just him saying he would rather like say 400 shrimp or whatever than the 1 human stamina eye thing bullshit, whatever.
Super chat I'll read later, but I find it interesting. I'm going to adjust it a little bit.
It's so quiet.
If you had a percentage of babies, human babies that were born every year.
Oh, it's the babies thing?
Weren't conscious. They were in comas, right? They couldn't feel pain, right? We knew 100% they would feel no pain. They would never wake up. They would be
hey, I got into a shrimp fit because we reached a goal.
Vegetables the rest of their lives. And we could transition from eating shrimp to eating them. Would you do that?
I would. That seems better because they.
Yeah, let's Not let him explain anything at all. Okay, wow. Okay, cool. That is like, yeah, I know. It's like that seems that's what's crazy. I think disagreed with that too. It's like that seems like absurdly like obvious to me because you'd have to say not only is like DNA like the thing that's intrinsically valuable in this case, but like the fact that DNA is the thing that's so intrinsically valuable that it justifies doing an action that doesn't cause any suffering versus doing an action that causes a lot of suffering, right? That seems obviously like that's fucking insane. Anyone who has a problem with that clip, okay, feel free to reach out to me and debate me. I don't think you can defend that belief. I think it leads to insane reductios. I think it is, to some extent, I think it's intuitive, but only because we're overfitting a fitting heuristic, right? So, I think there are very good error theories that explain why it might not be intuitive at first glance. But I think if you think about it, it's not even that unintuitive because intuitively, what we think what we think that matters morally, intuitively is suffering, right? I think intuitively for most people, the thing that matters for morality is the suffering of conscious creatures, right? Maybe not solely, certainly, but intuitively that is a factor in almost anyone's intuition, right? So yeah. Anyway, we raised like $55 for the Shrimp Welfare Project. That's pretty fucking awesome. Like I said, eventually we will have, thanks to everyone who donated, by the way. Hell fucking yeah, you saved a lot of fucking shrimp, like 80 something thousand shrimp, I think, right? So, fuck yeah. Head over to on Twitch. I guess you can head to IRI on YouTube. I don't know if anyone's streaming on YouTube right now. Yeah, thanks to everyone who donated very much. The shrimp will thank you too. I guess you can go. I can read Destiny. We'll send you over to IRI as well, I guess. So yeah, go hang out with IRI. 800,000 shrimp? No, I think it's 80,000. Am I doing my math right? Hold on. 55 times 1,500 is 80,000. Yeah, about 80,200 shrimp or whatever. I don't care about your whatever grand design enjoy. I don't care. Anyway, yeah, W fucking stream. Like I said, have reached out to Shrimp Welfare Project to tell them to, and they said they would do it, to work with Tiltify and Streamlabs charity. That way, like, I can do an actual subathon where, like, when you donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project, there would actually be, like, an alert that pops up, and it would, like, extend the time on stream, and I could have a better overlay than the overlay I have right now, which is, like, it doesn't update in real time. Like, I had to download an OBS plugin to refresh it every 60 seconds, right? So, yeah, in the future, we will do the Shrimp Welfare Project subathon once they work with Tiltify, and it'll be goated. It'll be goated. Anyway, I'm gonna go now. I gotta go on. I think I'm gonna go on Pathfinder's podcast, which won't be released for a little bit, but I'll be talking to him, and then I'll go out on Thursday, I think, or Tuesday or something. No, Saturday. I think Saturday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it told me Saturday. Anyway, I'll tell you guys when it's out so you can watch it on his channel. But yeah, I love you guys. Love streaming. Love the guys watch me stream and help me donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project. That's fucking goated. W's in the chat for this debate. W's in the chat for Matthew, my goat. Nice that I finally got to talk to him. See you guys. See ya. Thanks, Hosrama. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow.